Now, pro tempore, they have to cut it down to pro
that's right.
tem.
There's a little,
yeah. So the short story is the lieutenant governor presides over the Senate, and the origin of the title of my position basically means president for the time being, which means when the lieutenant governor is not there, I preside. Over time, the position has really changed to become the elected leader of the Senate. So while the lieutenant governor presides and is technically the president, I am effectively the leader of the Senate because the other 29 voted for me.
Someday we'll have to do a show on when Peter Shumlin asked me to do a plate on Senate pro tem. That is a story in itself. I don't know where that plate is. Do you have it?
I don't. No, I get nothing. I get abuse and hostile emails, but no license, and a parking space. But
that is true.
Other than that, nothing.
The pro tem and the lieutenant governor get some of the best parking spots.
Well, no, it's closest to the building. However, it's the most difficult spot to park in because it's on a complete arced bend in the driveway leading up to the State House. So almost every morning I pull in, and I'm not an early riser, and I have an audience of people watching me try to park. And of course, the governor's SUV is right behind my spot, his security thing. So I'm always like partially worried I'm going to hit his car, and people will see
There'd be a headline.
Yeah,
and that'd be name recognition.
So even the parking space is sort of.
And that vehicle is a little bigger than the parking space too, so you don't have a whole lot of wiggle room.
Exactly.
All right. So anyway, would like in the beginning of the show, we ask our guests to tell a little bit about their background and maybe why you came to be the Senate pro tem.
Sure. So I came to Vermont to attend the University of Vermont and in the mid-90s and graduated in 1999 and wasn't quite sure what was going to happen next to me, but probably the professor with whom I was closest at the time, Richard Sugarman, who incidentally was a religion professor, but I had done work study under him because that was one of the ways I paid my way through school. He said, "How would you like to work for Bernie Sanders?" And I had not been someone who was particularly clued into political stuff in college, and but they were very close, and Bernie needed someone in a kind of entry position, and this was when he was a House member. And I said, "Well, how's this going to work?" He said, "When they call for the interview, just go."
Yeah, right, exactly.
And sure enough, I got a call, and Bernie's then chief of staff for Vermont called and introduced himself, said, "Bernie would like to interview you in 15 minutes."
Whoa.
So I'm, about to be college graduate, I don't own any clothes appropriate for a job interview at the time. And when I explained this to his chief of staff, he said, "All that matters is you get here."
There you go.
So I threw on a pair of blue Dickies and hustled my way to the end of Church Street and had an interview with Bernie, and that kind of got me going in this world. And over time, I was on the Burlington City Council for 4 years, so was sort of in the thick of things in municipal government, and was an affordable housing developer at Cathedral Square, which people in northwestern Vermont would be more familiar with, but we also manage properties in downtown Waterbury and other places, which was affordable senior housing and housing for people with disabilities. And
which we desperately need all over this
yeah,
place.
we would open a building and it would be full within a day, and there'd already be a waiting list that had grown overnight. And so my professional experience has largely been in affordable housing and community development. And back when I was leaving the Burlington City Council, I decided to run for Chittenden State Senate, and Jim Condos had been in one of the 6 seats but left. And I thought, well, what the heck, I'll take a shot at it. I didn't really have a lot of organizational support, but I squeaked in just barely, and have had I felt really blessed for the last 12 years to be there in different roles, and in the last 4 as the president of the Senate.
That's great.
And, really
Can I do a sideline question? They didn't break up the six-pack yet, did they? Are they thinking about it next year? Because I thought they did already.
No, next year.
It's a good question. So I have always believed that the Chittenden Senate District, which for your viewers might not know, there is no Senate district in America that has more than 2.
Oh.
The only ones more than 2 are in Vermont. There are three three-seaters, including Washington County, Windsor County, and Rutland County. And then the only one exceeding 3 is in Vermont, and that is Chittenden County with 6. I've always believed that it's just not the right relationship between an elected representative and 150,000 people, especially when we have no resources to communicate. It creates a distance and a lack of real connection. And so I've had other attempts fail, like trying to do a constitutional amendment to break up the district. But last year, I was able to pass a statutory change, which said that at the next redistricting, which will happen next year after the census, no district can exceed 3 seats.
Excellent.
So the Chittenden
Thank you.
district, some people think, oh, there's going to be 2 3-seaters. Well, no, we have made no such decision. The
Right.
only decision is that there will no longer be 6. It will be broken up in some configuration, and I think
Right.
it'll be better elected representation.
Okay, cool. I knew they did something, but Erica Reddick, who's running for the council, was on the show last week, and I said, "Oh, they've already done it." And she said, "Well, I'm not sure that's."
We passed the
exactly.
law, but the
Yeah,
execution happens
thank
after
you.
the census.
So we were both right.
Right. Yeah, because it's waiting for the census before you redistrict.
That's right.
This is a every 10-year
'Cause
deal.
in the legislature, it does make a cabal of some sort. There's 6
Yeah,
of them if they choose to.
If we chose to,
if
and
you choose
I
it.
will be honest though, and I think as people who've been in Montpelier, Chittenden County is unique amongst Vermont counties in terms of its proximity to the airport, to the university and other colleges.
Right.
It has an economic vitality,
sure.
which is not to be taken for granted, but it is different.
It is different. Yeah.
But I'll say the senators representing Chittenden County, when I think about which senators I've served with are more provincial, meaning just taking care of home, back home.
right.
The Chittenden senators have taken a more expansive view as a general rule,
Yeah.
even though we get beat up on all the time. And
Well, what happens in Burlington absolutely has an impact
that's right.
on the state. You can't deny. I mean, you can't
That's,
deny that. so-
I always say that the strength of the state really depends on Chittenden County.
Right.
All the rest of the counties benefit when Chittenden County does
Right.
well. Chittenden County benefits when everyone else does well. People live in Chittenden County because they love the whole state and they want to be able to get out and experience all the
Yeah.
rest.
Right.
The rest of the state benefits by the good work that happens
For
in
sure.
Chittenden County. So I sometimes get not upset but worried that there's a demonization of Chittenden County that happens politically in Vermont by people in all parties.
But
And
that comment about the other Vermont?
well, it's a.
Sometimes you do say
Oh,
that.
well, that Vermont's or Burlington's as close to living in Vermont as it gets.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
but there are, the current administration from time to time really emphasizes that Chittenden County has it good and everybody else is where the emphasis has to go. And the truth is, we need to be supporting all of the 14
sure.
counties
I
because
agree with
because
that.
a drop off in Chittenden County may still look good relative to the other counties, but that's a loss of revenue, which supports a lot of government programs. It's a lot of jobs. And so for me, it's always been all 14 counties. And I think in general, the Chittenden delegation, despite
They
its
get that.
potential to cabal up
right.
as 6 people, have taken a much broader view.
Oh, that's good to know.
So
because
I-
I honestly
yeah, I
think
mean, I'm
that
biased in saying it, but
my
that's my view.
impression is sort of out there, and it's
Yeah,
good
no,
to hear
it's-
that it's not the case.
As a resident of Chittenden County, I do appreciate the sentiment of trying to break up. I mean, I think it's really hard to have a district with 6 seats that's representative of that.
I would travel,
Yeah.
before that, we lost a couple towns in the last redistricting, Huntington and Buell's Gore. I guess a town in a gore.
Yeah. Of all
But
14.
from, I pride myself in constituent service and trying to be everywhere at the same time as
Right.
much as possible.
Yeah.
And yet I know that I can't do the job over the last number of years that I wish I could. When I'm being asked to be in Milton at one moment
Right,
and Bolton
sure.
at another, it's so overwhelming.
Right.
And Chittenden County, where it really is different than being a senator in many other communities, almost every town in Chittenden County has a level of local government which is very, I don't mean advanced in a pejorative sense about other communities, but it has economic development department
Right,
within the town
right.
governments. It
Right.
has really high-end planning
Right.
operations. It has commercial centers which are a little bit bigger than maybe some of the
For sure.
second or third
Yep.
largest in other counties. So there's a lot more demands pulling at you, and that's why I think I have always said I want the people in Bolton to feel like I care as much about them as Burlington, but there's just no way they can feel that way,
Right.
the way it's
It's
currently
just right, the
configured.
dynamics of it
Yeah.
all.
Well, and another thing too that I would say to another point you'd made about like how how Chittenden County feels like the gravity center of Vermont, and that's true in a lot of states. A lot of states feel that way about certain areas. I mean, you look at New Hampshire, 2/3 of their population is in 2 counties. And those are their southern counties, and that's true in Maine too. Like the bulk of their population is in their southern 2 counties, and the ones that are closest to New Hampshire and Massachusetts. And New York, same story. Like the overwhelming majority of their population is in New York City, and yeah, they have a couple decent-sized cities outside of that, but it's much weighted towards the city.
I like Burlington. It's got good stores.
Yeah. Well, what I like about
And
Burlington,
good restaurants.
and Tim kind of pointed to this, is that it's big enough that it has all the amenities that you want,
Right.
but not so big that I can still be out in the woods in half an hour and, you know,
Exactly.
get lost.
It's
you know?
Vermont.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering, certainly, what do you think, as being pro tem for how many years?
This
did we
is year
say?
4.
Year 4. What has been your biggest accomplishment, and going forward for this year, what are you hoping to accomplish? It's been rolling along.
Yeah, it's, you know, I've always struggled with the question of what's been the biggest accomplishment, in
sure.
part because I have a lot of interests, and so, you know, I put them all on the
Yeah.
table and I say, well, they're all kind of special and important for people. You know, I think that there are a few things we've done that have been a bit sight unseen, which have been really positive, and things that I think we should be expanding upon. I'll give an example. In the last few years, we've had a program with VHFA, the Vermont Housing Finance Agency,
sure.
to create
Right.
down payment assistance.
Right.
Now, to the average person in the public, they're not going to go to a ribbon cutting for a bill to celebrate this. But more than 1,000 people have become first-time homeowners using this program in 174 towns just in the last 3 or 4 years. And we've taken that program and expanded it through the VHFA.
Great.
And probably could do more of that. That gets to the heart of affordability, especially for young people. So that's one that's very important to me. You know, having attended UVM and getting out and seeing the only friends I have who buy homes can only afford to buy them in the ring towns because they can't afford the home prices. So that's been really important.
great.
You know, for me, I think, you know, it's been hard. I became pro tem of the Senate basically the same time that Donald Trump became president of the United States, and so there have been moments of sort of not personal pride, but on behalf of the whole Senate, and frankly working sometimes with the governor and with the House, protecting women's reproductive rights is something that I feel like isn't just important to do because I happen to believe it's the right thing, but it was against the sort of prevailing winds going on at the national level and in many other states. So I felt that that was something that the state of Vermont really could feel proud about, and I was glad to play a role there. Firearm safety is another area where it has eluded previous governors and legislatures to take reasonable steps that protect people's Second Amendment rights but help try to save people's lives. One of the pieces of legislation, which is the so-called red flag law, extreme risk protection orders, has been used, I believe, in 13 out of 14 counties already in just a year and a half, primarily to protect people who are at risk of killing themselves. And so it's a suicide prevention tool as much as anything else. We finally found a long-term source of funding for water quality, eluded previous governors.
Especially from, speaking of Burlington.
Well, Chittenden County, Franklin County, Lamoille County, Addison, Rutland. I mean, it's bedeviled all these communities, and working with the speaker and ultimately the governor signed on, we were able to come up with a long-term funding plan for that.
I don't think people realize the economic impact of Lake Champlain on the whole state.
Yeah.
I mean, what happens to the lake will impact us. It just will.
Yeah, and we've passed a series of bills that relate to clean drinking water and clean sort of natural waters.
Right.
And sometimes it seems almost, it seems very vague to people why it matters to have clean water programs. Just this last weekend, Burlington had a water main break. And I first,
Did we?
I first,
we
you
were on
know,
We know this
boil
boiling
water notice
I
for
first,
48 hours.
I saw on Facebook
Yep.
people saying, I don't have water coming out of my faucet. Well, then 2 hours later, it was citywide boil water. Now, I've been in Burlington now since 1995. I've never seen that happen.
Wow.
No.
Went to the supermarket downtown. They have a sign up that says, closed because of the mandatory or the advisory water boil.
Right.
For a day and a half, you couldn't go to the downtown supermarket.
Oh, wow.
Many people, of course, haven't received the email alerts or
Right.
received a text saying,
Right.
don't drink the water. They're happily drinking it away.
Oh.
And so for me, as someone in a city that has, you know, a sophisticated infrastructure to clean
Right.
the water and all that, it was very eye-opening about how hard it must have been in Bennington when people suddenly had to go to bottled water and couldn't drink out of their own
Right.
tap. The 3 communities that have PFOA contamination,
Yeah, that's scary.
lead in the drinking water at schools. So these are, you know, putting together all these has been a really important thing. And anyways, and then there's 1,000 other things that I feel really good about. But
I think sadly the public they hear about one or two that have caught the attention of the guns and the abortion, and, but the rest just sort of don't get communicated out there. And I think there must be some better way to do that. That's why we hope this show brings to people what's really going on, because they don't hear about the.
I appreciate that very much, and I'll tell you, in the era of Donald Trump, it is very difficult, and you can tell when you're talking to people how much or little they have any idea what's going on in Montpelier. It is very hard to get people to focus the limited energy and time they have on what's going on in Montpelier, because they're so focused and stressed or whatever about what's going on in Washington. And
that's why we picked our listening beyond the sound bites.
Nice.
Because you only hear just bits and pieces, and usually it's just the bills that have kind of created attention or emotion.
The ones people fight about get the attention.
Right.
Today we passed a piece of legislation on the Senate floor, first step along its journey, related to criminal justice reform. It specifically addresses sentencing and the kind of sanctions that happen if you are out in the community on supervision of corrections, but you make a mistake. It is the result of the judicial branch, the legislative branch, and the executive branch coming together and looking at all the data and the best practices, a series of strategies that we think will reduce the inmate population by about 120 people over the next few years, which is real savings.
Yeah.
It's a big deal, both in terms of its policy implications, but as a matter of public safety. And my guess is very few members of the public will really notice that happened. Now, they'll benefit because it is going to help create more public safety. It'll help people turn their lives around. And obviously, most of what we do is like that, and we don't do it to constant recognition. But it is important that people know that. And so part of our challenge in a legislature where you don't have resources you don't have a communications team, you don't have
it's too bad you don't have somebody.
You don't have a budget for mailing. You don't get money to host a website for yourself. You don't get any of that. And yet you've got to find a way to break through all that noise people have in their lives. We do our best we can.
I don't know if you heard about the thing that B.T. Digger did. When did I go to the Dudley Davis?
This is like last week or 2 weeks ago? Yeah.
It was about fixing our jails.
Yes.
And that was one. There were three things that they mentioned that I was so supportive of. The fourth one, not so much, but it was really solid, right thing to do. Keeping people in prison after they've done their time because there's no housing. Really? That's not right.
That's exactly right.
And so there's a couple others like that, and the one big one that I was like, what?
Yeah, and
we'll talk about that later.
Exactly.
Well, so to your point, isn't it $70,000 or $80,000 a year that it costs to incarcerate someone?
It's a tricky math.
Tricky math.
Basically, if you added up the total costs of our in-state jails and divided by the number of people in in-state jails, it's probably somewhere around that number. The very first thing that happens if you reduce the overall inmate population by one, effectively, is you reduce one person who has to go to Mississippi. The cost of sending someone out of state to Mississippi is about $30 grand a year. We pay basically on a per day basis.
Gotcha.
And so, but you think about that, if you had a strategy which was going to bring 10 people back, that's $300,000 you're not shipping to the company in Mississippi, and that you could either relieve tax pressure or reinvest in something right here, like the kind of housing that would allow someone to get out of a jail in Vermont. So we're calling it justice reinvestment for precisely that reason. We save money on the out-of-state need to send people to the Corrections Corporation of America place in Mississippi. We take the savings, we reinvest it locally in the kinds of things that let even more people successfully re-enter society.
And I think it'd be good to get
reduce
people,
recidivism.
not going out of state like that, because I honestly think, I remember a dad of a prisoner who went out of state somewhere was walking around for the longest time with a sign, "Please bring my son back so I can see him." And I watched it. I was in DMV and I was watching him right outside my window, back and forth, and I thought, well, he's right, and that must help prisoners get better and understand when they get out.
My dad was in the probation department where I grew up for over 40 years, so
no kidding.
Not that I am a student of it as a result of that, but always felt a particular affinity for this kind of policy work. And I often have to relate to constituents who say, but wait, they committed the crime. Who cares if they have to go to Mississippi? Like, that's the consequences.
I don't agree with that.
And what I usually say is, other than the people who are away for a very long time, murderers, people aggravated, rape, things like that, most people are going to be back in the community. So
Oh.
if they're going to be eventually released
Right.
and back in the community, you want that to be the most successful reintegration as possible.
for
So
Right.
then you have to factor, okay, which of those either locations they're going to be incarcerated or what programming that we're offering is going to make it so when they get out, which most of them will, they're not committing a crime again. They're
Right.
not,
Right.
you know,
They
re-traumatized.
turn back into
Reoffending,
productive
right.
members of
Exactly.
society.
And
Yeah.
so for many people, I'll take whatever angle I have to, either like
Yeah.
get them back in the workforce,
right,
you know,
right.
or make it so they won't commit as much crime, you know, once they're released. But I do feel like these are the kinds of things that require that kind of engagement with constituents, which is a little hard in this day and age, but we still have to keep trying to
Right,
bust
for
through.
sure. Yeah, I
bust
just
through
felt so
and do it.
bad for that for the
the
father out
father,
there with
yeah.
with the sign.
What's
What are you gonna do?
How many people do we have that are being sent to Mississippi at this point in time?
It's about 275. It
So
depends
pretty
on the
significant.
day. It
Yeah, it's a
was,
lot
when I arrived in the Senate, first day I stepped foot was January 2009. There were about 675. So
Wow.
a lot of progress has been made
Good for you.
after an earlier justice reinvestment approach when Governor Douglas was still in office, and various strategies and maybe some good luck. It dropped down to about 275.
Great.
The thing is, it's been very stubborn because once you've
Right
once
there.
you've taken the low-level offenders out of incarceration, once you've used diversion and community justice, you've reduced this. I don't want to reduce people to this metaphor, but the low-hanging fruit is gone.
Right.
So now you've got people who have done more complicated crimes or present more complicated challenges to successfully getting them back in the community. So that number has just been sort of fixed. That's why when we looked at the data most recently as a result of this three-branch effort, we realized many of the people who are incarcerated today, especially, well, men and women, it's not that they're in for the original crime they committed. Most of them have been released to the community and then did something that caused them to be sent back in. Now,
Right.
a small percentage of them commit a new crime. They go out and they
Right.
commit a sexual assault, they beat up their spouse, they do something like that.
But most of them
of them-
probably
Most of them
just-
are
breaking parole
most of them are
rules, right?
called technical violations.
Right.
Now, some technical violations are worse than others.
Right.
But many of them, if we looked at it with a perhaps more practical eye, would say, wait a sec, is the right thing to do to send the person back for 10 days to jail
Right.
where they can't go to work, so now their boss
Right.
might lay them off, fire them, whatever, because they're not reliable, disrupts their family life,
Right.
childcare is all the stuff that would come with suddenly being
Pulling 'em
sent
back,
in
yeah.
for short sentences. We're not talking about going back for
Right.
2 years. We're saying sometimes 3 days.
Right.
And
But they talked at this jail thing that VT Digger sponsored was that sometimes they stay longer than their sentence. And maybe they've got multiple that it adds up, but if they're finished their sentence, just send them home. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
it's a big challenge for us, and
Because
we
some
have
of them
to.
are like being late for a meeting, things that aren't really,
Where
in my
that-
mind, up there.
And
but-
that's what we've tried to do with this legislation is to remove the worst overreactions
Right.
to non-harmful offenses.
That's
And,
good.
oh,
Good
and,
job.
and there are a lot of them, so it'll add
Was
up.
that Sears's committee? You did that? Was
It
Dick
is
Sears?
Judiciary.
Judiciary.
Continues to
Well,
be the
he
chair.
did a
Yeah.
good job. He
He
spoke at that
continues to
event.
be the
He was
chair.
there. Yeah, I was there in the back of the room
Oh,
for
were you?
this, the
Oh,
last half.
I
of
thought it was great. They
These-
did one the other night about FOIA requests and, you know, how we're going to write something about that. 'Cause
Yeah,
that
yeah.
was interesting.
He's
too.
been the chair of that committee for what, 2 decades?
Oh, yeah, forever.
Not quite, but
Close enough.
still
Anyway,
youthful. Still youthful.
So this year you've got a whole. I just started writing things that are really active in the Senate, and the one I wanted to ask you about, and there might be some that you want. Act 250. I've been following that on the House side for Campaign for Vermont, and now it's in Ways and Means. But the committee has worked on it for like a year and a half. Are you really? Do you think you're going to get it out this year? That's a lot of research and a lot of.
It is, and
Complicated issue, too.
Last
Yeah.
year, the House and Senate leadership get together at the beginning of the 2-year biennium to talk about division of labor because you can't have everyone doing the same thing
Right.
at the. It just,
Right.
and the House committee was going to take up any Act 250 changes. To be fair, there was a new chair of the committee, and almost every member of the committee was new. So,
Yes, I noticed that.
So it was not as if you took people who had been through this material over and over
Right.
and then just said, okay, put together your best thinking and get it out. It was a lot of getting up to speed. with the policies and really
that's
understanding
not
how
an
Act
easy
250 works.
topic.
Especially many people, if you're not familiar with it, people have heard Act 250 as this political wedge issue.
Right.
But once you get beyond the soundbite of Act 250 stifling development, or the other people saying, oh, they just want to kill the environment,
Right.
once you get past that, it's actually really complex, and you realize there's a lot to be commended, and then there are challenges that we should probably be working on.
Right.
And so they did not get us a bill last year,
Right.
is the short story. This year, they believe that we will get a bill more or less around our typical crossover
Oh, really?
deadline.
Because it's got to go to one more committee in the House, and I forget
Probably
which one.
appropriations.
Oh, of course,
But,
appropriations.
but we have, I've instructed the Senate Committee on Natural Resources, which is the
Right,
one that will
right.
receive this, to stay on top of the work that's been done in the House. And whenever something's been identified as pretty much a lock, that it's
Right.
going to come over, to start the work
good,
now.
Good decision.
If we didn't do that, we would get the
Good.
bill in April or
Yeah,
something,
right.
and there'd be no time, because
Right.
we're not going to take up. I abolished the rubber stamps when
Oh.
I became pro tem of the Senate.
Yeah.
We don't just rubber
What is
stamp
that?
anything.
Just pass it and then read it later?
Yeah, we'll read it
Yeah.
later. I've seen that happen sometimes.
Right.
And so we will get some changes, and I think it's a good sign that. I mean, I hate to break people into these categories because life is so much more complicated, but
Yeah.
many of the groups that sort of focus on environmental protection have been working with groups that have been focusing on development, housing,
Right.
and things like that. And they've worked together on a kind of a package of items which
Oh.
they felt represented things that, not all the stuff were comfort zone items,
Right.
but nothing went so far to make them truly uncomfortable.
Right.
And so they were able to put that on the table. That's what the House has been working
Right,
from.
right.
I'm particularly interested in seeing some progress, in
Yeah.
part because I've been through Act 250. There are a lot of
This
people.
is 94 pages of
Yeah.
stuff.
I know some of it, but some of it's legislation can look more.
Yeah, right, can
I've
skim
seen
over it, yeah.
I've seen a single word mean more than 10 pages.
Oh,
If it-
Yeah.
well, there you
may
go.
to shall can mean
Yeah.
more than 10 pages of technical jargon.
Ah.
But I've been through Act 250, and there are a lot of people who talk a good game about Act 250, but it is important that it be sort of reharnessed from
Right,
time to time to reflect the world that's changed around us.
Yeah.
And a very simple example of the kind of changes that I really look forward to voting on are communities that have very rigorous and comprehensive local review
Local,
of
right,
projects
planning and zoning.
should not compel the person who's the applicant to go through two effectively mirror image processes
Right.
that stagger time-wise, so you're doubling the length of time plus all the fees that go to the local community,
Right.
plus the local fees that are going to go to the state for Act
Right.
250. And
It should be one process.
one
Right,
process, as long as you're not diminishing the kind of
Exactly.
Right.
exactly.
sensitivity to the environment and transportation impacts.
From the, I think the two, often you get, whoever's proposing a development, right? And then, there's usually some community group or environmental group that's opposing it for various reasons, and oftentimes they're legitimate reasons, or they just, but the real question, I think, is the developers want a predictable process, right? It's not so much that they want it to be quick and easy, they just want to know we do all of these things the right way, we're going to get to a resolution. And then folks who are potentially appealing that process, they want an opportunity to make sure their voice is heard and they have a fair opportunity to weigh in. And I think one of the probably most stark examples of where I think a lot of people would say the process may have failed is Costco's gas station, right? Which is an
yes.
example in our backyard,
Yeah.
right?
For sure.
Of two business groups in this case, one of which wants to put in a low-cost gas station. There happens to be an existing one right next door to it, who's appealing on all these different grounds, right? And has been for, 15 years?
It's been a long time.
It's been a long time. The
And
biggest...
Costco's ready to go. Those things are
They've
up
got the
and-
daily price that you would
Yeah, right.
pay.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I love the big
Yeah.
poster they put
Right,
up of like,
exactly.
we will turn the
But
pumps
you
on as
can-
soon as the
you can
appeals stop.
understand
It's
Skip's upsetment for sure.
well,
right?
he has a right to do it
Yeah.
under the
Right.
current conditions.
Under the
and
current
so
conditions,
while I wish that Costco would be competing to benefit the people who have to pay their gas bills, or, to fill up at the pump. he hasn't broken any rules doing it. You
Right.
know, and,
Right.
So it's, I think, and so what it really points to is the process piece, right? Is that is this process that has gone on for years and years and years with, I mean, sometimes legitimate complaints, but oftentimes contrived complaints, right?
Well, I hope we'll get to the other side of it. Another area that's really important to me is addressing, for the long term, the issue of trails. So we have everything from Kingdom Trails and other bike networks
Bike
to
path.
Vast Trails to the Catamount Trail, even the Long Trail, the issues of how we handle development that occurs. And when people think development, they always think, you know, a big hotel going up
Right.
somewhere, but it takes a lot of manipulation of the ground and rocks and all that, moving stuff and
Yeah,
trucks
I was
to
Runoff.
make these trails and the runoff. And so right now it falls into, it's becoming more and more prone to falling into these gray areas where it's not clear if it triggers Act 250. Now,
Right.
if you own let's say you own a property that, let's say it's 20 acres and you live on the road at the front, but somewhere in the back, a trail, you give permission for someone
Right.
to run part of
Yeah.
a trail network through the back of your property. The question is, does that make your whole property
Right.
now suddenly trigger Act 250, even though you're just the home on the front of the land? Those are the kinds of issues that I also hope will resolve.
I was
So-
a
And then
chair-
who is also
sorry.
responsible for making that
Determination.
application, right? Yeah,
That's
and
right.
Yeah.
and all those organizations you just mentioned do exactly that.
Yeah.
They go across private land, usually, always with permission,
Yep.
and they're constructing a trail, which, especially in terms of mountain biking trails, can be pretty.
It's intensive.
It's intensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was chair of the Barry City Bike Path for years.
Okay.
And just stepped down, about a year ago, I think. That process needs to be looked at.
Well, that's why
And
I s-
can just-
that's why I'm
it
saying
took
I'm hoping we'll make
forever.
progress.
And people need it, they want it. It's,
Yeah.
you know, the health, the prevention.
Yep.
It's great. Let's skip to the running for LG, because I think I'm looking at the time and you need lots of times to talk about this.
Well.
So, yes, we'll just, all right, we'll use this show to keep people appraised of what's going on in the legislature. But on January 8th, you announced that you want to run for lieutenant governor because Lieutenant Governor Zuckerman was deciding to run for governor.
Right.
So why are you interested in? I love that job, though. That's
Lieutenant
a great
Governor?
job.
That's a great
Yeah,
gig.
You like
Great
saying
gig.
it? Is that
Yeah,
the?
no, it's a great job, and
Yeah.
I love the office. It's really the whole thing. That
Yeah.
chandelier in that office is the best one in the State House.
Well, the president of the Senate, my office is a
I
very
know.
small.
Yeah,
you have a
so there's
closet.
a lot of jealousy.
You lost that
but that's not why I'm running for lieutenant governor. Honestly, there's really two things. I mean, there's the transitioning out of the Senate. I mean, I've felt so blessed to be representing the Senate as the president for 4 years, but Chittenden County Senate now 12 years. And I always said to myself, I'm not going to stay just because I can. And there's a moment where it's time for someone else to come in and follow and do their thing. And that applies both as just a member of the Senate, but also as the Senate president.
Right.
And so, I'm feeling that moment has come. It's time for someone else to have that spot. And in the last 3 or 4 years, one of the things I've enjoyed most about being the president of the Senate is I've tried to tell all the Senate committees to get out of the State House, not to do just a field trip where you take a picture at a new housing ribbon cutting or something, but to actually hold committee meetings out in the field.
Great idea.
And every committee has done that in the Senate at least once, some of them 3, 4 times.
Great.
And it just brings government right to people. It allows people who aren't in the State House, who aren't lobbyists or don't hire lobbyists, to actually sit at the table and say what it looks like from where they are.
Yeah.
And I have supported that by doing my own rounds around the state and trying to fact find on different topics and then bringing them back and handing them off to all the committees in the Senate and the House. So I toured all the mental health agencies in the state. When I say toured, we asked to meet directly with all the frontline staff who are actually doing the work to ask them what they're seeing out there, what are the things that would make their jobs easier, what would make it easier to recruit and retain people, because
That's a
they
big
suffer.
deal.
Big issue,
They
yeah.
suffer mightily. Some of
Yep.
them have frontline staff turnover of 50%
Yep.
a year when you're
Yeah.
dealing with very challenged population. So after going around the state, came back with a series of recommendations that I heard directly from people, was able to put it on the table in the appropriations room in our Health and Welfare Committee, which does the policy around this, and then we see things turn into action from that. Met with primary care docs around the state over the course of a couple months, did a series of events. One of the things they flagged was the very desperate need for adult dental access, especially for people who don't have much money, because they're seeing people show up at the emergency room with dental pain that is all avoidable, except that they just couldn't get a dentist to see them or didn't have the money to do it.
If something's wrong with your teeth, it actually
it doesn't end well.
It impacts your whole body because it's just bad.
We've not thought about dental health as associated with physical health, but it is very, very much linked. And so as a result of that, came back discussions with my peers in the Senate. We did the largest adult Medicaid expansion in 30 years. Now, some people might say, oh, well, you're just throwing more money at a government program. But the thing is, it will save money over time as people get that care up front rather than showing up at the emergency room. So I was able to do that on a whole bunch of issues. Youth employment, which was actually maybe the kind of my passion project, meeting with everybody from tech centers to local employers, colleges, trying to figure out how to get young people, especially people between the ages of, say, 16 and 22, who just fall through the cracks if they don't have family that have connections who can get them into internships and things. And as a result of that, and working, actually, this has been a issue I've been able to work with the governor for 2 years in a row on. We've created opportunities across the state for a whole bunch of young people to learn some job skills, get a little money to be paid while they're doing it. And that came as a result of going out to people. So the job of lieutenant governor, that is almost the most potential the position brings, is actually precisely to be able to elevate some of those issues, interact with people outside the Montpelier bubble, come back and deliver good ideas, and then be the voice piece to kind of pound away and see that they happen. And so to me, that's a very exciting prospect.
They always talk about the children that are in state care and the cliff. When they're 18, there's very little, I think, support. They just, you're gone, and that's it, and you're out on your own. And there's not much help for them to get jobs, to know what to do.
It's a real problem, and Frank Coffey, who you'll both be familiar with, the GBIC, which is the Economic Development Corp in my community, talked to me 2 or 3 years ago about this issue of thousands of kids in that age range who are just dropping kind of off the radar altogether. They're not going on to any schooling. They're not going on to any jobs. And you say, well, where the heck are they going? And we don't really know. But what we know is they're probably not fulfilling their potential.
For sure.
And so to me, with all the demographic challenges we have, with the skill disconnect we have in terms of people being job ready for even relatively low skill positions, to me, we can't afford to be losing thousands of young people every year or two while we face those headwinds.
I didn't realize that number was that large.
It's not a good picture.
No.
And these are largely kids coming from households with a lot of challenges, and it's not easy work to help equip them, but that is the job of government and public partnerships with nonprofit and private resources.
It's a half part-time job is the word I was looking for.
Well,
but it's not really. But you have another half a day.
You have some flexibility.
To get out. Yes.
You have the flexibility that you don't have if you're pinned managing the day-to-day in the Senate, and so.
So that's a good question, because you have a reputation for being a policy guy, right? You try
if
to
it's said as a compliment, I accept. If it's a compliment, I accept.
Yes, it is. He's a policy guy too. He likes it.
Okay. I accept the charge.
Fair enough. And as such, I know you like to dive in and like really deconstruct a problem, right? I kind of approach things the same way. Like you like to deconstruct a problem, figure out what the real core issue is, and what's the best way to solve it. And a lot of that is in the sausage-making process in the legislature, and the lieutenant governor role kind of steps back from that a little bit. So I'm kind of curious. It sounds like you want to use that office as more of an advocacy role, which is really what Howard Dean brought to the lieutenant governor's role. Like, there's not a whole lot of statutory authority as a lieutenant governor, right? Your role is often more ceremonial. You can use it as a platform to advocate for things, and that's really the flavor that Howard Dean and most of the lieutenant governors since then has brought to that. Is that really the path you're going down, is to grab some of these things you're really passionate about and bring them to the state?
Yeah, one of the things that it's the blessing and curse of being the president of the Senate is that you get to have your hand in all the issues because you're working with your committee chairs and the other members of the committees every day on the whole menu of items that are being considered. What you lose a little, though, is the part where you bring your passions to the table. I mean,
Right.
don't get me wrong, I get to work on things. I continue to be proud of the work we do, some of which are things that I help get to the finish line personally. But I don't spend 100% of my time focused on the issues I care most about.
Right.
I'm focused on 100% of my time is on what the group has decided, and that includes not just the majority party, but also the minority party. And so that's been my job for 4 years. I've been dutiful. I give everything I have to it. But the lieutenant governor's position allows you to pick the things that you are personally passionate about, go out, elevate those, and advocate. And it is true, once you hand it off to the legislature, they typically don't say, hey, Mr. Lieutenant Governor or Madam Lieutenant Governor, come help us write the bill now that we're in the committee room.
Yeah.
It doesn't go down like that, and I'd have to appreciate that. But to me, a couple of the themes that are often talked about, but we don't get the coherent action that would be ideal. I really believe that rural economic vitality is something that there's a lot of talk about, and we've made some inroads in recent years, and we've tried to prioritize it in the Senate, and I'm sure in the House. But really thinking realistically and strategically about all 14 counties and what we do for communities that aren't going to get the old factory back, which used to be the source of employment for people with a high school diploma. So to me, going out to communities and then being able to come back and say, hey, legislature, especially knowing how much appetite there is for it, here's the best thinking in community X about how we can really strengthen the assets that they have to work with. Young people in the workforce would be another one. I believe very firmly that the demographic challenges are real. I am always amazed the politicization of demographic trends. They are what they are right now.
Right. You can't
And we have some efforts to try to entice people to come to Vermont. They're really small parts of the budget. Some people don't like it because they think it's not right to give people money to come here. But to them, I'd say it's a tiny microscopic piece of the whole budget.
And there's a return on that investment.
Yeah, it's working.
But also, like, don't stress it if you don't like it, because it's really a small piece. For those who think it's going to save the state, that's not going to happen either, because people come for a variety of reasons. It's not going to be just for this small enticement in the grand scheme of things. What we really need to emphasize as the core part of any strategy about filling the jobs people need is getting the most out of people who are already here. And we have a tech center infrastructure through our high schools, which, as commendable as each facility is, I don't know that there's the integration there ought to be. We have a dizzying array of programs through the Department of Labor, which you, I think, know well. But we have job training programs, not just at the Department of Labor, at the Agency of Human Services, the Agency of Education. It's all across state government. Dozens of these programs, some of which serve 2 people here, 4 people there.
I should send you my proposal, which was poo-pooed about bringing them all together.
Well, I look forward to seeing it because but what it does is it means that all of our staff working on this and granting to nonprofits and private entities are scrambling all the time to do lots of little bureaucratic exercises, rather than having one thematic approach which says, hey, if you're in this demographic and you want to have skills, don't come and tell us which program you're eligible for. Tell us what you want to do. We'll figure out the rest.
A case manager.
Effectively, someone who is your problem solver. And this is sometimes has me running afoul of some of the entities who receive state grants. We cannot have 100 different demonstration projects going on at all times. There are some things which are bread and butter activities which can be replicated. The Vermont Youth Conservation Corps, to me, is one of the perfect examples of something that already has an administrative infrastructure. The public's understanding of it is all positive. They see young people who are kind of jazzed. Some of it's outside work, some inside work, but they gain skills. They learn how to work in teams. We need entities like Vermont Works for Women would be another good example. We need to expand and build on those known, high-quality, ready-to-go administrative structures. And that, to me, is something that, getting outside the State House bubble and working in the community level, we can come back and figure some of that out. So there's a lot of other things that I would elevate. You can't run on everything. But the last piece I'll just say is really the affordability question. And that's another one where I know the politics of it. Governors always talk about affordability. The legislature says, but we care about that too, but it's harder to get your voice out there. But issues like home ownership, to me, we have to make home ownership more realistic for young people in communities with high housing prices, which is virtually everywhere in the state. Loan repayment, We can't probably afford it to do it for all student debt, the way people talk about at national debates.
But there's a conversation about CCV right now.
There is a conversation about CCV, which can go some.
It's actually a surprisingly low price point.
The price point is not that low, and the question, we'll work through that. But I'll tell you, as a student graduating from grad school with tremendous financial debt as a result of my borrowing to go to grad school, I would not have been able to return to Vermont if my school did not have its own loan repayment program. So I don't need a philosophy, I don't need to be, it's not a philosophical discussion for me. It was the difference maker between me being somewhere else trying to make enough money to pay back my loans, or me being here and being able to do public service and other things that I've done. And so that's another key piece of it. And then on the jobs front, I think it used to be that people in private industry said government doesn't create jobs, you stay out of it, create the infrastructure. Well, there's more of an expectation that government play a role in kind of supporting and incubating and developing jobs, to keep it on simple terms. In my view, what we really need to do is revitalize the core of these communities so that people would want to locate their small businesses too. I think one of the really exciting, if modest, things that's going on around the state right now is the co-working spaces that have popped up in many communities, including here in Montpelier. It doesn't solve the demographic crisis. It doesn't create 2,000 new jobs.
You're talking like Bradbury's?
Exactly.
Oh my God, that's
what
fabulous.
it does is says to people, I have a place I can go. I'm going to benefit by being around other people who have some skills that I'm not going to hire a person full-time to do. And I'm not sitting home alone feeling kind of like a little lonely. I get a little bit of the connection like being in a typical workplace. And then people can, they offset some of the costs of fixed costs of running a business. They can share infrastructure like, whether it's the 3D printer or the copy machine, whatever it is, all that stuff gets shared into the cost. And that's the kind of infrastructure we need. I mean, broadband into downtowns. Some small communities still don't have high-speed broadband into just the core of the village center. So those are the kinds of things that I'd really want to figure out. You can't have a unique program for every community, but some communities could use a little bit of a nudge, and I think that's a role that the state can play.
What I love about co-working spaces is the water cooler talk, that happens. Because that's normal in a business office, right? You get people that run into each other in the hallways or in the kitchen or whatever, and conversations happen and ideas get sparked from that. But in co-working spaces, it's sometimes even more than that, because you have people from totally different industries.
You can get technical expertise from people they'll share.
Yeah, well, someone that's totally outside of your industry, totally outside of your knowledge base. And spark conversations, and sometimes those conversations lead to something.
Well, that's to me that's one of the I've been to a number of them, including VSET, which is located on Main Street in Burlington, and since many small businesses are now doing work that doesn't really need a big bricks and mortar workplace with 50 people, but might be design work or software development, programming, things like that. That kind of office cooler discussion that you're describing often leads to someone getting a job that is linked to by the other person. Someone who needs someone for a 1-month project, but you're around people who are constantly feeding you those opportunities that you wouldn't get if you're sitting back at your home, making coffee with Mr. Coffee.
Have you ever been to Dave Bradbury's setup?
Yes.
It is so funky. I just love it. It's open and everybody supports everybody. It's fabulous.
Around the state, there are many others that don't have they don't have the level of they don't have the cool factor that VSET does. Some of them, they're cool because of what they're doing. Even if their resources are more modest.
Have you talked to Matt Dunn?
I have talked to Matt Dunn a number of times.
He was on our show. He just put out an email about how much progress they're making in getting to rural communities.
Stuff.
Yeah, it's very positive in a community that desperately needed a kickstart.
Yeah, that's great.
Well, and I mean, this is right in line with the stuff that we've been talking about at Campaign for Vermont for years about workforce development. Because the last 4, 5, 6 years, the challenge hasn't so much been job creation, right? The job creation's been fairly strong last several years. It's the workforce piece.
The filled positions.
The filled positions and the technical skills, because where the jobs are today is not where the workforce is in terms of skill set. So you either need to retrain your workforce. The problem is a lot of that workforce is already tied up in jobs that they do have skills for. So we need to grow the workforce, and there's a couple ways to do that. You can go out and try to attract more people to the state, which is a difficult proposition, right? And we talked a little bit about that. You know, that's we have these incentives out there, but you know, and they do work for what they're supposed to. It's a tool in the toolbox, but it's not the end-all be-all answer. One of the other strategies is pulling people who are not currently engaged in the workforce, right? So folks that have either fallen off the career path somewhere, or you know, maybe are coming into second careers, right? They've retired from one career, and they maybe have a pension plan or retirement plan, and have time and energy to still do something. So pulling those people back into the workforce and teaching them, giving them skills.
It's an interesting issue. This past year, there was you know, the legislature, when it doesn't want to take action, creates study committees.
Oh.
One such was a study group that met in the off season to look at the state of Vermont's compliance with the Older Americans Act, which is a federal act, and a number of programs like the Agencies on Aging. The money comes through that federal act.
Right.
Several of us in the Senate said, well, you know, obviously we have to comply with the federal law in order to get these funds, but our state needs to be thinking about aging much more broadly, because many,
and we're living longer too.
many older
because
Vermonters are not receiving those kinds of public benefit programs, and yet still have a lot to offer. And so one of the things that we've worked with our counterparts in the House to do is say that we want probably the Secretary of Administration, who your listeners might not know, basically runs government for whoever the governor is, to have a master plan on aging that isn't just focused on people who are on public benefit programs, precisely so that we're not neglecting the opportunity to utilize the skills and time and willingness to work that many older Vermonters today have, but just aren't being connected to the opportunities. And in the coming years, as we know, because of the demographic trends, there are going to be many more people.
We're gonna get hit by that, and it's gonna be like a school bus hit.
It is going to be like a school bus unless we do some upfront work to manage that better.
Just one more thing I would add to Ben's list of things we should do is I've always thought we should put on a full court press to UVM, to all of our colleges where out-of-state students have picked to be in
40,000 a year.
There you go.
40,000 students a year.
Students have picked Vermont to go to school because they like the skiing, because they like the school, obviously, but just the lifestyle. Why are we not putting a full court press, find out what they're taking, try to create jobs that are a match and get them to stay here?
Well, you're a product of that, right?
Yes, there you
That's
go.
the pattern I
We
followed.
never do it.
Well, and one of the challenges, I think, and I think we're doing a bit better job today than maybe it would have been 10 years ago. You know, higher ed institutions, in particular the University of Vermont, they think about career readiness through their own lens as a higher ed institution. They weren't first and foremost saying, how are we going to help the state?
That's right.
And the state, each of the state college campuses had some similar thing going where, there's in the background, we'd like to find people connections here, but it's really about supporting the students in whatever job interviews they're, ginning up or whatever. I think there's an increasing relationship between state and the various higher ed institutions, which I think is very promising, especially with the University of Vermont, which has 2/3 or whatever students who are from out of state, and they're coming out with bachelor's or more in either Bachelor of Science or Bachelor of Arts. And when it's always discouraging when you speak to the CEO or HR director of a firm that has, say, engineering positions open, and there are people graduating from UVM, and you suspect they have no idea that there's a good paying job down the road, which would allow them to stay in Burlington or stay in Castleton or wherever. So those are areas that we've probably faltered a little bit in the past, but there are opportunities to pick for the future.
I've certainly talked about that over the years, and it just falls on deaf ears. And
Well,
I suppose it'd be a lot of work to do it right, but it would be worth it in the end if kids stay.
Well, if you think about the University of Vermont as an organization, it is effectively the same heft as state government is.
Well, yes, it is.
You can have the new president is very excited to find ways to partner with employers.
Oh.
But don't forget, he's managing a culture of thousands of people that has to gradually shift, just like trying to change things in state government. I have to say sometimes doesn't happen at a rapid pace.
Really?
Yes.
Wow, that shocks
Never
me.
happens as fast as you want it to happen.
When I want the change, I wish it was rapid. When I don't want it, I wish it was glacial.
So, Tim, we have 2 minutes left, and I wanted to give you a chance to talk about why we should vote for you, why you present the right qualifications for the lieutenant governor job, because, you know, as Governor Dean found out, sometimes you have to sadly step up when when something happens to the EOC. You didn't mention that. Yeah.
Well, it's you know, it's first of all, to run and be considered for lieutenant governor is already a amazing opportunity, and it's a little daunting and a privilege to even be in the mix. But what I hope people would see in me is a track record, first of all, and I think the last 3 years in terms of being able to work with people from both the Democratic and Republican parties, and also the progressives and independents who are around, have a Senate that operates in a way that respects people's position, even if they're opposite positions, has been able to pass, working with my colleagues, not trying to showboat or take all the credit, but spreading the credit wherever it's been due on issues like protecting women's rights, taking care of the environment, addressing climate change while trying to keep the price of electricity down, passing the first significant gun safety legislation, working on getting more people who are new Americans into our workforce, a whole variety of areas of progress which are not mine alone to take credit for, but under my leadership we've been able to make really significant progress. My outside government experience as an affordable housing developer for 8 years, where we put up we renovated or built about 400 senior apartments, developed solar projects, did one of the largest weatherization projects. Doesn't make me the perfect fit for any position, but I have a really deep sense from a professional background, not only of land use planning, meeting human needs, because we were often dealing with people who were very low income with health issues, dealing with public, private, and nonprofit to come together to do projects that benefited everybody, is really extensive. And so I have watched that pay off as I have been the policy wonk, perhaps, according to some, and hopefully benefited the legislation I worked on. And then ultimately it's a readiness question, and I really feel that, God forbid, should anything ever happen to whoever the governor is going to be in January, I really do think sometimes people forget when you're voting for lieutenant governor, what you're really saying is that if something were to happen, that this person is ready to step in and you know, hold things down in a very difficult time. And I'm not presumptuous enough to know what that would look like, but I do know that I know government inside and out, and have seen it work at its best in partnership with people outside government. I've also seen when it trips up sometimes, and bring all of that experience, but would think that I'd be ready to step in that awful situation should it ever arise. So I bring a level of energy to it. I think people who have seen me in the Senate have watched me in action, and I find a lot of enjoyment about doing the things that the public sector is uniquely positioned and required to do on behalf of the people, and would just be tremendously honored if I got the position.
Great ending to the show. Thank you very much. We wish you a lot of luck. You probably have to face a primary, do you know?
There'll be a primary.
There's a few of them. There's a few of them in there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Everyone's entitled to run, so I've got a daunting set of tasks
keep that
ahead.
energy up. That's great.
I will have to.
So, all right. Thank you all for tuning in. I enjoyed the show. I hope you did too. It was great to have the Senate Pro Tem as our guest. We'll see you next week, and in the meantime, keep listening beyond the sound bites.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Okay, let's start today with a story about the failings of most Democrats in the United States, elected Democrats. Now, I'm still on the left, The Democratic Party is a center-left party. I'm a progressive. This is a left-wing channel. We criticize the right all the time. Today, I'm going to criticize Democrats on their response to the police protests. So let me set the stage for you. Republicans, of course, have completely and utterly failed in their response to the protest, with the exception of, for example, like Republican Senator Mitt Romney, who showed up and marched with protesters and said Black Lives Matter, which was mostly just a political show, although I think it's an important action and an important political show, but it's essentially a political show. Republicans have refused to admit that there are systemic problems that need to be dealt with. Kayleigh McEnany did this yesterday during her press briefing. Instead, they focus on phrases like, sometimes there will be instances of racism or bad apples, but meanwhile, they often support using even more force against protesters who are protesting against police brutality. So the right is off the deep end. I've also criticized some of the activists on the left who I believe are taking the wrong approach, for example, with defund or abolish the police. I already explained yesterday in detail why I think that's the wrong approach. But today, the point is, I want to focus on the failure, the abject failure of the Democratic Party leadership itself. This was a beautiful opportunity for the Democratic Party to dramatically distinguish itself from the Republican Party. I often talk about on many issues, Democrats and Republicans are very different. Sometimes they're very similar. Here was an opportunity for Democrats to put together a blistering systemic critique of how we got to where we are, with the protests as an outlet for much of what is going wrong in our country. If you listen to or watch the clip from last Monday's show, I broke down how this is not just about police brutality. You need to look at this more systemically. What we're seeing is not just about racism. It's not just about capitalism. It's not just about healthcare or culture. It's all of these things together, and you need a wide-ranging systemic critique to appreciate everything that has gotten us to where we are today. And bias in policing is a big part of that. Democrats overall, and by this I mean elected Democrats, particularly House leadership and Democrats in the Senate, first really did nothing. Eventually, they said, yeah, we support protests against police brutality. They participated in a bunch of photo ops, which meaningful in a sense, but doesn't really create a systemic critique of what's going on. And it's great that Nancy Pelosi joined protesters and talked to people. It's important that Elizabeth Warren joined a protest. It's great that Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden went and spoke to protesters. But this would have been a perfect opportunity for a big systemic critique that combines everything from our economic system, problem with wages, wealth inequality, our voting system, so many other components. This was the opportunity to change the narrative or create a narrative. It could have been like the Occupy Wall Street moment where income inequality and wealth inequality went mainstream. You had Republicans and Democrats disagreeing about what should be done about it, but Occupy Wall Street mainstreamed the topic of wealth and income inequality. Instead, what we got from most Democrats is this mild support of protesters, cautious, of course, never to support the tactics that were used, and very quick to focus on how they don't agree with many of the tactics, which is fine, but they're missing the real big opportunity, in conjunction with some totally farcical performative events like the video that we're showing our video audience right now of House and Senate Democrats kneeling for 8 minutes and 46 seconds in honor of George Floyd. It is totally performative. I'd be fine with it if it came with a big systemic critique. And we've been sounding the alarm for years about that sort of necessary systemic critique, because there are so many different systems that need to change. Now, in addition to Democrats not levying a valid systemic criticism in terms of the systems that got us where we are and need to be changed, there also haven't been any real big comments from establishment Democrats about the civil liberties totalitarianism argument. Republicans have been going hard, demanding the military come in, tougher policing, all of this stuff. And Democrats have sort of meekly opposed the tactics, said, we're not in agreement with the military coming in. But they've not really gone after, hey, not only is sending the military in wrong, but Republicans have spent years criminalizing civil disobedience, criminalizing poverty, criminalizing journalism, much like with the ag-gag laws, which now could be tied into the protests as we see some journalists just straight up beaten, hit with shields and batons and nightsticks. There's a much bigger story here that the country is primed for right now, which Democrats could be taking advantage of, and they have not. Talking about how so much about protesters' rights is inextricably linked to our surveillance state, warrantless wiretapping, NSA surveillance, stingray devices. My point here is that there is so much that is bigger than we like the protesters and Trump shouldn't send in the military and police brutality is bad. Now, why aren't Democrats doing it? There's a couple of perspectives. One explanation would be Democrats aren't doing it because the Democratic Party is very centrist and they don't really believe in all that stuff. That's true to some degree. Definitely, it is not true about all Democrats. There are many Democrats who are keeping quiet for political expediency, for calculation that it's better for their reelection if they don't talk about that stuff in this context. Maybe they're making the right calculation for their reelection. Maybe they're not. But this is a huge missed opportunity. And this is one of the areas where the scope of debate has been narrowed dramatically, where there should be a big systemic critique from Democrats here. And instead, we are getting the military shouldn't come in, police brutality is a problem, and missing so much of what could really change the dialogue in this country. This is a failure, a moral failure by Democrats. Whether it's a strategic failure, maybe it's not. I mean, maybe they're making the right strategic calculation in terms of their reelections, but the moral failure is impossible to ignore. Yesterday, I told you with all the normal disclaimers and caveats that a new CNN poll has Donald Trump down by a historic 14 points to Joe Biden in national presidential election polling, 55-41. Now, this is important not just because the 14-point lead is unconscionable, but it's also important because a challenger hitting 50% so regularly 5 months before the election is not very common. Donald Trump has had an absolutely wild tantrum in response. And I want to give you a look at what he said, and then we can fact check it. So Trump has been reportedly going nuts on his campaign manager, Bratt. How could I be losing to Biden? How could these polls be true? We talked yesterday about this Zoom call during which Corey Lewandowski asked, what exactly is our message for re-election in November? And this all led to Donald Trump having a tantrum, tweeting, quote, CNN polls are as fake as they're reporting. Same numbers and worse against crooked Hillary. Dems would destroy America. So there are two empirical claims being made there. The first is CNN's polling is bad. Trump calls it fake. The second is that his numbers were even worse against Hillary in 2016 than they are today against Biden. And yet he still managed to win in 2016. So this is a great opportunity to just examine empirical claims. First, is CNN a good pollster or a bad pollster? Remember, the polling arms of a lot of these media outlets are separate from the reporting or broadcast arm. So, for example, Fox News polling is actually quite good, despite Fox News channel being a right-wing hack job. CNN polls are also well ranked. They're ranked B+ by 538. So CNN polling is quite good. Trump's claim that CNN polling is bad is incorrect. Second claim from Trump is that he was polling even worse against Hillary in 2016 and he still won. That's simply not true. If we go back and look at June of 2016, meaning 5 months before the 2016 election, just as right now we're 5 months out, you can see, if you're watching, that with the exception of one or two outliers, Hillary Clinton was more or less polling 4 points ahead of Trump. And reminder, she did win the popular vote against Trump by a couple of points. If you look at the polling of Trump versus Hillary right before the election, you can see it was even closer. Hillary was ahead by 3.2 on election day, and she won by 2.1. Because remember, These are popular vote polls. So Trump is wrong on both counts. He's losing to Biden now by more than he was losing to Hillary. And CNN is a pretty good pollster. But it doesn't really matter because this is all narrative. It's what can you tell your supporters that will get them fired up? And fake news CNN is lying to you gets his supporters fired up. Last thing, Trump then tweeted that he has hired a pollster to debunk the CNN poll because he was clearly so triggered by it, tweeting, "I have retained highly respected pollster McLaughlin and Associates to analyze today's CNN poll and others, which I felt were fake based on the incredible enthusiasm we are receiving. Read analysis for yourself. This is the same thing they and others did when we defeated crooked Hillary in 2016. They are called suppression polls and are out to dampen enthusiasm. Despite 3.5 years of phony witch hunts, we are winning, and we will close it out on November 3rd. Again, the letter Trump posted with this analysis is all wrong. The McLaughlin memo wrongly states that the CNN poll finding Biden up 14 is from an all adults sample. That's not true. CNN says very clearly in the methodology it is a registered voter sample. So even the analysis of the poll that Trump paid for is bogus. So the final message, this election is nowhere near over. This is going to be a fight. Every voter should assume Trump can win their state, and you should operate on that basis. This is a big gap. So certainly Trump will, number one, need a credible story as to here's how I am fixing the economy. Here is how I am dealing with the coronavirus well, because otherwise he's not going to be able to turn it around. So expect that story to be told. It'll probably be a story of rehabilitation of the American economy. And number two, Biden probably needs to mess up at this point in order to squander the lead. But both of those things can happen. We can't be complacent. We all have a role to play. Let me know what you think. I'm on Twitter at @DPacman.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Lene Reimer and Kirsten Judd. I really appreciate the support of both of you, and also want to say thanks to Colin Davey, who is today's longtime sustainer of the day, a member for 5 years. Grab a membership yourself at joinpakman.com. One of the police officers charged in the killing of George Floyd is Thomas Lane. Thomas Lane has hired a lawyer named Earl Gray, and I can tell you, this guy is not at all lemony and mild like Earl Grey tea. He's actually quite the opposite. And he imploded on live television last night. He was interviewed by CNN's Chris Cuomo, and Earl Grey tried to suggest that if bystanders were really so concerned with how George Floyd was being manhandled by police, why didn't the bystanders jump in to restrain the police? He actually says this, and then he has no choice but to back away from it when Chris Cuomo tells him how bonkers it is.
But if all of these people say, why didn't my client intercede? Well, if the public is there and they're so in an uproar about this, they didn't intercede either. And my client's down where he can't really see.
Hold on, Counselor, hold on.
Yes,
Two things. One,
yes.
You're laying on a man's legs. You've got a fine view of what's going on with that man. The other officer is literally a foot in front of you on his neck. Two, I understand that he has a senior officer telling him what to do, but there's also a duty to intervene. And if you think an officer is doing something that's dangerous to a civilian, you have a duty to intervene. And he did not intervene. And the idea that the civilians should have rushed in to a policing situation in the inner city of Minneapolis against 4 police officers that have weapons and are kneeling on the neck of a man, don't you think that's asking a little much of civilians and a little too little of your client?
Absolutely. I just brought that up. But what you say is that he's a foot away. Look at the video. He's got his feet. He was holding his feet down. Officer King was next, and then Chauvin.
So obviously the suggestion of civilians intervening against armed police is ridiculous, and Earl Grey realized it and has to back off and say, well, I'm merely bringing it up. Could this guy possibly be a good lawyer? His defense of his client, Officer Thomas Lane, was to ask, why didn't civilians commit a crime? Because if civilians actually go and try to interfere with 4 armed officers in the process of restraining and subsequently killing George Floyd, they would have been arrested and likely charged with interfering with law enforcement. Now, this is a good opportunity to step back and give you a sense of, in general, how the other officers, meaning the ones that were not Derek Chauvin, might approach their defenses. The idea is to say there was a power dynamic. These guys, like Thomas Lane, who is represented by attorney Earl Grey, they were following orders. They weren't really in a position because of seniority differences to disagree, even if they wanted to. Now, here's our friend Josh Campbell, former FBI agent, CNN reporter, friend of the David Pakman Show, asking Earl Grey about, is the power dynamic thing what you were going with? And Earl Grey didn't like it at all. Take a look.
Were you kind of implying a power dynamic between the senior?
Oh, isn't there?
I'm asking you.
They call him sir.
Right, but is your claim that he was following orders your client?
No, I'm not claiming he was following orders. I'm claiming that he thought what he was doing was right because he asked the training officer, should we roll him over twice? You got to have criminal intent for second-degree murder, and frankly, this is bullshit.
So Earl Grey getting very upset there with a pretty straightforward question from Josh Campbell. And then again, another example, this is Earl Grey explaining, my client couldn't really do anything. I mean, he couldn't restrain Derek Chauvin. Take a look.
It'd be unreasonable for my client to go up and try and drag Chauvin off of the deceased. You've got a 20-year cop in the front, and my guy's back there with 4 days. Shall we roll him over? And he says, no, we'll wait for the ambulance twice. And then he says he's suffering from a delirium. I don't know what you're supposed to do as a cop.
So that's the gist of at least how Earl Grey will seek to defend Thomas Lane's actions in the killing of George Floyd. He was only on the job a few days. He didn't have the power dynamics on his side. He did suggest rolling George Floyd over, and he couldn't really physically restrain Derek Chauvin anyway, which is probably accurate. He physically restraining Derek Chauvin was not a likely path. So we've talked about many reforms, by the way, but one that might benefit police is to reorganize some of these sort of standards of the chain of seniority. There's a really interesting story that Malcolm Gladwell tells in his book Outliers, nearly 12 years ago at this point, about South Korean pilots, which explained that South Korean culture precluded co-pilots from pointing out to captains, hey, I'm seeing something that doesn't look right. And under that cultural norm, South Korean aviation was not particularly safe. And so South Korean airlines retrained and said, listen, in the cockpit, we have a different protocol than in Korean culture. And first officers not only should be allowed to, but they should be encouraged to point irregularities out to captains. You won't be punished. It's the right thing to do. And when they reorganized that norm, cultural norm in this case, South Korean aviation became dramatically safer. And much the same way, it is probably true that an officer on duty for 4 days, this is not a defense of Thomas Lane, but that one element is true, in police culture, in the ranks, it would be seen as inappropriate or unacceptable to question the tactics of the senior officer in that particular case. That needs to be changed, and that is totally separate from how any of these individual charges are ultimately going to play out. Let's take a quick break. My interview with Neil Ferguson is next. Make sure you're following The David Pakman Show on Instagram at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
It's great to welcome Neil Ferguson to the program today. He's a historian and senior fellow at the Hoover Institution, whose new PBS series, Networld, explores the history and science of networks. Neil, it's so great to have you on. I appreciate it.
Thank you, David. Great to be with you.
So to start with, as a historian or an historian, as different people love to argue about, that's not what I want to ask you about. But as a historian, is the idea that things eventually always sort of go back to feeling the way we remember them feeling is an inevitability, or could we really now be in sort of a situation that marks a before and after that will be important in the lives of people who are living right now?
Well, yeah, that's a great question to ask an historian or a historian. In London, it's easy. It's an historian because you don't say the H.
Right.
It's a good question to ask a historian because really we are in a position to look at past pandemics and see the extent to which they changed the way people lived and thought. We forget, I suspect, how frequent pandemics were in the past and how exposed populations were to contagious lethal diseases. For example, in the 19th century, cholera regularly swept through major cities on both sides of the Atlantic, but particularly in Europe. If you go back a little further, smallpox was the problem that people had to deal with in the early American colonies and even subsequently. And if you want to go all the way back to the Middle Ages, you had the dreadful problem of bubonic and pneumonic plague, which we call the Black Death. I think it's fair to say that these great pandemics with really high mortality did change things. That is to say, people altered their behavior and they didn't interact in the way they had before for some time subsequently. If you read Daniel Defoe on the great London plague of 1665, he talks about the ways in which people had to become less trusting of even people that they knew. And there's an interesting piece of research on the long-lasting impacts of the 1918-19 influenza pandemic, which really seems to have affected trust in those countries that were most badly affected by the pandemic. On the other hand, if you look at what we're going through now, it's not as bad a pandemic as those. It's not likely to kill as large a share of the population as, say, the Black Death, which killed perhaps a third of humanity. And even the influenza pandemic of 1918-19 killed between 2 and 3% of people. This is not going to be by any means as disastrous. And so we probably won't be as strongly impacted. Actually, I think the economic measures we've taken, in particular the lockdowns, will probably have had a bigger impact than the disease itself, precisely because the disease is so heavily concentrated on certain groups. It's so much more likely to kill elderly people than the young, which makes it very different from other pandemics. So to cut a very long story short, I would say the best analogy might actually be with a recent pandemic, which operated in different ways, but killed a great many people, HIV/AIDS. HIV/AIDS changed the way people behaved sexually, and I think COVID-19 will change the way people behave socially in somewhat similar ways, especially if there's no vaccine in a reasonably short time frame. And that's a big and crucial variable. If there is a vaccine, if it's rapidly discovered, if it works really well, and it's generally available this time next year, then I'm not sure that our behavior will radically change over the long term. But if that vaccine doesn't turn up, then I think you can see big changes in social behavior, somewhat similar to the changes in sexual behavior that came after HIV/AIDS.
So you mentioned trust, and I'm interested in hearing a little bit about, when we think about the effect of networks and networks in which we are participants or involved in, so to speak, what is your sense of the factors that most are influencing the individual decisions people are making about, do I go out and protest or not against the lockdowns or against police brutality? Do I wear a mask or don't I wear a mask, etc.? Is it about who is in your personal network? Is it about the news you consume? Is it about what the CDC says if you are part of a certain network but not part of another? What's your sense of that?
That's a great question, David. The way I think about this is that there are really two pandemics going on concurrently. One is the biological pandemic, where a new coronavirus, SARS-CoV-2, spreads around the world very rapidly and creates all kinds of dislocations as well as excess mortality. But there's this other pandemic of information, disinformation, misinformation that is going on online. And in some ways, some of that contagion is even more rapid in its spread and extensive in its spread. You're actually more likely to encounter viral nonsense about COVID-19 than COVID-19 itself, because this second pandemic spreads much more rapidly, and you can catch a wrong idea from the internet, which you can't do with the virus. It requires you to be in the same physical space as a carrier. So I think this second pandemic is really interesting because it makes a huge difference to your experience and your assessment of risk, how you are networked to the rest of the world. If you are the kind of person who gets information from mainstream media, who perhaps is quite selective in what you read, perhaps you dip into quality newspapers in more than one country and carefully filter out clickbait, then you'll form the view, as I would say I have, that this pandemic ain't over. And if you are particularly in an older age group, you should not be rushing into crowded situations, even if they're outdoors. But if you're somebody who gets information from a very different set of sources, perhaps you're very exposed to the kind of influencers on the far left or the far right, who are very likely to circulate misinformation and disinformation, you might form the conclusion either that this thing is over and we should just be getting right back to normal, which is certainly a widespread view in some quarters. Or you might think, well, it's still an issue, but I should be much more outraged about social justice questions, and therefore I should protest because somehow or other the virus is going to give me a break if I'm doing something virtuous. So it depends very heavily where you are. In a world where information is no longer mainly distributed by terrestrial television stations, as it was, say, back in the 60s, a world in which information is channeled through very complex networks, in which influencers, some of whom you may never even have heard of, have enormous numbers of followers and can very quickly persuade them of something that is in fact quite untrue about the nature of the virus.
So in thinking about some of these different ideas and conclusions that people may integrate into their beliefs, again, depending on the networks in which they participate, depending on the media that they consume, I want to try to link this back to something I discussed with Jonathan Haidt when he was on the program, which related to sometimes it seems as though people may vote or act against their own personal interests. And one of the ideas that Jonathan Haidt and others have introduced is that while that may be true, what may matter to a greater degree is how much their actions fit into the interests that whatever orthodoxy or group they subscribe to has determined is what's good for them. A good example would be the Tea Party in the US in 2010, where you had individuals seemingly supporting a policy that would not be particularly good for them because they weren't rich, but it was still, I don't know that I want to use the term rational, but we could understand the behavior better if we understood how group motivations played a role. Does that apply to who is doing the protesting against lockdowns versus who isn't, who is wearing a mask versus who isn't, this sort of group analysis rather than individual?
Well, people have been thinking about these questions for a long time. Antonio Gramsci came up with the notion of false consciousness when he was trying to explain the failure of the proletariat to line up in support of Marxism as an ideology. And of course, it was a recurrent feature of European and American history in the 19th and 20th centuries that working class people stubbornly refused to support socialist parties. So this is quite an old problem in social science, especially for the United States, where socialism was a sort of non-event until relatively recently and attracted very little support. I think if you're asking, do people act against their own individual self-interest because of an ideology or because of a sense of a wider community, the answer is yes, they do again and again and again. And that's partly because of the appeals that can be made, whether it's to your class identity or your racial identity or your ethnic identity. These appeals are quite potent. And by contrast, it's always a little harder than it looks to establish exactly what your own self-interest is. In economics, for many years, we tried to imagine a rational calculating machine, Homo economicus, whose goal was just to maximize utility. But as historians, we struggle to find these people. They're really rather unusual and indeed not very popular when they do turn up. People like that exist, but you tend to find them running hedge funds rather than being your everyman. So everyman is quite inclined to be swayed by collective consciousness, by ideas of group loyalty. When it comes down to behavior in the pandemic, I think there are two distinct forms of, I'll call it, irrational behavior. There's the form that says, even although the number of cases and hospitalizations is going up in my state, I'm still going to go back to work and I'm going to go back to the stores and I'm not going to wear a mask because the bells of hell go ting-a-ling-ling for you, but not for me. In other words, people essentially don't think that they personally are going to get the virus. Now, that may be because they're young and they say to themselves, well, I've read that it really only kills the elderly and therefore my risk is pretty low. But what's odd is that we find quite a lot of older people who say in surveys that they're in favor of rapid reopening even before the pandemic's under control in their area. On the side of people who've recently protested, it might be said that outdoors it's much harder to catch COVID-19 than indoors, and most protests are outdoors, therefore there's not much risk. But when you look at the crowds, they're pretty densely packed and they're shouting. And we know from the literature that the key to transmission of SARS-CoV-2 is it's not just talking in a normal way, it's shouting and singing that really, along with coughing and sneezing, that propels the virus from a carrier to others. So there's some risk involved in going to these protests. Most of the protesters are relatively young, but I saw Mitt Romney out in the streets yesterday wearing a mask prudently. But it's hard to tell. I've just looked at many shots and video clips. I wouldn't say a majority of protesting people have been wearing masks. And I wouldn't say that they're all, as it were, young enough not to worry. In any case, even if you are young enough not to be too worried about SARS-CoV-2, you should be worrying about the older people that you're going to meet subsequent to your protest. I had a conversation with my daughter about this last night. She's distinctly to the left of me politically, but she had wisely resisted peer group pressure to go on a march in London on the ground that she would soon be seeing her mother and grandmother, who are in the vulnerable age group. And so that seemed like a pretty good example of somebody coming to a good decision, even under peer group pressure. And peer group pressure is a huge part of what's going on here. People may suspect they're doing something that's not prudent, but they kind of give in to the peer group pressure. I was glad my daughter resisted that.
When it comes to beliefs about blame and responsibility around the virus, there's definitely some interesting network effects going on. I was interested to see in your recent interview with Andy Serwer, I'll let you sort of characterize and detail your position, but at least generally speaking, you seem to probably assign less responsibility to the federal government and Trump's actions than I would, although I do believe that there have been unfair accusations also cast at the federal government, which were either beyond anyone's control or more relevant to a mayor or a governor, for example. What do you think are the unfair criticisms that are or blame that is being placed on the president? Maybe we can start there.
Well, I think it's worth saying right away that the primary responsibility for this pandemic lies with the Chinese government and also the provincial authorities in Hubei province, who really criminally failed to deal with the problem and were slow to admit the extent to which human-to-human transmission was happening and
Agreed.
delayed imposing travel bans until it was really much too late. So that's part one. Part two of the answer is that the media obsession with President Trump, which he, of course, encourages, led, I think, to a tendency to overemphasize the president's role. In reality, in a crisis of this sort, the agencies that really matter are those responsible for pandemic preparedness. And that is a part of the Department of Health and Human Services. Not just CDC, which has got a lot of the stick, but we have an undersecretary, or I think an assistant secretary to be exact, at DHHS, whose job this is and who had written and spoken a good deal on the subject. In fact, if you delve into it, the federal bureaucracy had generated any number of reports on pandemic preparedness and PowerPoint decks with multiple slides. And indeed, on paper, the United States was well prepared for a situation like this. It was just that when it actually happened back in January and right through February and into March, the agencies responsible, the people whose job this was, did terribly. And we can say that, I think, fairly, because we can see where it was done much better in countries where public health bureaucracies were quick to respond, like in, for example, Taiwan or South Korea, or Germany for that matter. You don't just need to look at Asian countries. So the US, in common with, I'd say, also the United Kingdom, did really badly at dealing with a problem they were supposed to be ready for. Making it all about Trump, I think, is a mistake which misunderstands the nature of government. It is not that the president sits there in the White House with his phone ready to tweet, deciding on everything. That's just not the way it works. The federal government's a hugely complex thing with multiple agencies, more than 60 in total. And there is an agency who has this job, and they failed. And not nearly enough has been written about that, in my view. This is not to say Trump did great. He did quite badly. His decision-making was erratic. He had some good instincts, like we have to do something about people coming in from China, but it came much too late to make any difference at all at the end of January. And I think instinctively Trump felt that lockdowns were a mistake, which I think was right too, because it was an incredibly blunt instrument to deal with the contagion and not necessary if, in fact, you'd done the right things early on. So, you know, you can't say it's all his fault. I think that's a great mistake, but nor can you say he's done a great job. I mean, in the end, the buck stops with the President of the United States, as Harry Truman said long ago. And so one can't say, well, it was all the fault of DHHS, not the president's fault. He's the president. Ultimately, the buck stops with him. There's no question that the United States has handled this pandemic very much worse than it should have, very much worse than other comparable countries. And that is why we have the highest death toll and may well end up with a very high excess mortality rate by the end of the year.
So maybe we're not actually that far. I mean, in hearing you lay it out, it seems like some of this is about the president as HHS run by Alex Azar, who early on thought it was a good idea to put a former Labradoodle dealer in charge of the day-to-day. Okay, that was a bad decision. He is Trump's pick to run HHS. So a lot of this seems to be the semantics of Trump's delegation versus Trump's actions. I mean, I think the biggest critique certainly would be when you look at South Korea and the U.S. finding our first cases within hours of each other. South Korea, rapid test development, fever clinics, isolation, contact tracing. That happened 6 weeks later, or it started to happen in a serious way 6 weeks later. The testing capacity was a joke. I do think, you can't blame Trump for 100,000, 110,000 deaths, of course. There was probably a period there, I would say around, aggressively March 10th, less aggressively March 25th, where the request for a coordinated 50-state stay-at-home that would be long over by now had it been done from the start, and we wouldn't have what we now have, rolling opening and closing, Florida and Texas spiking, while fortunately here in Massachusetts we're doing well. That certainly was a lost opportunity for Trump. And I would even say it was a lost opportunity from a campaign standpoint. I think that he has now suffered greatly because he didn't do some of these things that may have been economically unpopular at first, but would likely have him with a much higher than 38% approval today. I wonder if you agree.
It's a difficult one. That I mean, my sense is that by mid-March, it was too late, and that blanket shelter-in-place orders would not really have had a huge impact by that stage, other than, in fact, to magnify the economic shock. Let me reiterate, the key decision points were in January, as soon as it became clear there was a problem,
Yes.
and right into February, when President Trump and many others in the administration were downplaying the threat. And not only President Trump, remember, at the end of January, when Trump called for a travel ban on Chinese passengers coming into the US, he was widely criticized in the liberal media, accused essentially of racism. And there were multiple articles at that time in liberal circles saying it's just the flu. In fact, you should worry much more about the flu. And for me, as somebody who was writing, no, this really isn't the flu, this is very much more serious, it was maddening to see such ill-informed rubbish being published so widely. There was a bipartisan failure to recognize the scale of the threat that went on right into February. I can remember being in Washington in mid-February trying to convince people in the administration, this thing is real. You have got to do something, and you particularly have to tell the president to stop saying there's no threat to the United States, it's just going to disappear. So it was then that I think the really disastrous mistakes were made. By mid-March, they had been insouciant for so long that they were actually thrown into panic by another Neil Ferguson. It's worth clarifying that I'm not him, N.E.I.L. Ferguson, the epidemiologist at Imperial College London, who published a report on March 16th saying that if you didn't have lockdowns, 2.2 million people were going to die in the United States and 500,000 in the UK. And both the London and Washington governments flipped when they saw this. As did many people who saw the report or read about it. And we went from total insouciance to total panic. This was really the worst of both worlds, because we had dithered around when we should have been taking early action. And then we did a bunch of extremely blunt instrument measures like shelter-in-place orders and economic lockdowns that it doesn't seem to me have radically changed the spread or slowed the spread of the virus. Social distancing was something that mattered a lot. When people adopted that, even not at the order of the state, it had a big impact. The lockdowns have clearly done much more economic harm than public health good. So as I said, we've ended up with this kind of worst of both worlds. And it's not over. And for me, the depressing thing is seeing people behaving all over the country as if it is over, in defiance of the reality that if you just look at numbers of confirmed cases, there are second waves already in about a dozen states. It's already happening. And
so let me ask about that
last,
maybe.
Got the idea that it's over.
Yeah. So the last thing I wanted to touch on was, for a while, I've been fearing that there was going to be a point at which it's going to be sort of unclear what each person should be doing. Here in Massachusetts today, outdoor dining gets to open, and then this is phase 2A, and then we're going to get to phase 2B where something else can happen. And you know, I don't know. I'm in my mid-30s. I'm probably fine to go and sit outside at a restaurant, but should I do it? And is it, if you need a mask, is that a signal that I shouldn't be doing it? Or what do you make of this phase now that could last? Really, it could last until there's a vaccine. I don't know how long it's going to last, where there's going to be a lot of needing to sort of figure out for oneself what is the appropriate behavior.
Yes, I think you're right to feel confused and uncertain, because mixed policy signals at the national and state level have created exactly that sense of confusion all over the country. And this goes back to what we were talking about earlier. When people are uncertain but get their information from, let's say, more sensationalistic sources, then they will take action that is in fact not going to help and might even harm them. Hydroxychloroquine, for example, is an example of something that was touted as a remedy, not just by the president, but by many other people. But the only really good scientific research on this suggests that it has no real prophylactic effect, and it's quite harmful if you are suffering seriously from COVID-19. So as people try to work out what to do, they're battling against a combination of poor quality public information from the government. I mean, I think our public health bureaucracy has failed at the communications level. By the way, really interesting piece on this subject in the New York Times just about a week ago, going through what exactly went wrong at CDC. It's well worth reading, unlike many things in the New York Times. And it actually shows a classic pathology of a bureaucratic organization, very hierarchical, very slow moving, and easily bullied by the White House when the going got tough. It is a very, very stark illustration of a problem that the great physicist Richard Feynman identified long ago in the case of the Challenger space shuttle disaster. It's the mid-level bureaucracy that's often the problem in disasters like this. So we as individuals are getting poor information from the public authorities and even worse information from the internet. What are we going to do? Well, we have to make sure that we read carefully what is out there that is reputable. That is to say, has some solid basis in scientific research. And on that basis, my advice to you is you probably fine to go and eat outside in Massachusetts on a nice day. You should wear a mask and you should really keep your distance from other people as far as you can, just to be on the safe side, because Massachusetts is a state where there's still quite a high level of cases of COVID-19 being diagnosed every day. Would I advise you to go into a crowded office or to take a crowded form of public transport? No, I'd say avoid those things. Avoid any crowded indoor space, especially if people are shouting or singing. So forget choir practice. And if somebody says, let's have a reopening party, come on round to my place, politely decline, because those are very likely the super spreader events that we're going to get in the coming weeks and months that will keep this pandemic going in the United States for much longer than was necessary.
Seems eminently reasonable, I would say. We've been speaking with Neil Ferguson. He is an historian, and the new PBS series Networld explores the history and science of networks. Neil, really appreciate your time today.
Thanks, David. It's been a pleasure, and enjoy that dinner. It's hard to eat through a mask, though, isn't it?
That's the problem. That's the logistical issue. I will figure it out, though. Thank you.
Thanks.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Okay, this is not the most important story of the day, but it is one of those, if they're lying about this, what else are they lying about types of stories. Not this past Friday, but the one before, it was reported that Donald Trump was brought down to the bunker below the White House for his safety. And it's not actually something to laugh at. These are decisions Secret Service makes about the safety of the president. But Donald Trump kept tweeting and acting like a big man, and some started pointing out, big tough Trump won't go near the protesters and instead tweets from the safety of his basement bunker. So Trump was triggered by this. He came out and he denied that he went to the bunker for safety reasons. He said, I decided I wanted to go down and inspect the bunker on that particular day. This was what he told Fox and Friends a few days after the incident.
Beto and Leland Vittert reporting no problem. It got dark, a huge problem. He was attacked. And then the reports were they were so worried they brought you downstairs in the White House to a bunker. What could you tell me Sunday night was like for you and your family?
Well, it was a false report. I wasn't down. I went down during the day, and I was there for a tiny, little short period of time, and it was much more for an inspection. There was no problem during the day. The problem, I saw Leland got whacked pretty good, but that was during the night. And these problems are during the night, not during the day. And I've gone down 2 or 3 times, all for inspection. And you go there, someday you may need it, but you go there, and I went down, I looked at it, it was during the day, it was not a problem. And I read about it like a big thing. There was never a problem. We never had a problem. Nobody ever came close to giving us a problem. The Secret Service does an unbelievable job of maintaining control in the White House.
Right. Trump claiming that he regularly inspects the bunker for no other reason than, I guess, to make sure that it's up to his construction standards. So this was obviously not true when he said it, but now, hilariously, Donald Trump's own Attorney General William Barr said, no, Secret Service recommended Trump go down to the bunker. This is from yesterday. It was a Fox News interview with Brett Baer, and Barr doesn't even pretend. He just admits to the entire thing. And the context was Barr defending just how dangerous it was last Monday when protesters had to be cleared with gas and horses. And Barr saying, it was so crazy that we had to have that the Secret Service recommended Trump go down to the bunker.
A lot of talk about Monday, kind of reliving the moment there in Lafayette Park. If you had to do Monday over again, would you do something different?
Based on what I know now, no. On Monday, we were reacting to 3 days of extremely violent demonstrations right across from the White House. A lot of injuries to police officers, arson. Things were so bad that the Secret Service recommended the president go down to the bunker. We can't have that in our country.
Oh, okay. So Secret Service did recommend Trump go to the bunker because Trump said he was inspecting it on what just happens to be the same day that Secret Service recommended that he go down there. So I don't want to beat a dead horse. We all knew Trump was obviously lying when he said he was inspecting the bunker. But the reminder is, if he lied about this, what else is he willing to lie about? And the answer is everything. He's willing to lie about everything. Now, just to warn you, at some point, the defense is going to come out and they are going to say, Barr never said Trump went to the bunker because of the Secret Service. Barr said the Secret Service recommended Trump go to the bunker, and Trump didn't, except to inspect the bunker on the same day, not because Secret Service recommended it. It's nuts. And it's just, it's one little example of this. By the way, I didn't get to this, but speaking of lying, 10 days ago, Trump mentioned that he spoke to the Indian prime minister, and the Indian prime minister said that he was not in a good mood about what was going on with China. That conversation never happened. So just again, the constant lies. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has not spoken with Donald Trump about the South Asian nation's military standoff with China. But Donald Trump claimed that a conversation took place about that and Modi was in a really bad mood. Like, it just didn't happen. That conversation didn't happen. So he's lying about the bunker. He's lying about conversations. He's lying about everything. That's the real takeaway. Don't forget it. Okay, Donald Trump's latest non-mask visit to a PPE factory has led to an entire day's production of medical swabs being thrown in the trash, destroyed. This was on a trip to Maine that Trump did a few days ago. He went to Bangor, Maine, Guilford, Maine, maybe one other spot. The company he visited is called Puritan Medical Products. And among other things, they make sterile cotton swabs, or schwabs, as Trump once referred to them. These are sterile, meaning workers wear lab coats, hairnets, plastic booties over their shoes, all of that stuff. In walks Trump with no mask, walks around, talks to people. We're showing our audience that's watching TV footage of Trump walking around, getting closer to everybody than the recommended 6 feet. And this, of course, raised a bunch of questions. Hey, this is supposed to be a sterile environment. And the marketing manager had to admit that indeed swabs produced during this time, meaning when Trump was there, will be discarded. In their defense, or I guess in Trump's defense, they were only planning a limited production run that day in light, I guess, of Trump's presence there. Puritan is one of only 2 factories in the entire country that makes these swabs. There are still shortages in some areas. Even in Maine, 1/3 of nursing homes were out of swabs last month. 60% of Maine nursing homes had 7 or fewer individual swabs on hand. So an entire day's production of swabs in the trash because Donald Trump had to walk around with that doofusy expression on his face, uncovered by a mask. So in the end, maybe the real tragedy is not they threw out all of that day's swabs. Maybe the real tragedy is that while facing swab shortages, the entire factory mostly shut down because Trump was coming to visit and they produced very little to begin with, instead of having a full and real production day of swabs to get swabs to people who need them. But once again, I have to ask, Why did the factory allow Trump to go in without a mask and without booties on his shoes? I get it. He's the president. But at some point, this has to stop, right? Like, I would love to see a company just fully insist it doesn't matter if it's the president. You're not coming in without a mask. Period. No exception. End of story. Don't try to bully us. Just either wear the mask or go somewhere else. But at the same time, I do get it because there's perceived prestige associated with a sitting president coming to tour your facility in rural Maine. People will let him do whatever he wants, which is the story of his life, and they did here. I mean, remember, grab him by the you-know-what. That's a story about Trump gets whatever he wants. Trump not wearing masks when he goes to places, even when the production floor is supposedly sterile. That's another example of Trump gets whatever he wants. That's the story of his life. And maybe someday a factory or some business or someone will say, it's not happening, my friend. It is not happening. We have a fantastic bonus show for you today. We are going to talk about how the average American views police after the last 10 days of protest. How has public opinion about police shifted in the last 10 days? Number two, South Korea and North Korea are no longer talking, and geopolitics experts are worried about what this might signal for the future. And lastly, Donald Trump is planning to reestablish those massive campaign rallies in the next 2 weeks, potentially making them super spreader events of coronavirus. We will talk about all of those stories and more on today's bonus show. Get instant access by becoming a member at joinpacman.com. And of course, remember, if you prefer to consume the show in long form audio format instead of clips on YouTube, if that's where you're watching right now, we have a free daily audio podcast, the free audio podcast. It is on iTunes. It's on Google Podcasts. It's on Spotify. It's on Pandora. It's on Stitcher, wherever.
So call to order at 6:02. The first thing we'll do is the clerk's report. We have approval of minutes for May 20th and May 26th, 2020, and the warrants of consent agenda warrants of May 4th, May 11th, May 18th, May 26th, and payrolls for May 8th and May 22nd, 2020. Oh, could I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Sean. Second.
Second, Emily.
Thank you, Emily. Moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda, the clerk's report, minutes of May 20th, May 26th, and 4 sets of warrants and 2 payrolls. All those in favor, please unmute and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the consent agenda is approved. We have recognition of visitors. We're going to hold the public comment and non-agenda items until the end. So I'm not sure, Lyle, do we have any visitors today that presenting or anything?
No, we will next week, but not
Yeah,
today.
next week we have the middle school leadership people coming?
Correct, yes.
Great, okay, good. So we're all set with that. We've had a number of communications this week. I think that most of them we're responding to individually. I'm not sure there's anything that we need to take up with the whole board. Just checking, Lyle, and any of those. I've been writing back and you've been writing back and or
yes.
forwarding them to Steve in some cases. So
yes,
I think we're all set for
yes.
communications. And just want to remind people, on the bottom of your screen, there's a little thing that says participants. And if you click on that, you get a column that opens up on the right. And down at the bottom, there's a little blue hand. So if you wish to speak, if you click on that, then I know you wish to speak. Right now, I can see myself, Lyle, Wendy, Sean, Ann Beekman's name, and Emily's picture. And the rest of the other 24 participants are not, I can't see you. So the only way I can recognize you is if you raise your blue hand. We will have a guest tonight. Emily Kornheiser is going to come in around 6:30 and tell us about, I believe there was action in the House today. I haven't checked to see, to approve the yield and set the tax rate. And this has been percolating for a long time. It really wasn't ever a question, but they finally have taken that action, which will enable us to put all the rumors about massive property tax increases to rest. Hopefully, well, actually, the rumors might persist, but we'll know at least that the legislature has acted. And she may have some other updates for us as well. And I've invited other legislators to come, and I heard from Molly Burke and Sarah Coffey that they would not be able to join us. I haven't heard from the representatives from the other towns, so people who from Dummerston and Putney who want to make sure that they're well represented, I encourage you to have your legislators join us. The only other bit of housekeeping stuff is, Thomas, I wanted to ask if you would record, when we do motions, if you would record them and then read them back to us. I sometimes forget to do that, and we forgot that last time. And actually, we and sort of had to change it on the fly based on minutes or notes because we didn't have a video of that meeting, which reminds me, I need to record this one. And so, Thomas, if you could do that, that would be really helpful.
Yeah. So just anytime we're going to do a meeting, I'll write it down. I'll write it down in the email that I send to Wendy. Perfect.
Yeah. And then, and before we vote, if I forget, Wendy and Thomas, would you remind me to read the motion back before we vote? Because we do tend to make them up by committee and then approve them without ever really finalizing the language. So,
okay. Wendy, that will be in the email with the attendees list. Okay.
Right. And for a while, I was trying to have all the motions written down before the meeting, but it doesn't always work that way. So, okay, so we're on to committee reports. Finance Committee, Sean, I don't know if you met, but you probably have some reports.
Yeah, the Finance Committee did not meet, but I did send a email around requesting that if anybody had any questions on the warrants of payroll, submit it to me and I would get it to to Frank. And so got a couple of questions. I had actually 4 that came through that I just submitted today. So it'll be nice to get back to a regular Finance Committee meetings.
Yeah.
It seems to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Personnel Committee meets Friday, so I'm assuming there's nothing today to report. Policy and Amendment Committee also, I know, hasn't met. We do have 2 policies that we need to work on. I think maybe wait till the summer and until the vote is over to get to that. Anne, is there anything? Do you have anything that is pressing or from the committee to report?
I do not, and I'm agreeing that I've been setting it back so we could get through what we're getting through now, and we're almost there.
Okay. Let's see. Emily, the Policy and Amendment Committee, we met again.
Yep, the PPC met last Wednesday, and mainly what we went over was we had kind of a packed agenda, so we didn't get through our whole agenda, but we did get to hear from Chris Sawyer and Steve Perrin about their report into equity and sports. And mainly what we're doing is the committee was tasked with reviewing the report and then coming with questions that we had sent in a little bit earlier and hearing about like the data or different points that we wanted to hear about. So we had time to go through all of our questions, but didn't have time as a committee to sit down and then, hash through things or think about recommendations or anything like that. So on our next agenda is to actually hash through that, and additionally to recircle back to the after school conversation and kind of any follow-ups or loose ends and some questions the community had just raised, raising them to the committee and figuring out what we're doing.
Thank you. Let's see. Thomas, the Climate Crisis Task Force, I believe you had a meeting, but it may have been between or before
It was before our last
Yes,
meeting. We
yeah.
should have our next one, not next week, the week after, in the middle of the month. And that'll be the same story for the Diversity Committee.
Great, okay. And the Communications Council, I think Jamie got a communication that came today. I think she got a communication out, and Barb as well, about the voting. It was sort of the first informational thing that we're putting out that was actually sent around by the West Brattleboro Association, and it was so thorough and so well done. I just sent it on to them to get that out. So the Communications Council is underway. Diversity and Equity, you mentioned Thomas. The SU board meets Friday. Carrie, any heads up or highlights you want to give us? What we can look forward to for the SU board on Friday?
I think it's going to be a quick one. I think we're just trying to focus on getting some little housekeeping stuff done. I think we will have to have a longer one because I think an outstanding item is that continuous improvement plan.
Mm-hmm.
So if people haven't had a chance to look at that, I would recommend you try to dig into it. But other than that, I think it's going to be a fast one.
Yeah, that's great. I'm glad you're following up on that because I have not looked at it since we had the improvement plans were presented. I haven't looked at them, so I'm glad we're going to follow up on that.
I'll send a tickler out to everybody on that.
Okay. The next thing is Leadership Council reports, and I see that Emily Kornheiser, the Brattleboro representative, is here. So before we go into the Leadership Council reports, I'd like to invite Emily to give us an update from the hijinks at the legislature.
Oh, it really feels like hijinks lately. Thanks for that intro and for the prompt moment. I'm sorry to interrupt the agenda here. Appreciate the time. So few things happened and a few more things are happening. Want to really appreciate the hard work to get the vote moving. And I'm sorry that we couldn't find a fix before that had to happen. Very hopeful. And I know that I've been talking a lot to Essex folks, I believe, Essex, South Burlington, about their vote going forward. And it seems like it's going really well. So the yield bill was passed out of the House today. and want folks to understand that that meant that we were very clear that we were not making up for the shortfall in the ed fund with property taxes, nor do we have an intention of cutting costs as a way of filling the hole in the ed fund. So continuing to be really clear that we're interested in investing in our schools and our education, and we're not interested in doing that right now through property taxes. And so the piece of the property taxes, and I'm not going to get into the formulas and Brattleboro's formulas because then we'll be here for the rest of our lives. But we have set the rates at what they were expected to be in February when budgets were estimated. And so really saying that, any growth, sort of natural growth from health insurance and et cetera year to year is very normal. And any challenges that we have with raising funds due to COVID should not be part of the yield bill. So that's something that definitely happened. Here are some things that are likely happening and in the mix that I wanted to give people an update on, knowing that everything can change and what happens in the House is not necessarily what happens in the Senate, and then who knows what happens when it gets to the governor, and my committee is just my committee, and everything might change next hour lately. But the Appropriations Committee is only setting up a first quarter budget, and that's happening in both of the House and the Senate because we don't have enough information about revenues in order to really figure out a whole year. And what that means, or really enough information about needs to do that either. And so what that means for just sort of the regular normal administration of state government and state government agencies is for the first quarter, they're getting their first quarter's budget. And the budget just looks like a quarter of that budget. And in some cases, with agencies that do a lot more of their work in the summer, they're not doing that 25%. They're say doing 40% or 50%, like the Agency of Natural Resources, for instance, that does a lot of things outside in the summer. There was originally a proposal to do that same thing with schools and the Ed Fund, and that the Ed Fund would just have sort of its first quarter dispersed, which everyone felt like everyone in my committee that it came to felt like it sent exactly the wrong message to our communities and to our schools about when you all really desperately need even the smallest grasp of stability that you can get. And so we've had some conversations with appropriations, and right now it looks like that first quarter budget being just a first quarter of funding is not going to be what happens with the Ed Fund. The Ed Fund will just have its full 100% disbursement the way it does normally. So that feels hopeful and exciting. As for ideas around the whole shortfall, I wish I could find a nicer word to talk about that, that we have in the Ed Fund still. There are various proposals on the table. We're in really close contact with the federal delegation around the CRF funds and how they can be used. And the guidance changes almost every day, and the guidance from the Treasury is different than the guidance from the delegation. And so there's a lot of back and forth. And so as we appropriate some of that funding for various very sort of likely and known streams that are approved, like healthcare, for instance, related to COVID, we are holding some of that CRF funding fenced off to in case guidance changes, and we can use that money to easily fill the shortfall in the Ed Fund. Does that make sense? I've been talking into boxes all day, so if you're following me, please nod. Thank you. Okay, appreciate it. And so we're just going to hold on to that. If it turns out that we're like 2 months down the line when we go, because we're operating now through the month of June, and then we're going to take July off, and then we're going to go back in August to fix the things that we don't know about the budget. And so in August, if it turns out from the guidance that that money can't be used for a revenue shortfall still, then we'll find a different way to deal with the shortfall, but we're going to sort of hold that money for that until then. If that doesn't work, we're looking at borrowing, we're looking at different sources of revenue, sort of everything's on the table in terms of how to raise those funds. I have not heard anything on the table about really cutting costs. from the legislature, that is. The last thing that I wanted to hit on is other money going to schools and communities related to children and families, and sort of how that works. We're having conversations as a county delegation about school food and the school food program and the summer school food program and how that all works and how to sustain the really incredible work that our district has done with busing meals to kids, and ways we can make sure that we're using the CRF funds to do that statewide for the summer, knowing that it'll be more expensive because we're going to have to add the busing funds, et cetera. And so advocating to use some of the CRF funds for that. And then there's a bunch of other places, you know, children's mental health, and I'm sure you all have a list of the human needs and the children and teachers' needs and the school needs related to that funds. That's all happening this week and next in the House, and then it will go over to the Senate. And basically, every committee is just fighting over their particular purview and pot of money. And so the issues that you'd be probably particularly concerned about are being fought over in the Education Committee at the end of this week and early next, and in the Human Services Committee. The food issue is mostly in Human Services, but is a little bit in the school, Ed Committee. And then it'll go over to the Senate to be fought about there. Things are moving really, really fast. And to be perfectly frank, the way information usually flows in the State House for us to understand and keep an eye on, say, like, you know, the advice of Hunger Free Vermont, which is who's advocating for, you know, school meals through the summer, and the advice of, you know, the Superintendent's Association and all of that. For legislators to track all of that, so much of that information flow is really dependent on how we operate within the physical building of the State House, and is really, really difficult now. So if you have a particular area that you feel like has just like disappeared off of the conversation that you're aware of, tell someone, please. It's like, there's too much going on and not enough information flowing right now as we're working virtually. So don't assume that myself or other legislators necessarily have our eye on every piece, especially if something's not in our own committee. It's really hard to know what's going on there. On that sour note, I will stop talking.
Actually, that's not sour at all. It's very, very helpful. One of the things that we have been talking about a lot is the broadband connectivity and the inequities around that. I'm assuming that's the Energy and Technology Committees?
That is one of the things that actually feels the most clear on its movement forward right now.
Oh, good.
So
I hadn't heard a thing.
It's very nice. So we're being very careful about how we're working on a bill right now about school construction, and we're being really, really careful that we make space in every piece of legislation that any connectivity piece can be folded into enabling legislation across a number of committees. And so the education committees are looking at that because that might be a really likely place to be justifying the use of CRF funds for connectivity would be through schools. Yeah. And so the education committee is looking at, but most of the work is being done in energy and technology. And I know Representative Sibilia is feeling incredibly hopeful about finally getting it done. And I've heard that from Senator Ballant as well.
Great. I see Frank and Tim have their hands up, and Ann's was up at one point. So Ann, if you wanted to speak, please put your hand up again. Frank?
Hi, Emily, thanks for the update. Quick question on there's two categories of CARES Act funding that we're aware of. One is the 1.25 billion that's coming to Vermont, and then there's the approximately 30 million specifically for public education. When you're referring to the hold and let's wait for further guidance, are you talking about both of those funds, or is it just one or the other?
So the smaller pot of money that's specifically for schools is much, much, much more flexible than the money that is the much larger pot of money, which has to be very, very, very narrowly tied to COVID issues. And so we are holding on to both of them for a short time to see how we can put them together into a puzzle piece. And I know that's difficult because you all need immediate relief to get some stuff done for planning for the fall. But for the things that you're doing for planning and immediate COVID relief would be better to come out of that larger pot of money than that smaller pot of money that is specifically designated for that issue, even though that actually doesn't make any sense when I say it like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I'm sure you're aware that, just in 2 weeks, June 22nd is when the summer food service program starts. So we need to start hiring people, today and getting them trained. Of course, we can't do that in the absence of the funding. So you can see that our decisions have to be either to shut down these programs within, a week, or move forward based on, the results of your committee's work. So I'm sure you've heard the urgency and the time sensitivity of this. That's just one example of many programs, that we need to either decide to move forward or not.
I am very aware of that. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Frank. Ann Beekman?
Just a quick question. Representative Kornheiser, the number that was on H 959 when I read it for the yield was 10,998. Is that correct, or do you not have that in your head? That's fine.
I'm sorry, I don't have that in my head right now. What I have in my head right now is Abenaki hunting and fishing rates numbers and how much that will cost the Department of Wildlife.
Let's put it this way. You didn't change it from the text that I read, did you?
I doubt it. When did you? We haven't changed it for about a week.
Okay.
So no.
Because the old yield was 10,883. So if this passes the Senate, it should result in at least some of our towns seeing less of a property increase than our budget proposed when we had it back in March.
Yes, some towns will see less of an increase than you saw in March, is my understanding. This is slightly, the one that we passed was the, and sorry, I joined Ways and Means late in the session, and so what happened between January and March is not as clear to me as it should be. But there was a proposal in January that I think most of you based your budgets on, and then there was a second one when budgets came in February that went down, and it's that later one that we based things on. I can pull up the numbers and follow up with you later if you want. Yeah, and please feel free to call me Emily.
Thank you. I think that the numbers I have are right. I just wanted to point out to the board that that would mean somewhere in the neighborhood of a 2-cent less increase than what we have posted on the internet right now as what we're proposing, if it passes the Senate as well.
And we can find out when the estimated date would be for when it might get out of the Senate, if that would be helpful for updating websites and such. I can find that out for you.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ann. Tim Maciel?
Hi, Emily.
Hi.
Frank asked my question about the CARES Act. I like what you said about the yield bill. My question is about process. I don't know how it works. Do you informally discuss legislation with the Senate, so there's a realistic possibility that the Senate and the House will agree? How does that work?
That's a fun question. So under normal circumstances, there are both formal and informal conversations. In this particular time, while working virtually and things are very much more complicated logistically all the time, there's a lot better and more formal coordination around really not picking up bills that wouldn't be able to get through both bodies because we have such limited resources to be working with. And then as a Windham County delegation, we meet either weekly or bi-weekly House members and senators, which is my understanding is actually fairly rare around the state that there's that level of coordination between the House and the Senate around issues that are of interest to the community. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. But are you optimistic about the Senate agreeing with your proposals for like 100% ed funding and all?
I am optimistic about those particular things because those go through Senate Finance. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Tim. Frank, I think you have your hand up again.
Yeah. I
Okay.
just wanted to follow up on Ann's point. It was, very, very good in that, if we were looking at our annual report, and we know we're going to refer a lot to that as we get into budget information hearings, Ann is making, a really good point that when we look at the tax impact associated with that yield number that Ann raised the question about, it would change our tax increase. Right now, it's estimated at 1.8% increase. And if the yield is what Ann mentioned, the 10,998, then our tax increase would be less than 1%. So just wanted to kind of reinforce the significance of that for the board, as we talk about budget impact on our June 30 vote.
Thanks, Frank. That's really excellent point. The nice thing about having that yield set is we now know what those numbers actually are. Thank you. Any other questions for Emily? I don't see any. Emily, thank you for demystifying things a little bit and explaining some of the processes and things that we wouldn't otherwise know about, like the difficulty of communicating with various information providers when you're not in the same building with them, and just the nature of the challenge. It seems great because everything's on TV and I can watch it all, but doing it, I think, is a lot harder. So,
and
thanks.
I actually have really been enjoying watching other committees on TV because I don't have a chance to do that normally because I would have to be in rooms at once.
Yeah.
And so, it's a pretty fun opportunity to get an eye on the process. And I'm very happy to be here and sorry to not be able to stay for the rest of the meeting.
Yeah, you're going to miss the leadership councils.
We do.
Great, thank you.
Bye.
Okay, so we'll move on to the Leadership Council reports. First thing, we have an appointment to the Putney Leadership Council. Ann, would you, or no, Liz, I guess, would be the person to do that. Would you nominate the new member for the Leadership Council, please, for Putney?
I don't know who it is.
Oh, then I guess it is Ann.
Sorry, no one's brought it to me either.
It's Marissa.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
nominate Marissa to be on the Putney Leadership Council.
Great, thank you. Right, she's the school counselor, right?
Right.
Yeah, and she's been on for a while, just not formally a member.
Right.
Yeah, great. So now we will formally appoint. And her last name?
Lazarus?
Yes, thank you. Marissa Lazarus. Okay.
Lazarus Minor.
Okay. I knew there was, yeah, thank you. So could I have a motion to nominate, to accept Marissa Lazarus Minor's appointment to the Putney Leadership Council, Putney Central Leadership Council?
So moved.
Thank you, Ann. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Liz. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please unmute and signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Marissa is appointed. Okay, anybody want to start the leadership councils that met in the past week?
Should I also, this is Emily, I think there's 2 people for the Academy School Leadership Council who haven't been nominated. Is now the time?
That would be great, yes.
Okay, we're unsure actually if we nominated them before, so but we will have a meeting tomorrow, so it's probably good to get them on. Mm-hmm. Their names are Mary Beth Porter, or I move that Mary Beth Porter and Rachel Glickman be nominated for the Academy School Leadership Council.
May I have a second, please?
Second.
Thanks, Michelle. So moved and seconded to nominations for the Academy Leadership Council. All those in favor, please unmute and signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Could I just get that name again for the minutes?
Yes.
Yep. Mary Beth Porter and Rachel Glickman. I can type them to you too if you need it.
That's okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Great.
I'm sorry. And what school was that? One more time.
Academy.
Academy. Thank you.
Okay. So I think, Sean, I know you folks met, so why don't we start with you instead of making people figure out who should go first. We'll put together an order for this at some point when we get a little bit more established. For now, you want to give us a report on we know you meet every week, so you're going to have lots to say, I'm sure. You'll have to unmute, Sean.
Sorry.
Okay, great. Oh, I think you muted again. Good, that's good. You got it.
Yeah. All right, sorry. The Guilford Leadership Council met on Friday, May 29th at 1 o'clock. And there were 12 individuals at the meeting. And there was a lot of discussion, some directed from John Gagnon and the administration about hiring positions and interview positions and some other positions within the school itself. And then there was quite a bit of discussion on the upcoming budget vote and the implications surrounding that. And Beth Bristol actually forwarded an email to me from the Leadership Council, which I then forwarded to David, so I assumed everybody has seen that, which sort of highlighted the Guilford Leadership Council concerns. And so I hope everybody got that and were able to look it over. So it was a really good meeting, and once again, we'll meet this Friday, June 5th at 1 o'clock. So thank you very much. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to entertain those.
Any questions for Sean? Did any other councils meet between our last meeting and this one? Yeah, Michelle?
Okay. Dummerston has met. They met last Thursday. They've been meeting every other Thursday. We had a chance to go over, sort of the meeting expectations and clarify minutes being posted for the public. So they should be on that from here on out. Nice group of people. The main conversation they're having is actually, I'm really impressed. They're talking about the outdoor education at Dummerston. And so I don't know if everyone's familiar with the school, but Dummerston's kind of lacking in the area of a playground and facilities for the kids. We saw at the last board meeting with the report from the Programmatic and Equity Committee that Dummerston has the lowest budget for extracurricular activities. They spend the least amount of money per student. It was like $45 per student or something. So anyway, this group has been brainstorming about how to bring resources to our kids, especially with social distancing in mind and things like that. And so the school has a lot of land around it. It's owned by the town, but the school is leasing it exclusively. And so they're in the process of plotting out bike trails that would run along the side of this land. And a lower trail would be handicap friendly, so it'd be something that would be available for the community. They've met with the Conservation Commission to make sure it's environmentally intact. They've met with the select board already to get the thumbs up from the town to be able to move forward. And somewhere between last week and now, they were meeting with a trailblazer, for lack of a better term. I don't know if that's what they're called. Somebody who has a lot of experience in making trails and has done a really good job at some places like behind the Y at Keene and stuff like that. And he was going to be plotting it out. And it's something that's really budget friendly. They think that they can get volunteers from the community to help with excavation and parent volunteers. The parents have been working hard to fundraise for a long time for the playground anyway. And it's potentially could be done for as little as $400 or $500 if we get enough sweat equity. So really impressed that they've just been working hard on this, and they're all really excited and ready to dive into making trails on the school's grounds. We talked about the budget a little bit too, talked about the vote. They understand, and the need to reach out to our families and be communicating how important it is that people show up to support our schools. We talked about, I'd reached out to our town clerk, and so we also just talked about recruiting younger poll workers that aren't in a high risk category to be able to assist in that, and something that maybe other leadership councils or we or as a board want to promote to get some new volunteers for the polls. But that's about it. That's about it.
That's quite a bit. Thank you. That's terrific. There were a number of weeks we didn't realize Dummerston had been functioning, obviously functioning at a pretty high level.
Yeah.
Thank you. Tim, I think you have a report for us.
Yes, we met last night. Oak Grove.
Great, thanks.
Leadership Council for Oak Grove had its first meeting. It was a very good meeting, led by Mary Kaufman. And at first we talked about procedural matters, since it was the very first meeting. And then we got into the budget and how to encourage people to vote, and some concerns that the public might have, such as would the budget benefit Brattleboro more than the other towns, that type of thing. There's some very good ideas about encouraging people to vote by putting up a Facebook page for the PTO, Oak Grove PTO, and the Oak Grove Facebook page itself. Going on the radio. Personally, I think that Mary would do a great job on WTSA, possibly. And, putting advertisements in Commons. I think we're going to get into this when we talk about the budget and the Communications Council.
Yes, we will.
But one question I have that I couldn't answer, when we talk about the budget, can we encourage people to vote for it, or do we have to limit it to just voting?
That's actually the first thing we'll take up when we get to talk about the vote. Yeah, there's really clear language in the statute, and it's actually fairly broad. So we'll talk about that explicitly.
Okay, but I'm very glad to be part of the Oak Grove Leadership Council. It was a good meeting.
Thank you, Tim. Any questions for Tim? Jackie?
It wasn't a question, it was just to comment about Green Street.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, they did meet, but I did not make the meeting, so I was going to ask Mark if he could report.
That would be great. Mark, can you give us a little update?
Sure. Yeah, it was a really good meeting. We talked a bit about how we've been working to maintain our school traditions while we're doing at-home learning. So, for example, we pulled off the Tulip Trot this year virtually. We're still going to do our school musical, our end of the year extravaganza, and then some details around 6th grade graduation. The parents really had a lot of questions about how staff was doing and how morale was. So it was a very emotional meeting, actually. A lot of appreciation poured on the staff from the parents, which was great. So they're going to be working on some way to formally acknowledge the work that teachers have done during at-home learning. So that was really nice to hear. And then, of course, the budget was a huge discussion. And the consensus is we need to pass this budget. Our kids need it more than ever. So they've asked me to record like a 30-second opinion piece on why it's important to share with the school community. They felt like that would be an important action step. So I'll do that. And then they're going to work on reach out with other families. So those were the takeaways.
Great. Great. Thank you. You're already ahead of us on the get out the vote efforts. Kelly.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask for Steve Perrin to speak about the Leadership Council meeting at the high school that was held last week, because I unfortunately was not able to attend. And I believe that he also had some people to be nominated to the Leadership Council for high school.
Thanks, Kelly. Steve, can you bring us up to speed?
Sure. So we met on May 27th, and we had a very robust group of parents and staff. And I guess I should start off with the nominations. I believe our slate of parents was previously approved, but would it be okay if we did it again just to make sure?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
good idea.
So parent participants, Rick Mills, Katie Everest, Kiera King, and Kelly as our liaison.
Kiera, K-Y-R.
K-I-E-R-A.
King?
Yep.
Great. So Rick Mills, Katie Everest, and Kira, 2 former school board members.
Yes.
I believe. Excellent. And Kira King are the BUHS parent nominees. I believe we did do some or all of them before, but we'll just double down on these nominees. So Kelly, would you nominate them since your mic is open? Or it was, sorry.
So I nominate the people that have been listed.
Right. Rick Mills, Katie Everest, and Kira King. And could I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you, Jackie. So we have Rick Mills, Katie Everest, and Kira King nominated to as parent representatives, community representatives on the BUHS Leadership Council. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, they are formally included.
Great. So moving on to staff, I believe we had already nominated 1 staff member, but let's go through the whole slate again as we did for parents. The staff members of the Leadership Council, Dan Braden, Ricky Davidson, Jenny McKay, and Tyler Boone.
I don't think we have to approve them.
Okay, great. And then students, I don't think you have to approve these either, but I want to give you their names.
Yeah, great.
Megan Clark, Hannah Lane, Bridget Schneider, Elias Gradinger, and Sarah Butterfield.
Could you do those again slowly for Wendy and Megan Clark?
Megan Clark, and that's M-E-G-H-A-N.
Thank you.
Megan Clark, Hannah with an H on both ends, Lane, L-A-N-E. Bridget Schneider, S-C-H-N-I-E-D-E-R.
Okay.
Elias Gradinger, G-R-A-D-I-N-G-E-R. And last, Sarah with an H on the end, Butterfield.
Great, thank you.
So much of our meeting was procedural. They elected Ricky Davidson as the Leadership Council Chair, Katie Everest as the Leadership Council Clerk. They agreed that they would use Robert's Rules of Orders as needed for formal meetings. There was an emphasis on having respectful dialogue and appropriate airtime as modeled by existing leadership councils. Each council member introduced themselves and their role. And for new business, we spent a lot of time talking about reopening school next year. We spent a lot of time reviewing the needs of the school, both budgetary and curricular and social and emotional. We have begun the process of creating 3 surveys, 1 for teachers, 1 for students, 1 for parents. Chairperson Davidson has created a Google Doc, and people are posting potential questions to that. They're going to review those questions, and then we're going to work on creating the survey. At that meeting, we did not have student representation, so they asked me to redouble my efforts in that regard, and so I met with student council, and we actually were able to get a robust student participation. Our next meeting is Wednesday the 10th at 3:30. And then we're meeting again on the 23rd at 8:30 a.m. Both of those meetings will be via Zoom. And I gotta be honest, it was great. A good group of people, really excited about making sure that we reopen well next year and that we do it with kids at the center of our work.
Great, thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
Any questions? Are there any other councils that met in the last 2 weeks? Seeing none. Well, terrific. This is a nice, robust report. Well, this is going to be a bigger and bigger part of our work, I can see. And it's nice to hear the reports reflect the perspective that Sean has shared a bunch of times about how meaningful and rewarding the conversations are and how valuable they are. So this is terrific to hear. So anything else on leadership councils? Any comments or thoughts or questions? Wendy, need some information?
No, I wanted to mention, and I hope this is the appropriate time because you were talking about getting the word out about the upcoming vote. So I am on the volunteer staff for Brattleboro Community Radio, WVEW, and I record a lot of public service announcements from my home. So if you have some language, if you have a public service announcement you want us to put on the air, I'm willing to either take your script or work with you on one, and I'll record it and we'll get it on the air.
Great. I will send that information to Jamie, who's head of the Communications Council, and we'll get you on their list of contacts and take advantage of all your offers. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah.
I have administrative reports and financial stability. Well, we do have, I think, a brief administrative report or two. I haven't talked to Frank, so I don't know if there's anything more than what we talked about with Emily in terms of financial stability, but I guess we'll find out. So Lyle, anything unusual or extra specific to report?
No, it was actually a pretty short report that I sent to you.
Yes.
You know, still making sure that people know that we are looking at end of year celebrations and graduations, and obviously we're following what the Department of Health and the governors has set for guidelines, which unfortunately means no person-to-person ceremonies. So I know there are a lot of very disappointed parents, and if it could be different, it would be different. But at this point, that's where we are. Nurses and principals, many principals have been sitting in on statewide meetings with health professionals. And this past week, it was really a very interesting speaker from Switzerland talking about how they had reopened their schools. And I don't know if those are recorded or not, but that was something that if you're interested.
The slideshow is available and you can read through. It's amazing because their calendar is almost exactly the same as ours in terms of when they decided to close and get out of the way. That was really interesting.
Yes,
they're meeting again tomorrow, I think, with some of the lobbyists to try and get an update.
Yeah, I think it's usually a 9:30 Thursday is their regular time. So. And just so you know, all the voting information, how to request an absentee ballot, numbers of town clerks that information is going home in the lunch bags tomorrow. And then the postcards that will be sent out with the same information are at the printers, and the printer actually is the person that mails them. So they will be going out next week. And we have one new hire, BAM's English teacher, Nicholas Yelades. Keith, I hope I'm saying that right. Nicholas has been with us for over a year and a half as a long-term sub, and now he'll be a permanent teacher, and we're looking forward to welcoming Nicholas. So I would ask that you approve Nicholas.
Do we have a motion to approve the Nicholas Liades, is it?
It's Eulides. I think it's pronounced Eulides.
Eulides, thank you, Keith.
So moved.
Nicholas, thank you, Liz. Second, please.
Second.
Jackie, thank you very much. Moved and seconded to approve Nick Eulides for position at the middle school. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion is passed.
Does anybody need help spelling his name?
I bet you Wendy does. Wendy can certainly do it.
It's Y-I-A L-I-A-D-E-S. I had to think about it. Yaya Laya.
Yeah, Elias. Well, we're going to
Sorry,
have to
just one
invite
more
him
time. I thought I
into,
was typing, but I wasn't. YIA.
Liades.
having lived all these years with a name that's isn't pronounced the way it's spelled, well, at least not clearly. We're going to make sure we invite Nicholas in to talk about his name and share some funny
Heritage,
stories.
right. And I think that's it for admin report for
Great,
this week.
thank you.
Mhm.
Frank, you have some information for us?
Just a quick updates we've already spoken about in previous meetings. Just a reminder, I am working on the audit RFP for the fiscal year end, so you'll see results of that when we get responses. The borrowing resolution, just a reminder that should be on next meeting's agenda, and that's just the standard borrowing in anticipation of taxes. Given that we have spending in July and August, but tax receipts don't usually come in until September and so on. And then I also mentioned typically this time of year we have the board approve the food service contract renewal. And as you heard the topic earlier, a lot of assumptions there that are not clear. So the state has given us more time to try to understand, what revenue looks like. So that will be coming, but we need more clarity from the legislature before we can bring that to the board.
Thank you. Great, thank you. Okay, any questions? Yes, Jackie.
Frank, just wondering if Cafe Services does a presentation about that, or if they're able to during this time.
They certainly do make a analysis of the current year. They take the feedback from the wellness committee and the administrators, regarding the quality of the program and so on. And then they provide a update to the per meal and per breakfast, proposal for cost. It's not a full bid process that occurs every 5 years, and that we are in the second year now. This will be the second year of a 5-year full bid analysis. So they typically wouldn't make a presentation to the board, but we certainly can provide an overview of the assumptions and answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anything else? Any other questions or administrative information? Okay, we will move on to unfinished business, which is really our primary business tonight, which is to talk about next steps in the budget vote process. And I had a couple of things I wanted to do. One is to just kind of brainstorm the range of things that we could be doing. We've already heard some ideas from the leadership councils and from Wendy. And but before that, Lyle and Andy have been talking and sort of sharing some thoughts. And I wanted to ask them to kind of lay out a little bit of the conversation they've been having. Andy has, in all of his communications with us, he's talked about the importance of having a really clear and consistent message. And I think that's exactly what we want to try and do here. So I think our goal is to get as many different ideas on the table as possible and then figure out how to get them done. But I think primarily to sort of focus in on a message that we're really is going to be the thing that we try to put across. But just before we do that, I just want to put the language up from the statute on the powers of school board, and this just takes a second, about communications. And this is, I think you should be able to see this. It's from 16 VSA 563. We looked at this whole thing a few weeks ago when we went over all of the powers of the school board. And this is section 23. And it talks about the district, at the expense of the district, we can prevent information materials to the electorate on any matter to be voted. So it is appropriate to present information on the budget vote. Such materials shall be limited to those that are reasonably designed to inform, educate, and explain to the electorate the board's position on the matter. And I think I read that as pretty broad. I mean, obviously we can't tell people you have to vote for this, or you're bad if you don't vote for this, or it's gonna, terrible things are gonna happen if you don't. But we certainly can talk about why we think it's important, what values we're promoting, why this budget, why this amount, why these particular items. These are all things that have already happened in this process. And this board this budget was developed in public. It was approved by the board. It's been fully vetted. The Brattleboro Town Meeting, Representative Town Meeting Finance Committee generously reviewed it and endorsed it in a report. And it's actually been in front of the public twice for public meetings in March. The last one was 2 days before we closed the schools. So the information is there. We know this. We know what's in this budget, and I think the important thing now is how do we get that out to the public. So I'm going to ask Andy and Lyle to sort of get us started here and tell us some of the things that are already in the works, and then we'll hear from the board and the interested public and the administrators as well in terms of ideas for going forward.
Great, thank you, David. I can start us off, Andy, and then how about if you jump in, and feel free anytime.
Yep.
So we've been meeting, Andy and I have been meeting. We've been meeting with Frank, the administrators, and I think it's important to know that we support the original budget. That's the budget that's going to the voters. As David just pointed out, it's been thoroughly vetted. We'd had multiple informational meetings, and thinking about the fact that our students will be, we hope, coming back to schools after having been out of school for such a long period of time, we need more than ever to have people understand that this is a budget that we support, and we're really, really hoping that we can get people to come out and vote, knowing that this is a budget that we support and feel like we need. We've talked about different ways to make sure that we're getting the message out. For instance, putting a specific tab on the homepage of the WSCSU website, and people can go there, and all the past times that we have presented the budget, the informational meetings, the BCTV video of the informational meeting. Christina Naylor did an amazingly great PowerPoint and presented that at one meeting, putting that on there. And then, of course, all the budget materials that Frank always prepares. So having a sort of a one-stop shopping place for people to go and get the information that they need. Andy, what else have we talked about?
We talked a little bit about having some level of a mechanism to notify parents that there is a vote coming up around the school budget, and having a level of awareness around the dates of the budget, how people are able to vote, that safety is still a priority, and so that absentee ballots are available, and that information is contained within those posts. When we talk about our messaging with the budget, we're incredibly fortunate to be within a community that's always supported the school budgets, that really reflects the understanding of the needs of our students going forward, that understand the advocacy that's necessary, that's demonstrated through a budget, and the support necessary for our students. We know that our leadership councils have heard from our school administrators and the distinct needs that they all understand that they're facing as the school year comes forward. And we really believe this is a well-vetted budget, and that's something that we want to make sure that information is being shared within our community. And as I said before, we're incredibly fortunate that the community has always supported the budgets, and that it's a community that can take pride in the fact that it digs deep for its students and its most fragile members of our community.
I see Sean and Jackie have their hands up. Sean, go ahead, please. I'm going to try to unmute you, Sean. Let's see if I can unmute you.
Okay, there we go.
Good, thank you.
Sorry about that. Now it says mute. That's why I'm confused.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, I think that I heard somewhere that the ballots have to be available 15 days prior to the day of the voting, which would be June 16th. So I was just wondering, is that true? And is that on track with will the absentee ballots be available on the 16th? That was one thing. And the other thing is I did the deconstructing whiteness with Michaela today, and there were quite a number of people there. And so I made sure to mention at the end of the meeting that the importance of the vote on the 30th. So the Leadership Council in Guilford and the Deconstructing Whiteness group is well aware of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I can just respond to Sean's question. Yes, we are aware of the dates that the ballots need to be ready for absentee ballot. They've all been sent out to print and they've been duly warned, so they will be ready to go on the date that they need to be ready to go.
And I saw a sample ballot. Actually, I'm gonna
yes.
One more thing. I've got I went to the district website today, and if I can find it, there's here it is. This is already there. The warning articles, the sample ballot, which actually is a sample ballot. It's already published. The minutes from the vote. Well, you can see all of these things are here. The BCTV video of the public meeting isn't here, and Christina's PowerPoint isn't here. But basically, all the things we talked about are already here. So we're off to a good start there. Jackie, and then Liz.
I wanted to ask if there is a need for volunteers to do any sort of outreach as far as getting people to mail in their ballots. And I don't really know if that's a thing that is possible, but I do know that we have a lot of shareholders at the co-op who are not getting their discounts because they can't volunteer in the store. So they call me all the time and ask for volunteer opportunities that we might credit them their hours. So if there was an opportunity for that, I would be happy to know, because I could direct plenty of people your way. And then I also wanted to say, and I know Mark already mentioned, I'm sure that he's going to get the message out as far as the ballots and education about that. But just as a Green Street parent, we really rely on the weekly update that we get from Mark. And I don't know if the other schools are doing that. Maybe they are. But I just wanted to mention it. It goes pretty far in the Green Street community as far as information that we need to know, and it's very pertinent to us. So that is probably something that would translate well into every school as far as putting it into a weekly update, the importance of this and the dates and things of that nature. So thanks.
Yes. Yep. And actually, Mark volunteered to do some messaging for all the principals. He's got a really great way of words. So we've been using Mark as our sort of writer to get some things together for us all.
Great. Liz?
So we're not going to do anything like a live session, like Facebook Live, where people can ask questions. We're going to rely on everything from before.
No, we have to have another meeting. It has to be, I think, no more than 10 and no few. Lyle, you know the numbers.
Yes, yeah, it has to be within 10 days. So we have to do it sometime after June 20th. And I think probably, David, that's one of the things you were going to do this evening was set that informational meeting. Yeah. So likely it'll be sometime during the week of June 22nd, and it does have live. It'll have to be a Zoom meeting, but a chance for people in the community to ask questions about the budget for sure.
Right. I also, we had talked a little bit about having some facts on the frequently asked questions on the website, but also if you have if the answers aren't there, if you have another question, they could email it to me. I volunteer to do that. And then I can, if I know the answer, I can respond. And if not, I can forward it to the person that is most likely to be able to respond to it, so that we can be responding sort of in an ongoing way as well. And we'd also talked about the leadership, and some of the leadership councils have already started doing this, but specifically getting together and calling parents and reminding them, actually making 2 calls, one soon, just with the dates and the fact that they can get a mail-in ballot and just be done with it. And then a week or so before, calling people back and making sure that they voted or that they're going to vote.
David,
go ahead, Liz.
Can you simultaneously do a Zoom and a Facebook Live? Because a lot of people won't come to a Zoom, but would go to a Facebook Live.
It's doable. I don't know about Facebook Live. YouTube, all the legislative Zoom meetings are on YouTube. We don't participate as a Zoom member. You log into the meeting and it's being broadcast on YouTube. We're going to look into that. It's on a list someplace. The other thing is a webinar format was recommended as probably a better way to do that, where we're giving information out and there's a chat on the side that people can send questions to. So we're just still exploring that. We haven't had to do this before, as you know.
Thank you.
Right. Tim?
Tim, you need to unmute.
Tim, I'm going to try to unmute you, but I never seem to be able to do it.
Oh,
I
there.
did it. I did it.
Okay.
Great. Or
I
else
thought
you
I did it. Okay.
Good.
So several people have asked me what the status of the turf issue is and how that's going to affect the budget. How do you respond to that?
We're still waiting for a report. I think that came up. I'm not sure in what context, but Steve addressed that a while ago. I think there's one more meeting. Actually, Steve, if you want, you can update us. There's one more meeting, and then the committee has to meet and choose from their recommendations which one they want to recommend to the board.
But yeah, specifically, it's like if I vote for this budget, what's going into the turf? How much am I spending for the turf?
Well, nothing's been approved.
Yeah.
There is money in the budget as part of the capital planning for upgrading the fields, but nothing's been approved. Nothing's been spent.
Yeah.
Steve, do you want to address that?
Yes, we've met twice with Gale Associates, the committee. We have one more meeting planned. At that meeting, they're gonna, they're working off of, I think 4 or 5 different design plans right now, and they'll hone that down to one that they'll then present to the board. We were supposed to meet with them at the end of May, and they couldn't make it, so we have to reschedule that meeting. They were hoping that happens before the end of this month.
Yeah. I don't want to get too far off track, but we're going to have to look back on those minutes, because I believe that there were supposed to be three proposals, and then the committee was going to choose one to bring to the board. So, but we'll leave that for now. I don't want to get distracted on that. Thank you, Steve. Frank.
Yeah, just a quick response to Tim's question. There's 2 types of budgets, right? There's the operating budget, which is the one that's warned to be voted on June 30. That budget has no funding for a turf improvement, okay? And then there's the capital plan, and that's funded over a long-term period with reserves. And that, as David just said, that is the plan, the capital plan. It's published on, it's in the annual report. For folks that are interested in that discussion, I'm going to flip to page 23 in the annual report if you're looking at it. That's the one that has a reserve for some kind of an improvement that we've been talking about. But it's just really important to recognize the operating plan is what is warned and is subject to a vote, and that's what affects the school tax rate and so on. That does not have any funding for the turf project.
That helps a lot. Thank you, Frank.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks, Frank. I thought that there was, money in there for that and for the academy project. Good, that's good to know.
Well, David, you're correct, David, in that the capital plan has line items for those projects, but you're correct there. But that funding is already in place. There is no new appropriation for the turf improvement. The academy project is similar in that there's a funding mechanism in there to get us, started, as we've discussed, with engineering and so on. But there is no bond vote passed or any full project funding. It's just the capital fund has, over $1 million in it, and it's ready to begin those projects once they're defined. But as you've said, David, they're not defined yet. So the money has already been raised in terms of the initial scope of the project. But once the project is approved by the board, then we'll decide, do we need, more funding or whatever. But the operating budget that funds, salaries and benefits for teachers to run programs, that's what we're voting on June 30th. And there is no funding for the turf field in the operating budget.
Great. Thank you. Other thoughts on the getting the vote out and steps that we can take to inform people and make sure that our supporters get to the polls? Andy, did you?
No other. I think we've covered most of it. I think we would just encourage volunteers to, as has been suggested by Jackie, if there are volunteers and phone calls, just to make people aware of the vote, and just remind them, what the date of the vote is and the different options they have at their disposal to vote on the budget.
Mark had mentioned recording a statement, and I had been thinking about maybe for a group of principals to record a Zoom session where they talk about what they're doing in the schools, how the differences among the schools, why it's important for the community, just whatever things they would want to say to help inform the public, and also for staff members and maybe even a group of students to do that. And we could post those Zooms on the website, but also get them out to the school Facebook pages, and there's a Brattleboro parents page, there's a Brattleboro town page where they post those things. There are lots of opportunities if we wanted to generate some of those sort of those audio video programs.
I think that's a great idea, David. I can pursue that with the principals.
Great.
They all have really very specific reasons why we need to pass this budget.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Great. Tim?
Is the communications committee going to draft articles for the Commons and the Reformer?
I don't, at this point, I don't believe so. We haven't really talked about those. I think probably, again, we haven't talked about the media. They've received, I think they received whatever was on the postcard, and there was a page that I mentioned earlier that came from the West Brattleboro Association that had all the dates and explanation of what was going on and all the phone numbers for the town clerks and things like that, that went out to all of the media and all of things like the Front Page Forum and just a whole range of contacts that we have on the Communications Council has in a spreadsheet. As far as drafting articles and things, I think we're going to have to contact the Commons and the radio stations and the Reformer and have them come talk to us, and get the information out that way. But we haven't really talked about that. The Communications Committee is somewhat understaffed, and it's a slower process for drafting things. So as things come along, we'll try and figure out how to do that. But I think that most of this is probably going to come through the through central office, through the administration. except for the phone calls from the communications or the leadership councils. Yep. Any other comments or questions? I'm just looking over updates. I think the only other thing I think is to get, again, just sort of reiterate, if I can find it here, the sort of central message that that we want to get out, which is that we really don't know what's coming. There are a lot of unknown challenges coming, and we really need flexibility and we need support. And these communities have been supportive for all these years, and we're hoping that they will be again as we face the new challenges for educating kids and keeping them safe. So if we sort of keep on that theme of being appreciative of the community's support, and that things are changing and we really need flexibility, and we need their support, especially at this time. So I think the only other thing is to set a date for the information meeting. And 10 days is the 30th is a Tuesday. So the 23rd would be a Tuesday as well. So do we want to do it? We have, I think, typically done them on Tuesdays. Do we want to do that again?
It certainly falls in the correct range, so.
Well, do we need a motion to schedule that?
What time are you thinking, David?
Probably 6 o'clock. That's typically when we've done them in the past. Regular meeting time. The other, if we record it, if it's a Zoom session and we record it, then we can rebroadcast, or BCTV can record it, and we can share it over and over again once we do it. But that would be an opportunity for people to be able to question directly. And again, we haven't really figured out, we talked, I think, about, as I said before, about a webinar format where people can write in the questions, but we may have to be available for people to ask their questions in person. So we have to sort that out. Any other thoughts or questions? Well, could I have a motion then to warn a public information meeting on the FY21 WSESD budget for 6 p.m. on June 23rd, and the meeting will be held electronically.
So moved.
Thank you, Sean, or Thomas. Second?
Second.
I didn't, who was it?
It was me, Ann.
Oh, thank you, Ann. And I think I saw Sean had a question. Is it to the motion, Sean, or something separate?
I was going to make the motion. It's fine.
Oh, you put your hand up. Way to go. Thanks. So it's moved and seconded to warn a meeting, public information meeting for the FY21 budget for 6 p.m. June 23rd, meeting to be held electronically, remotely. All those in favor of motions, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes, and we've formally scheduled that meeting, and I'm sure Barb will get the warning out pretty quickly. We have one new business, and that's the board recorder contract. Lyle, do you have information about that for us?
I don't, but I think it would be easy as making the motion to re-up Wendy's contract for the following school year. Seems
Wendy,
like
would you like us to go in executive session so you can negotiate?
This caught me a little by surprise, even though Barb and I did briefly email about it. I honestly don't know. I've never been the subject of an executive session before. I would respectfully ask the board for guidance on this issue.
I only if you want us to change the amount you're currently being paid per meeting. And then we would go in to discuss your salary. If you're happy with what we're paying you now, then we can, we wouldn't need to do that. It's up to you.
I think I would like a brief discussion on it. Thank you, Lyle.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Great, then we will schedule that. Thank you. Okay, so any other, oh, Sean?
I was going to make the motion, but so I'll take my hand down.
Well, if, let's see. Is there any public comment? Oh, Frank, you also have something?
Yeah, I actually had a comment for Sean, but it wasn't specific to this. So should I not?
Oh, go ahead.
That?
Go ahead, because we're kind of done.
Okay, and maybe it's of interest to others. Sean, you had emailed me earlier on warrant questions, and I didn't know if you realized that if you click on the chat, I've sent you the answers to your warrant questions, and if I don't know if that was relevant to anybody else about using the system, but just that's all I wanted to say. The little Zoom toolbox chat right there. So that's all. Thanks.
Great, thank you. And Emily?
So I had a question regarding communications. So if the whole board receives a communication, I would think we were going to talk about it, because I didn't see any responses going back and forth, and I understand that we already did communications at the beginning, but how does that work?
Well, typically, typically in the past, the communications generally are supposed to go through the chair, and the chair responds to the person. If members want to respond, you are certainly welcome to do that individually as well. But the formal process has generally been to have the chair be the spokesperson, but I'm happy to share that. Things that come directly to the superintendent generally are shared with us as well, and the superintendent generally responds. I think I honestly don't know what the answer is, because a couple of the things that came up we should talk about them, and they probably should go on the agenda, because we have, one of them was about meeting in public again, because we can have members of meetings of 25 now. And I haven't had time to look to re-examine the health directives, but I recall that 25 is permissible but not advisable, and that if you don't have to meet in person, they still recommend that we not. And since we have a number of members and a number of public and a number of staff people who have would be wise not to come to a meeting of 25 people. So, but we should take that up. We should really address that together. I haven't had the experience, and it's not something that's come up many times. So I think we're just gonna have to put it on the next agenda, and I'll have to check the statute and try to figure out and talk to former chairs and see how we're supposed to handle that. But Lyle, any insights?
I think we really need to follow, of course, guidelines. And while we may be allowed for 25, I think you've really stated it well, David, that it may not be safe for that. I don't know about a room in WSCSU that's going to be big enough so that we can we could have 25 people and all be socially distanced. Anything that we've been doing with any of sort of gatherings, and I use that term loosely, we've had to ensure that everyone's temperature is taken, everybody is wearing masks, that we're socially distanced. There are some very specific guidelines that we would have to follow, and I think we really need to check in. We've been having our nursing department check in with the Department of Health before we've had, for instance, any drive up, like Steve, I think, reported last time that they had a session where they handed out caps and gowns and things like yearbooks, but they had to go to no, they didn't have to, but smartly, they went to the Vermont Department of Health to really make sure that anything we were doing was safe. So I would say yes, we maybe are allowed 25, but I'm not certain that it's what we want to do yet. And maybe David, you and I should check in with the Department of Health and and see what they're saying.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And Emily, thanks for mentioning that, because I was kind of stumbling around that because I really didn't. We'd had 4 or 5 on different topics, and the board hadn't had a chance to talk about them. And I knew that we could bring them up under things that aren't on the agenda, but then we can't talk about them. So, or we don't talk about them. So that really didn't make much sense, and I haven't had to try and figure that out yet. So I will.
So some of the other ones will be on the next agenda too then.
Yeah, I just wrote it down to make sure it is.
Perfect.
Thank you. And Tim, you had a question or a comment?
I just have a comment. Our schools and teachers encourage students to engage in civic, we encourage civic engagement and active participation in the democratic process. And with the latest crisis, the racial issues in this country, I think I'd like to go on the record to congratulate the over 200 students who exercised their right to assemble in a peaceful, mature, and orderly fashion in Brattleboro. I thought that demonstrated all the right values that we embrace.
Thank you.
I agree, Tim, but I want to make sure you know that it was not a school-sponsored event. And if anybody ends up getting sick and they trace it back to that, we are really happy to see our students do that, but we did not tell students they should or needed to be there.
No, of course.
That was self-choice on all those parts.
Yeah, of course, that was a concern too, that they do it in a safe, responsible, socially distanced way.
Great. Thank you, Tim. I have to comment on the improved quality of your connection this time. We can actually see you and hear you without pauses. That's kind of nice.
I've gone to my iPad.
Well, it's a good choice. So we didn't do the new business, and the last item is public comment on non-agenda items. We have 23, well, not county administrators, a dozen or more public parents and teachers and others here. Any comments or questions for the board, or any non-agenda items that people would like to address? We obviously can't make decisions or talk about them very extensively, but if people have things that information like come before us, now would be the time to raise your hand. And if you can't figure that out, then unmute yourself and say your name, please. Well, Anne, I wonder, since Sean has been trying to make a motion for the last little bit, I wonder if you would step aside and let Sean move to adjourn our meeting.
I defer to my esteemed colleague.
Great.
Before you adjourn, before you do,
yes.
I thought we were going to go into an executive session to discuss a contract.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. The one, Wendy's, you mean?
Yeah. Do you want to do that tonight, or do you want to do that next meeting? It's up to you.
Well,
I'd like to get it started this week if we can.
Okay, then it's not going to be any secret what the contract is about.
Fine.
And I don't know if there's going to be a lot of premature public awareness, but I'm going to read it anyway. So I move that we.
David?
Yes.
I think Ruby McAdoo had something she wanted to say.
Ruby, are you there? I saw you come into the meeting.
Yeah, sure. I'm here, and I don't know if you can hear me. I was having some technical difficulties and couldn't raise my hand. Sorry. I came in late, unfortunately. I'm sorry about that. And so I missed whatever reports were from the Leadership Council, and I'm sure that someone spoke on Putney. But I wanted to just chime in and make sure that the board was aware that we're meeting tomorrow, and we do plan on putting out a survey in some capacity, and are willing to kind of hear what the board wants, is thinking about how to involve the Leadership Council, and and Jamie couldn't be here, so she asked me to come. So sorry I was late.
Oh, and it was really good too. So I encourage you, as soon as it goes up on BCTV, they start around a half hour in, and I would, highlight of the meeting for sure.
Cool. Thank you. That's all.
Great, thank you. I move that we enter executive session under 1 VSA 313 to discuss contracts where the board has determined that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the school board or people involved at substantial disadvantage. Invited into the executive session are the superintendent and Wendy Levy. And do we need anyone else, Lyle? Do we need Frank?
Frank maybe would be good to have
and
him in
Frank
there.
Rucker as well, please.
Sorry, Frank. I know you want to go home.
Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you, Liz. Moved and seconded, we enter executive session at 7:34. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, I will pause the recording and ask people to please, non-board members, to please leave at this time. And we'll wait a minute or so and then jump in.
David, did you make the motion to enter executive?
I did.
Okay.
Yes, I pretty much always do.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Yep.
Obviously, I won't be writing this down, even though I'm in executive session.
Let's see, I got to put Rich in the waiting room. So we are back from executive session. The recording is started again. We're back from executive session at 8:05, having taken no action. Sean, would you like to see if you can make as good a motion as Ann does to take us home?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I would like to make a motion that we adjourn this meeting. Thank you very much.
May I have a second?
Second.
Well, I saw Thomas's hand go up, but I heard two voices, so we'll go with Thomas for the second. Moved and seconded that we adjourn. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. This is, we're right at 2 hours, which is sort of amazing. That's a new short one, new record for us. So see if we can stay in the habit. Great, thank you. Good work tonight. Take care.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
All right, it is 6:30. We are waiting for Mr. Dunkley and I believe Mark Snow, but we do have David here. So I am going to call our June 2nd meeting to order. Additions to the agenda this evening, we are joined by Sheriff Mark Anderson. We are a little bit behind as far as contract discussion. Usually that happens, I believe, in May, but obviously COVID has messed up a lot of things. So we will get to that tonight. The board was sent around the revised contract that Mark sent the other day. And we are also going to add no passing zone on Pond Road for discussion. We received a email from a resident about that. So does anybody else have additions to the agenda?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I think we should acknowledge that Phil Nelson, who worked for the town for a long time, passed away this weekend.
Oh.
Thank you, Sandy. Can I get a motion for the additions to the agenda, please?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Carr. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. I'm not sure who just came in on the 6842 number.
That would be Mark Snow.
Mark Snow. Okay, thank you. All right.
You're welcome.
Chair's remarks. I actually wrote something down, so bear with me. I'm deeply saddened, hurt, discouraged, and frustrated with the state of our great country. The events that have unfolded over the last week are heartbreaking. In no way do I condone the looting or the rioting. However, their expression of pain is real. We all too often get comfortable in our little town, and I am truly grateful that we are able to have this community to feel comfortable in. The other night I was talking to my two boys as I try not to hide the harsh realities of our world from them. I feel if we do not pay attention and openly communicate with our children, we will never break the patterns of history. During that conversation, I was challenged to answer the hardest question of my parental career. My oldest son, who turns 14 on Thursday, is a young Black man. He asked me, "Dad, why do they hate us?" That is a question that I will never find the words to answer for my son. Instead, I was forced to accept the fact that my own child will forever be treated differently than me based on nothing more than the color of his skin. We are not free from this hate in our safe community. During this time, it is important that we listen, we watch, and we actually hear so that we can make changes. Hate has no place in this community. Please be kind to each other, and that's all that I have for that. With that, we will accept an update from Mr. Emery and Mr. Snow on the COVID-19, please.
Good evening, everyone. Once again, we are not out of the woods yet. However, things are a little bit better in each day and each week. We seem to be progressing. In the state of Vermont right now, there's been 35, as of today, 35,326 tests, 983 positive. And the good news is right now there's 0 hospitalized with COVID. However, there's 23 being watched. The sad news is we've lost 25 souls to the COVID. So with that, I would just say that, you know, the stress in all our lives continues. The virus continues to cause the stress. And as you just mentioned, Mr. Chairman, the world has other issues now to overcome. The things continue to relax and open up. Larger groups, 25 is the magic number now. However, the 25 means that you still have to practice the 6 foot en masse. Restaurants are opening up on the seating on the outside. And I'm sure that we'll hear from Seth shortly about the complications of the recreation areas. Campgrounds are now opening up. However, with that, I can tell you that I've seen a larger amount of out-of-state people that are moving into campgrounds. And if I was going to take a bet, I'm betting that they aren't in there for the 14 days that they should be. However, so with that, it's probably safe to say that Vermont will see a pretty good influx of out-of-state people coming in. There's still the controversy part of whether you should or shouldn't wear the mask. And I'm just going to reiterate again that the mask protects both of you. It protects me from you coughing on me. It does that. So I know that I still wear one, and it's kind of strange when you try to talk through them, but I think we'll get used to it. There is still not a vaccine. However, there's progress on this vaccine. Vermont continues to be one of the 3 lowest states that has suffering the infection. But we need to follow the guidelines of the governor and the CDC. Don't let your guard down. So with that, this week's reports from some of the groups, Reverend Burks on the food says that everything's status quo and nothing's jumped out that's been a problem. Mary Ross at the school indicates pretty much the same thing. Everything's going well. You do know that they had a food distribution at Brattleboro where Vernon residents or anybody in Windham County was eligible. However, I also understand there was out-of-staters participating in that. And they had, I'm going to just recall, over 900 vehicles. So they passed out a tremendous amount of food. Chief Capon at the fire department reports that they are loosening up and lightening up. They started filling swimming pools. However, it appears to we're back in the winter, so maybe that won't go too far. But he's starting to filling swimming pools. EMS is back training some, and again, following the guidelines of 6 foot apart. If there's more than one person and a piece of fire apparatus, they are still wearing masks and cleaning the apparatus, wiping it down after they get back. Probably the best news I could share is Vernon Green is still no active cases, and that's awesome that they've been able to do that. The rec department, as I said, Seth will be having a conversation, I'm sure. Volunteers, we did send out and help a person at Huckle Hill with some air conditioning installations and stuff like that. The only thing, we're still into this thing until June 15th. June 15th, whether or not things are extended or yet to know. At that time, I was going to mention that the town of Vernon declared a state of emergency. We declared that with the guidelines following the state. So I'm guessing, and I will throw it out unless you prefer anything different, that we would remain with that condition until the state relaxes that particular option of the state of emergency. And that's where I'm at. So I'll turn it over to the health officer, Mr. Snow.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
I just have a couple things to add to Mr. Emery's presentation, and one is in regards to the state of Vermont and Governor Scott. They do continue to reopen the state slowly. They're looking at their modeling, and they indicate that the modeling continues to have a positive outlook, which is great news. So the state continues to relax some restrictions. However, with that, there is a message from the governor, and that is be smart and be safe. The other part that I'd like to talk about is on the website, healthvermont.gov. There is traveler information now provided on that website. So people can go to what's that? People can go to the healthvermont.gov website and look at the traveler guidelines and information. The other part to travelers, the state is recommending anyone coming to Vermont is strongly encouraged to sign up for daily symptoms check reminders. They can get fast, easy, and free reminders by email, text, or phone, and to check yourself for symptoms. They have access to the health department for guidelines and information quickly if symptoms are developed. And the public health team is there to contain the spread of the COVID-19. That's pretty much what I have to share at this moment. Not sure if anyone has questions.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none. Any questions from guests?
Rob?
Oh, go ahead.
Probably my only question is to maybe to Dave, is if we can get help figuring out what the building capacity is for the town office building, just as we are anticipating our planning.
Gene, I'm sorry, you broke up. Get help with what?
Chief, she's looking for the maximum building occupancy for the town building.
Okay, okay. I'll work with the fire department on that. That is actually a fire code, your occupancy. And it's based on numerous things, standing and sitting. And each, are you more interested in the whole building? Because we can look at the whole building specifically or a room specifically.
So
The
I
way
believe
the way things stand right now, the whole building has to be considered, even though there's separate areas. That's what I was made to understand from the state. I did try to contact the fire chief because I know that's where that's supposed to come from, but I haven't heard from him. So
I'll take care of that, Gene.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
And Dave, that was a question that I had been asked earlier, was the potential of reopening the town office building, maybe starting slow with the clerk's office and keeping the treasurer by appointment only. And so I guess at some point over the next couple of weeks, we would be looking for some guidance on that if there isn't already some out there.
Yes, there is guidance, and it's pretty limited at this point. There's the 6-foot rule, and in your case, in the clerk's case, I'm pretty sure we can make that work if everyone decides. I know that for the lack of knowing what they call the shielding, I guess, if you will, has been installed on both the clerk's office and the treasurer's office. I haven't been in to see it, but I understand it's in. So I guess I would get a hold of Tom probably and come in and we can figure out exactly what might be a good plan.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know if I was on it. Staff met today to discuss this very thing because there seems to be, the spigot, as the governor calls it's opening up little by little. And we, given that there are some people still that are working within the building with some health concerns as well. The thought was for the next week or so, week and a half to 2 weeks, listening to the governor, and what he does is to try to keep this current situation that we have by appointment with the clerk and the work that the treasurer's been doing, treasurer collector's been doing, both with phone and other types of communication, for the next week and a half or so, to keep that standard. I did talk to the staff today about the end of June is coming, and we have to look at what we're going to do relative to people that have been out on health-related issues with doctor's notes. The recommendation, Mr. Chairman, at least for the next week and a half or so, to see what happens, is to keep things as status
quo. They seem to be working well, and anyone who needs information has been able to receive that in a timely and complete manner.
Okay, so I think that that's all great. I certainly want to make sure that everybody in that office is comfortable. I do think that I would like to have you and David set something up so that we could have something outlined so that when we are ready to turn it a little bit more, we can have that plan in place. If we could set that up, that would be great.
Be glad to do it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. I'll get a hold of you, Tom, and we can talk and get together.
All right. Thank you, David.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you both. Any other questions for Mark or Dave? Seeing none, gentlemen, thank you very much. Always appreciated for the updates and everything that you guys do. Have a great night.
All right. I'll hang around for a minute and see if there's anything that pops up. I want to hear what Seth's got to say.
Oh, great.
Well,
I'll be on for a while as well.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Well, I guess let's just start out with, well, where do I start out? Wow.
No kidding.
I wanted to touch base on the basketball courts and the tennis courts. As you all are aware, that we were, I guess, permitted to open these several weeks back, but we were hesitant to do so based on the guidelines and restrictions that were in place, gathering sizes of 10, etc. With some of those being loosened, the Recreation Board met last evening, and with the Select Board's blessing, we would like to open both the tennis and the basketball court up, to use as the guidelines allow to Vermont residents and those who have met the quarantine requirements. The playground itself will still need to be maintained, being closed along with the shelter area. So if that is something that you guys are comfortable with, maybe perhaps somebody could entertain a motion to open the park area basketball courts and tennis courts at this time.
So moved.
I have a question.
Sure.
I understand that that could be done with like signage for 6-foot distancing. Are they?
Yeah.
Also.
Outdoor requirements, they wouldn't necessarily be required to wear masks while they're playing tennis or they're playing basketball.
Okay.
We do have, I did pick up several signs today. That is a requirement in order to do this. So those signs are at the pool and ready to be put out, providing that we have, we have the all systems go here. Essentially, the signs will, will outline the arrive, leave, play mentality that has been, requested by the state. It'll touch base on, contact games are not permitted, and we'll go from there and see how it plays out. The fact that their gathering sizes of 25 are now permitted should make the policing of, when I say policing, I don't necessarily mean specific police department. I mean policing from our perspective, recreation department, of the courts a little bit easier. The gathering sizes of 10 was something that we were pretty concerned with how we were going to. If we said, hey, basketball courts are open, we figured we were going to get kind of flooded with some people right away, and it was going to be tough to keep within that standard. So changing the gathering size, I think it'll be beneficial.
Yeah, good. Sounds like you've got everything well at hand.
We have a plan in place anyways, I will say that. I'm sure there will be many challenges that we have not thought of, but we will work through them.
Great.
We do have a motion from Ms. Carr to open. I'm sorry?
That was from
I'm
Sandy.
sorry. Yes,
I'll
that is from
second it.
Sandy. And yes, all right. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Perfect. There you go, man. I know you've been waiting for that one.
Yeah.
Now let's go on to the next.
We'll get the basketball and tennis courts open. Like I said, playground and shelter area will remain, will stay closed. We'll move some signs. We'll put some new signs up, and we'll get some people out there. So I know that the town will be happy to hear this.
Seth, can I ask you one question? I'm sorry. I had somebody pull into my driveway, so I may have missed it.
Sure.
The pavilion and anybody that has already given deposits for that, what's going on with that? Are we holding off calling people?
No, I actually, the recreation board last evening, we made the decision to, actually I spoke with your mom today, to cancel all shelter reservations for this summer. Taking it week by week and making phone calls based on a weekly basis was going to be pretty tough, you know, if regulations change. So we have canceled all shelter rentals. Many rentals have chosen to just take their deposit money and push it off and use it for 2021. Normally, we don't allow rentals beyond 1 year to the calendar day, so that, you know, somebody can't say, yes, I'm going to take it for the next 10 years and not allow others to have opportunity. But given the circumstances, we did allow those that already have it this year to keep the same date next year. So that has taken place, and you know, we'll go from there. The gathering sizes of many of these, you know, family reunions and such, and where people travel from to get here was something that we felt we just couldn't do.
Sure. Understood.
Yep. So yeah, so moving on, day camp is going to happen this summer. We've had, you know, we're not quite to the minimum number we had wanted to get to, but we have had strong interest, and we've had many people express additional interest as information regarding the pool became available, which we'll touch on that in a moment. With Tom's help, we've also been able to receive a stipend grant from the state Restart program. We'll receive $5,284 to go towards our day camp program, so that is a huge blessing. That will allow us a little bit of wiggle room as far as our numbers go, and provide some supplies and staffing that is much needed. So that was a huge blessing. Appreciate the help on that, Tom. That being said, camp it's not going to be an easy task. Campers will be, every day they'll go through a health screening. You know, there'll be lots of hand washing, there'll be lots of equipment washing, there'll be lots of disinfecting, but we will be developing policies and procedures that make this possible. The CDC's kind of outlined, you know, what is required, and we're going to make that happen. So,
Seth, how are you on PPE and things like that for that?
You must be able to see my notes. I have a big circle on PPE. Because we've been so, I don't want to say behind, but we haven't been able to make any decisions until now. I wasn't going to buy a bunch of stuff and have a bunch of stuff in stock that I couldn't use. So we are behind when it comes to PPE purchases, and that is something that we will be doing, you know, right away. If anybody has any, you know, can point me in the right direction, I welcome that advice. I do have some masks that will be arriving for staff, but you know, more will be needed. So we will work hard on that in coming days.
Give me a call tomorrow, Seth, and I'll talk. I got some suggestions maybe.
Thanks, Dave. I will certainly do that.
One thing.
Go ahead, Linda.
One thing I wanted to say, Seth, I'm glad you're doing what you're doing. And from someone that has to wear one of those all the time when I go out, those blue ones don't last very long.
Yeah.
They get really damp and limp, and they aren't doing much of anything. And the N95s, which we have for Eddie because he has COPD, those are difficult to wear. They're hot. They are very uncomfortable. They're hard to breathe through. So I don't know what you guys will be using, but I'm glad you're going to be using something.
Yeah, I think we'll use a variety. It will be required for all staff, you know, to wear masks. I have some cloth single-use ones that you know, we'll be picking those up shortly. And then I would venture to guess that you know, given staff's creativity, they will probably have some of their own, though. We will certainly have those available. That's our responsibility. But I'm sure we'll probably have some stylish masks being made by staff and utilized so that they're as comfortable as they can be. But I do recognize the paper ones being challenging, and you know, we will work through it the best that we can.
Yeah.
Do you know, like, what kind of numbers you have for staff?
Yeah, we will have, depending on the final numbers for day camp, we will have either 3 or 4 staff members. Maintenance, we will have 2. at reduced hours. We will have 6 or 7 lifeguards, and generally 2 to 3 front desk staff available. Obviously, in front desk, only one person will be on at a time, but
right. You rotate.
Yeah, they'll have a schedule.
Okay. Well, I've been diligently sewing for the rec department in Brattleboro. I don't know if you heard that, but
Very nice.
I could try to fix you up with cloth masks.
We would love that, Jean. If that's something
that
you do, that would be
that
great.
number's not too outrageous. I'm doing like 50 for Brattleboro right now, and I've already done 30. So
wow, that's good for you. Yeah, no, if it is something that you had time to do, we would certainly love that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if anybody out in BCTV land is listening, I'm sure that our rec department would appreciate any further help, and maybe Jean's sewing machine would appreciate a break as well. So.
Yours is real doable.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else, Seth?
Yeah. The big news is that we have a plan in place to open the pool. It's going to be met with some challenges, and it's not going to be easy, but it's something that we're prepared to do. What we'll be looking at this summer, at least today, this is the plan. As our ever changing world evolves, we may have to adapt our plan here. But as of today, the pool is scheduled to open June 19th, as it would have normally. We'll be open 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday this summer. In order to meet kind of financial responsibilities, the 7th day is just not going to be able to happen as of now. The day camp program will use the pool in the morning from 11 to 12:30. We will be open to the public from 1 to 3, and again from 3:30 to 5:30. It will be only 20 patrons at a time will we be able to take, at least under the current standard regulations. And Vernon residents only, they'll be required to start. They can call it starting at 10 o'clock to the rec number to essentially have a reservation for one of those time slots for that day. They won't be able to sign up for both. They can only sign up for one. That way, as many people can get an opportunity as possible to use the pool. There will be a great deal of cleaning. All staff, it's kind of an all hands on deck kind of thing. I'll be meeting with the staff in coming days, and there really won't be any, that's not my job, or that's not my job description this year. It's going to be, this is what we have to do, and we're all going to do it together kind of thing. We will unfortunately not be able to hold swimming lessons. It's just not in the cards this year. But we're happy to be able to offer the pool, and there will be a press release of sorts coming from us tomorrow. So good news in that front.
Seth, you said 20 patrons. I'm sure that we're going to get some questions. Does that mean 20 children in the pool and parents are a different number? Is the kiddie pool separate? Is the deep end separate? I'm sure that we're going to get all of those questions. So let's just get it done now.
Yes, you will. And that is part of the press release. That means 20 people swimming or not. It could be 6 weeks old or 106 weeks old. They count towards that number of 20. It doesn't make a difference whether they're in the pool or not. So, grandparents could be bringing kids and they're not swimming, they still count towards our 20. So everybody that enters will have to pay the $1 fee. We will not be selling passes this year. We can't do that. We'll be making $20 a day per window that we're open. So that's where we're at on that.
And what about when the kids decide to go and play basketball? They've left the pool area. That's during their reservation time. So that number would still remain at the same, right? That wouldn't open up a spot for somebody else.
Right. Unless they leave the grounds for the day. I guess these are contingencies that we'll have to discuss and see how it plays out. The plan right now is you'll call, you'll have, after 10 o'clock, you'll have, your name, your address, your phone number, the number of, and we'll need that for every person that comes in, for contact tracing, and You'll come in, you'll have your temperature checked, you'll answer a couple questions. We will not have tables and chairs available on the pool deck this summer. We won't be renting any equipment. You're welcome to bring your own chair. You're welcome to bring your own equipment, but it's not something that the department will provide as we customarily have. It's not ideal, but it gets us started. And we're hopeful that as the summer progresses, that maybe some restrictions change a bit and we can adjust. But we can't do that if we don't open now.
Need to vote on that?
I think we should.
Okay.
Yeah.
I move that we approve and sign the contract for law enforcement services with the correction of village to town.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Root. He beat you, Gene. And it's his first one, so we got to give it to him. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, Mark, we'll get that taken care of. I appreciate your comments. I should have, as soon as I read that, I knew exactly how that was going to sound. I have a large amount of law enforcement in my family, and I can assure you that firefighters, the military, and police have always, my children have grown up seeing them as real superheroes. So I don't envy you. I don't envy the position that any of you are in. And I certainly respect the fact that more and more officers nationwide are standing in solidarity. So thank you for what you've done.
You're welcome. Would you like me to stick around to talk about the passing on Pond Road?
You can. I did get VLCT's response on that, and because it is a town highway, that would just be a town ordinance, is my understanding. Do you understand it any differently than that?
Nope, I understand it to fall. So this would fall under the statute I think I sent you, Title 23, Section 1008, permits the town to enact an ordinance. Our enforcement of it would occur under the state statute that enables the use of an ordinance. The benefit there is that it takes full advantage of the Judicial Bureau. It will allow essentially the process that happens for all state violations to happen on a town ordinance. So you don't have to set up any quasi-judicial proceedings or anything like that, which to all of you means it's just easier. To us, it's even easier. So that would be the ideal way to do it. It's the same as adopting municipal speed ordinance on a state highway, establishing stop signs, passing zones, one-way roads. It all falls into the same area. There's one thing I do want to note in terms of passing. If there was an ordinance that restricted passing in a certain section, that would mean all passing, including a farm tractor going, say, 10 miles an hour. So, for example, if we're talking about the segment that is near or in between the north end of 142, the overpass, and what was Annette Royden's farm, in that section, a farm tractor transiting between a field would not be allowed to be passed. There's another section of law, which is the speeding violation. It's Title 23, Section 1007. That, regardless of the effects on passing, that is still standing. So if you're going more than 35 miles an hour on Pond Road, then you're speeding, whether you're passing or not. There's no permission to exceed the speed limit, even if it's to get around a vehicle safely, because we don't acknowledge that as being a safe behavior. So I did want to at least mention that that could be an unanticipated effect. I know I've spoken with people over the years in Vernon about what speed limits are appropriate on Pond Road. Personally, I believe 35 miles an hour is an appropriate maximum for that section. South of the wreck, there's been people who felt that 40 or 50 would be more appropriate. I don't agree with 50. Beyond 50, I think that would be something that would be worthy of a traffic study if we wanted to consider anything in terms of speed adjustments. But those are just a couple general statements I wanted to mention, and if there are, I'll be happy to stick around for the conversation on that if you'd like me to.
Seth, do you have an extra 5 to 10 minutes if we jump into this discussion so that we can pick from the sheriff's knowledge? Okay.
Go ahead.
Does anybody on the board object with us continuing to bounce around and discuss the addition that we added concerning the passing issue on Newton Road?
Pond Road.
Pond Road, I'm sorry, yes, yes, yep. Let's just make it on all of them.
Go for it.
All right.
Yes.
So we've discussed it a little bit. I'm sure that there's a few people that are joining us that have no idea what's going on. So I'm gonna just read an email that we received as the select board real quickly here. So due to the fact that there is no law in Vermont that makes it illegal to pass on a double yellow line, I propose we make Pond Road from 142 to Scott Road a no passing zone. In talking to this person, that would be the north end of the north end of Pond Road to Scott Road. This is the main highway for people to walk and bike to the pool. The reason most people moved here. This will also allow people to walk to the Lily Pond in this zone. More people are using the Lily Pond as a result of Norma Manning's environmental push. We all frequent this road daily. The horse farm now is a big distraction as well. People passing me when I'm doing the speed limit makes no sense. Maybe they need a lesson in time management. If you're 5 minutes early, you're 10 minutes late. Nothing is that pressing. You have to pass someone at 50 or 60 miles an hour on Pond Road. You can call the sheriff's department, but it's not illegal to pass. So really there is little that they can do. Putting the signs should make it so those of us who actually do the speed limit might slow the speeders down by just doing the speed limit. Too many children and adults walk on this road. It seems to be a drag strip. So that is the email that we received from a resident that lives on Pond Road. And I'm curious what people's thoughts on that are. Certainly I was not aware of the tractor issue. That just always seemed like an unwritten thing in Vermont that if you had room, you could kind of go around them. We did reach out to VLCT and their response was that this is a town issue because this is a town road. So we do not need to involve the state on this one. And they did send over, and I believe I forwarded it, but they did send over what the ordinance should read with the proper legal terminology on there. So, Jean, your thoughts?
Well, it seemed like a good idea at the time until Mark spoke, because living right there, I have frequently been passed, even way before I get to my driveway. So that is quite, and I can hear the traffic is very fast. But the tractor thing is kind of, it's not for that far to follow a tractor. Usually they're turning onto West Road or something, but you always thought, oh, they pull over and they wave you to go, and you thought that's okay, we'll go by them. But
Mark, does that change if the tractor was to pull over and stop and wave you by? If they are not moving, does that change things?
So if they pulled over, and I mean, some of this is going to be discretionary, to be quite frank. When we're talking about law, we're talking black and white, and when we're talking about the world, it's muddy gray at best. So yeah, there is permissives within Title 23 that allow people to pass around an obstacle. I also do want to clarify, after hearing the email, there is a law about limiting passing on a double yellow line. And while Vermont is permissive in the fact that you can pass on a double yellow line, it's Title 23, Section 1035. And what it requires is, I don't want to bore you reading the entire thing. It's kind of a long statute, but basically you can't pass when approaching railroad crossing, intersection, on corners, and anywhere where you, within 200 feet of any approaching vehicle or a vulnerable user. A vulnerable user would be someone like a person in a wheelchair, a blind person. I'm not sure if we could extend it further. I haven't ever sought the definition to determine if a pedestrian is considered a vulnerable user versus a 5-year-old riding a bicycle is a vulnerable user. and anywhere where the view is obstructed upon approaching a bridge, viaduct, or tunnel, which really doesn't apply for the sections that's been described. So yes, a person could pass a tractor if it pulled over, but if it doesn't pull over, they're stuck. But again, I want to reaffirm that a car going 60 miles an hour to pass is already against the law. Some of this is enforceable. It's just a different section of law. So I guess the question would be if there might be something else that we can do right now that might be able to help with the problem. I'm also aware when we reduced hours from I think it was noticeable after 20 hours a day. When we reduced from that down to 8 hours a day, we did receive a large increase in complaints about speeding, especially on Pond Road. And we also saw a large increase in what we'll refer to as aggressive driving. Those are high speed, passing, chance taking. I could break those down by statutes, but really that's what we're talking about. So the dangerous driving that we then relate to motor vehicle crashes and fatalities. So we did see that. I think it kind of makes sense as people became aware that there's not policing at certain times on a consistent basis, that their risk factor increased. So.
Mark, have you noticed an increase in that kind of county-wide since this COVID stuff started?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I've had several people approach me asking why we don't stop cars, which my response to them is we didn't stop stopping cars. But then as we looked into it, it turned out that some information was shared with law enforcement across the state, including in my department, which was misinterpreted by law enforcement officers as saying we're not stopping cars. We're not stopping cars for expired registrations because the DMV had extended them administratively. We weren't stopping cars for inspection stickers because DMV extended them administratively. So basically, there's a few things, what I'll refer to as administrative violations, that we just were not going to hold people accountable for because they had no resolution to what they were going to accomplish. And law enforcement across the state took it as we're not doing motor vehicle enforcement right now. So we corrected that guidance. We did explain to deputies, yes, we should be stopping cars for moving violations of driving, and that will take time for us to regain control. Generally, our rule of thumb is it takes about 3 to 6 months to gain control of any driving behavior in a location, and it only takes about 1 month to lose it. So we'll have a little work ahead of us. We do recognize that. We apologize for the oversight on that, but we're working to correct it.
Michael, your thoughts?
I'd like to hear what the sheriff thinks about the idea, whether he thinks it's a good idea or not for the town.
I think 100% opinion, I could see value to it as a former resident of the town. I could see value to it. I could see it also being frustrating for many town members. I think that people, generally speaking, if they're going to be going 60 miles an hour and passing cars, they're going to pass whether there is or is not a passing ordinance. The effect of enforcement, so any problem, generally when we talk about highway safety, we talk about it with 3 perspectives. Perspective 1 is enforcement, perspective 2 is education, and then perspective 3 is engineering. So those 3 make a triangle that essentially solve traffic safety problems. Since I've already acknowledged that we have not really been doing the enforcement piece, I personally would like to say let us try that and see if we can get control of the issues that are going on. I'm not sure, given we're there for 1/3 of the work week, I'm not sure that that's necessarily going to have the effect of it, but I think that's something we should offer to try first. The second part is, and other towns have looked at it, either inserting stop signs. For example, you could place a stop sign on Pond Road at the intersection of Huckle Hill, which would stop traffic coming up to the wreck. that would also have an effect of slowing traffic down instead of speeding up as they're going by the pool, which has been an issue for a long time. For those of you familiar with Cedar Street in Brattleboro, that used to be a racetrack probably 20 years ago, and they put stop signs in at every intersection, and now they have very few complaints about speeding in that area. I think that a stop sign might be more effective for the rec area. Would one make sense to put somewhere in the area of Central Park? Maybe. But I think I would recommend those before I would recommend the no passing, simply because if they're passing, we're already dealing with a violation for speeding.
What about like our school zone where we have the flashing yellow sign that during certain times the speed limit is different? Could we do that from, say, what is that, Old Farm Road down by Eugene up to either Silver Lane or Newton Road, so that entire stretch where we see the majority of the town's kids would be an enforceable lower speed limit?
You can establish reduced speed limits. Your limit would be 25 miles per hour. The cost is something the town would have to bear, the cost of running the lights, tying it to electricity. So those are something to consider. I'm not sure what one of those lights, the equipment itself would cost. So those would be things to look into, but certainly a possible option.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep. Sorry,
Sheriff,
I'm trying to plug my computer in, but go ahead, I'm listening.
Sheriff, would there be a requirement on that type of a signal that the chairman is talking about? Would you have to do a traffic study before you installed something like that?
So I have never been asked that question. If you'll bear with me to read on that for just a minute.
Yeah, it was just something that if you're going to put signalization in, do you need to have a study on it?
My understanding, so a couple things. One is there's two types of studies that we talk about when we're talking about playing with the road. The first is a traffic study, which is something my office does. Basically, we do a traffic count. We provide you a report based on the number of vehicles that went through and the speeds they go through. And then you can do whatever you want with that. You don't have to agree with my report. You don't have to disagree with my report. It's just we have to do the step before the board effectuates a change. The second is an engineering study, and that's where you would need to bring in a civil engineer to do certain things. I'm not sure if anybody at the highway department has the credentials to be capable of doing that kind of study. That's a study that we're not involved with. So whether it is required for installing the signal lights, I do not believe so, but I've never been involved with that. And as for adjusting the speed limit, I believe you are required to do it for anything. Let's see, legislative body of a city must establish on the basis of an engineering and traffic investigation speed limit on all or any part of state highway. Let's see, that's state highways.
It was my understanding from the information we received that stop signs, the speed limits, the passing, though there was a list of things that, providing it was a town road, were permitted as long as we did the correct ordinance.
So the limitations without, where you can set a speed limit without a study is going to be between 35 and 50 miles per hour. So if you wanted to go below 35 miles per hour, you would need to do the traffic study.
Sandy, your thoughts on this?
Well, I was wondering about the cost or the feasibility of a speed camera put up.
So speed cameras aren't used in Vermont at the time. I'm not sure if they are even permitted under Vermont law. The problem with speed cameras, it's actually based on the science of how a radar device works. Radar is a tool, without completely going radar nerd on you right now. I must admit, I'm a master instructor for NHTSA's radar and LiDAR programs. I'm actually going to teach it tomorrow, so I'm starting to get my brain wrapped around that. Basically, the operator of the radar has to recognize that there's not certain things that can happen to ensure that it's a valid read. There's ways that you can simulate a higher speed for a vehicle that's not accurate. It's not hard to recognize those circumstances. Officers across the state are trained very well to recognize them. So a speed camera, I think, would be problematic for a variety of reasons. Another possible recommendation would be looking at the fixed speed signs. They're rather affordable these days. We're looking at actually buying 2 more in addition to our radar carts, which, by the way, Seth will get a radar cart out when you open the pool, or somewhere thereabouts. I'm not sure where they're floating right now, but a lot of towns are getting semi-permanent mounts for those, and so you can put them in areas where the majority of people, we'll say you're 90%, they're not paying attention. They're on their way home from work. They're in la la land. And when they see the sign flashing at them, they say, oh, whoops, I know I could get a ticket for that. The 10%, they're going to be passing. They're going to be going 60 miles an hour. They're going to do those things. And those are the ones that we're looking for to stop and have a conversation with, accomplish the education portion of the triangle, as well as potentially the enforcement, especially for the more egregious violations.
Mark, where would we begin to look at signs like that to be?
I can actually forward information, and if you'd like, under our contract, there's a piece about me being able to purchase equipment for, well, basically equipment purchased by the town is owned by the town, equipment purchased by me is owned by me. Long story short, if the town gave me money, we have vendors that we could have government contracts with and whatnot that we could secure a sign for the town. It'd essentially be a pass-through for you. We'd we'd find the quotes, buy the equipment, either work with the highway department on installing them or install them ourselves. It's pretty simple to do. And ultimately, it would be your property. We would just be essentially doing the work of the purchase, and then you'd reimburse us for the cost. So that might be an easier way, since we already have the contacts. I'm also perfectly happy to forward along a few vendors that provide different systems, but we're flexible that way.
Seth, I'm curious. Obviously, you're up there all the time, worrying about the kids crossing the road, being out by the road. What do you need? What's going to make things better, safer, more comfortable? What are things that you've seen? I drive up Pond Road. It's been a long time since I've hung out at the pool. So tell us what you're seeing up there.
It's pretty common to see poor driving in that area while the pool's open. Certainly a concern that is sent our way quite often by residents. And we, in kind, we'll just call the sheriff's department and let them know if it's something that we see. So I guess I would defer to Mark and his experience as to what the best options may be. But yes, I would agree that it is certainly something that is problematic and that we see.
So Mark, those signs that you're speaking of are the ones that flash at you and say, hey, idiot, you're going too fast, those ones? Okay.
And so I'm not suggesting the town purchase the trailer style, which is what we use, but rather this is, I'm trying to think of.
They're popping up all over the place. You're seeing them in a lot of different zones. Yeah.
They're about the size of a large laptop, a little thicker than a laptop, but about the size of a large laptop. They're very portable. They have rechargeable batteries, so you buy extra batteries for them, and basically as they die, you just replace it. Then you're not worrying about trying to tie into the electrical grid or trying to set up solar power or all the other things that things like our carts do have. So the signs I do recommend, they're roughly, I want to say I got a quote not too long ago about $1,500 for a sign. That's not including extra batteries. That's including, I think, a single mount. So somewhere around that area for the cost of one. Like I said, we're looking to purchase 2, which will be something that the town could take advantage of using, but we would also be rotating it through our other towns as well. Honestly, if you want to stop cars or slow cars down by the wreck, my most sincere recommendation, even though it's probably the least popular, is the stop sign at the end of Huckle Hill. They just work. I know people don't like coming to a stop when they're almost home, they're in the last mile, but at the end of the day, our goal isn't to satisfy their happiness of getting into their driveway 2 seconds quicker, but rather it's to make sure that the children aren't getting hurt.
So that would be a three-way stop?
I would recommend a three-way stop, yes.
Mark, would it work the same if we were to put a stop sign on the north end of the pool parking area, and then we had one on the south end down by Huckle Hill? I mean, that would be stopping them in both directions, but I don't know if that would make sense or not.
So essentially, let me think. I think that having them all at the same intersection would be better. Otherwise, you're going to be dealing with vehicles accelerating through the same stretch that you're trying to slow down. So a potential, another potential thought, rather than put a three-way stop at the bottom of Huckle Hill, put it right at the rec department where you already have the flashing signal, and change the signal lights from yellow to red.
What does that do to the stop sign at the bottom of Huckle Hill? You're going to stop, get on Pond Road and stop again?
No, so I wish I had a whiteboard. Basically, if you're traveling south on Pond Road from the railroad, you would come to a stop at Huckle Hill, then you could turn right or continue going straight. If you were coming north from Scott Road, you would come to a stop just before entering the Huckle Hill intersection, turn left or go straight. And if you're coming off Huckle Hill, then turn left or turn right. You're already stopped.
I thought it was the same place the light was. Thank you.
So actually, if we were talking about the intersection at the light for a stop position, then a person coming off Huckle Hill would turn left off Huckle Hill, and then they'd have to come to a stop and then start again. So that would be an effect that might be adverse. It might be by design.
Very frustrating.
I can see the frustration for sure. I think that having that stop at the pool intersection makes the most sense. Kids would be exiting the parking lot on their bicycles, and it's just another thing to have to look out for. My thoughts on that are the same with the inability to pass a tractor if we were to do the no passing thing. I don't really care who it inconveniences. I'm more concerned that when my children ride to the rec center that they arrive safely and they're allowed to come home. So Linda, I see your hand up. Go ahead, please.
I was going to say, I see children from Newton Road going to the pool. So if you have a stop sign at Huckle Hill, it's going to do absolutely nothing for the kids going from Newton Road to the pool.
So
and the same thing coming up when I come up Pond Road from 142. I'm not a slow driver, as you might know. And, anyway,
that's why we need this rule.
No, I don't speed there. I won't tell you where, but I don't speed there. And because I know there's children there. And if you're coming up from there, coming from 142 up Pond Road, there's kids, I would say, right by where Jean's driveway is. There's always kids coming there.
Yes.
So if you wait and have the three-way stop at the actual pool area, it's too late on both ends.
So I think the thought process is to kind of break it up so that they can't do one end of Pond Road to the other at 75. There's a break in there somewhere.
Okay, I
understand. And I agree with you that our children are coming from Newton Road. They're coming from the north end of Pond Road as well. And I think that the only solution there would be that, I mean, if you wanted to, you could put stops the three-way at Newton Road, and you could do one down by Central Park, but I think that that could be getting a little excessive. But again, with Mark's description of Cedar Street, I mean, that's...
It does work on Cedar Street. People do come to a stop and then they go, and they come to a stop and then they go. It does work there.
I think that at some point we have to look at these and understand that we are, excuse my language, we're going to piss off half of the town no matter what decision we make with this.
Right.
But I think that this is one of those situations where we need to be proactive and not wait for something to happen before we decide to make changes to protect the children that we clearly want to be going to the rec department to utilize the great programs that we have.
So I also just want to mention, yes, the logic is the more stop signs you have, the more you're going to control speed in that regard. Assuming this is going to be some very fuzzy math, but assuming you have a regular sized car, it's traveling 50 miles an hour on Pond Road, which there are times that we see that as a norm. And they are doing what we call emergency braking, i.e. stomp the brakes, ABS would kick in. They're doing everything they can to come to a stop. It would take the vehicle, your average vehicle, roughly 300 feet. The distance, according to Google Maps, from Huckle Hill Road to Ferret Drive, which is roughly the recreation center, is roughly 528 feet. So under non-emergency circumstances, a vehicle needing to come to a stop at Huckle Hill is going to need to begin braking pretty much a little bit before Ferret Drive, which is what's going to cause them to reduce the speed at that point if they're the bad actor going 50 miles an hour on Pond Road. Ideally, I stop them before they get to the recreation center, but as you know, we can't be at the recreation center all the time. So that would be the benefit of putting it right at the Huckle Hill intersection, is you're actually going to start seeing people slowing down beforehand. Coming from the other side, the Newton Road side, I agree that it's certainly it's not going to stop the car or reduce their speed in that area. And so these are questions of, is a stop sign the appropriate tool to stick along the entire road? I would encourage either talking with someone who does traffic studies. I think VLCT does have a person who actually does this type of work, who's got a background in civil engineering and might actually be able to do the engineering study. Because there are people who actually look at this traffic counts, figure out how often, how frequent, what's appropriate based on flow. Another question is, are sidewalks actually something that the town might want to consider to get kids off the road? There is a lot of foot traffic that does follow Pond Road, and even if it's a sidewalk that extended from, I'm not sure necessarily where, but I'm thinking the Newton Road or Silver Lane area that would get kids up to the pool. That might be a valuable investment over the years. Certainly it's not a one-year project. That's something to look at long-term, but maybe the Planning Commission could consider that as well.
They did have a bicycle lane there.
No, that was never considered a bicycle lane. It was supposed to be a breakdown
Well,
lane.
when they put it in, they called it a bicycle lane when they first put it in.
Yeah.
Bikes thrown on the ground on it.
And I think that when this has been brought up before, one of the issues is if you start putting a sidewalk with a curb, I think the road has to be a certain size, and it would have to be wider than it is now, because this has been discussed in the past. But David has all of that information. So it's not a real easy thing to do.
Yeah, sidewalks do complicate it, no doubt, and David would definitely be the right person to talk to about that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, it's a little tough, especially with the drainage ditches and everything. It's a little tough there, so I'm not sure how feasible it is. But foot traffic is usually good on sidewalk as a general rule of thumb. Bicycle traffic, not as good on it, but younger children who can get off their bike when they're coming across people walking, that's we would prefer them to be protected by the curb than the white line that's called the bike lane. So,
Hey, Tom, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Speaking as a driver, I feel that the kind of sign that flashes when you're exceeding the speed limit and in other cases just reflects your actual speed is very effective in making you conscious of how fast you're going. And it also serves as a reminder beyond the original permanent painted signs as to what the posted speed limit is on that road. And so I'd like to weigh in favor of considering that approach as opposed to or in addition to the stop signs.
I appreciate that. And as you're talking about that, and we're talking about the north end of Pond Road and down towards Newton Road and Silver Lane, what if we considered putting those flashing signs that the sheriff has suggested down somewhere between Newton Road and Silver Lane, and one somewhere down by the horse farm down towards Jean? And then if we made that intersection at the rec center a three-way stop, I think that we've got the majority of that road covered. We have them notified prior to getting to the wreck that you're driving too fast. And that covers that whole span that that Linda brought up, where the kids are walking far beyond the reaches of the wreck. So we're flashing them, and then they get there, and then they have to stop and start again. So I don't know if that would be a solution. In my mind, it seems like we're covering a lot more of Pond Road that way. Yep. Than we would be by just having a stop intersection or just having those signs. At this point, I think that we have an awful lot to think about with that. What is the select board's thoughts and feelings on where we should be looking, and possibly myself and Tom Carino reaching out to VLCT or whoever we may need to further this discussion? But in order to do that, I need some direction. Sandy?
Yeah, I think you should reach out to VLCT. I like the flashing light very much, this flashing sign, especially for Linda.
Jean, your thoughts?
I also like the idea of the flashing sign, and perhaps getting a study or evaluation of really what they think would work in this situation. So,
Michael?
I like the ideas. I think we should get with the road commissioner as well and definitely get some quotes from Sheriff Anderson, because I've looked online and they're twice the price online than his idea he thought he paid for them. So going through them would save us a lot of money if we do go that route.
Not everything's cheaper on Amazon, Michael.
It's just on Google. Going through my own construction links from when I worked in construction. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for the sheriff on that, so we can let him out of here? Mark, if you could send us the information on that, the flashing signs, and how that would work if we did that through you. Yep. It sounds like, based off from your rough numbers, that we'd be somewhere in the ballpark of 3,500-ish with the signs and the extra batteries and nonsense.
As long as nobody's price has gone up since coronavirus has hit.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll get a quote. I'm actually looking at one of the vendors that we talked to. So he doesn't have the numbers in this email, but I'm sure I have it somewhere in my email.
Okay.
So be happy to do that and follow up with you. If the consideration is to lean towards purchasing the feedback signs, I would encourage delaying the stop sign or the three-way stop to see what effect the signboards do have. You'll see the impact you want, then consider either stop light or stop sign at the intersection, either in front of the wreck or in front of Huckle Hill. I think that will be a very effective solution, but also measures the majority of drivers who are responsible and do want to go the speed limit and will slow down, especially when kids are present.
Mr. Garino, could I ask you to reach out to VLCT and find out if they have an engineer that could come and assist us with a traffic study on Pond Road, please?
Absolutely. I'm wondering also, Mr. Chairman, does Wyndham Regional have transportation planners?
I do not have an answer for you on that one.
I believe they do.
You believe they do, Sheriff?
I believe so, because Wyndham Regional also does the traffic counters, the tubes that they'll run across the
Yeah.
road. I believe someone's in charge of that. As
Look, I'll check with both. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions for the sheriff? Mark, thank you for joining us. Thanks for sticking around and helping us through this issue as well. I appreciate it. Stay safe out there, sir.
My pleasure. Have a good day, and thank you for your time.
Thanks,
And
Sheriff.
also, Seth, you're up.
All right, so let's keep bouncing around. Now let's talk about the town forest. And I'm just going to say at this point, we can remove our discussion about the lily pond. We have no clear answer at this time whose property that is, who's responsible for it, any of that. So I know that Carol has been working on it diligently. Tom has been involved in it. Tim has been involved in it. I have been involved in it. Norma Manning has been involved in it. One way or the other, we're going to get to the bottom of this to figure that parcel out. Having said that, we did receive a lengthy email. I'm not going to read this whole one, but it's a very well thought out email. It has to do with potentially putting, they're asking for 6 to 8 campsites in the Vernon Town Forest, some of which would be set up specifically for tents. Some of them would potentially have lean-tos that are built in. They would all have a fire pit that would be installed. The thought process behind this is that some local businesses, 2 of which have already offered funding for it, would essentially get a plaque on the campsite that says that it's sponsored by them. They would pitch in something. They would cover the costs of setting that campsite up, the installation of a lean-to or the tent area, and in turn, again, they would have a plaque there that has their business name on it. The resident that brought this forward, again, very well thought out. He has reached out to multiple citizens, the Cub Scout, Boy Scouts, the fire department, a couple of different building supply companies around us, as well as Big Guys Property Maintenance, who they have offered to fund part of this. And he even went as far to acknowledge that we would obviously have some potential vandalism, some people that would take advantage of it, some people that just wouldn't respect it. And like everything, would hurt it for some of the other ones that do want to use it. But at the same time, we have a beautiful town forest that Seth takes care of, and it would be great to see that utilized in a different way that invited people through our town and offered that service. So Seth, I know that you and I spoke earlier. You respectfully said that we should do a walkthrough of the area potentially at some point, and that we would be remiss if we did not include Mr. Miller on this discussion. So on that, I have emailed the proposal to Mr. Miller, asked him for his feedback, and we will start that conversation as well. But since we have Seth here, I would like to get his feedback.
Sure. Well, I mean, I think I would just, I'd reiterate a couple of things you said. I mean, I think that the proposal, I can appreciate the effort that went into that. It wasn't something that was just thrown together. There's a lot of time involved in that, and I can appreciate that. Anytime we do anything in the town forest, I feel it's appropriate to touch base with the Miller family. It has their name on it, and it's meant a lot to them over the years. So changing anything up there, just touching base with them is certainly something we need to do. So it sounds like you've done that. That's, we'll go from there on that. And whether or not it's something where if we do move forward with this, maybe not 6 or 8, maybe it's 3 or 4 sites and see how it plays out. I can certainly see some value in it for sure. And I think it could be a good thing if we can find a good way to do it. I was one of the ones that did voice concerns regarding vandalism with the proposal when the individual did touch base with me on it. it does cost the town hundreds of dollars on an annual basis up there. And if we're going to do this, I kind of, like you said, there's a risk to vandalism all the time, anywhere, and you can't eliminate it completely. For some reason, that area seems to invite it. For some reason, I don't know if it's because it's so secluded. I'd have to guess that's probably the case. So we'd have to have a plan that we feel we could work through to try to reduce the risk of that. But the nuts and bolts of it, the plan looks good to me. I think that if I think we a walkthrough and a couple other discussions and I see merit in continuing to look at it.
Perfect. And as far as the vandalism, again, this being a well thought out plan, there was a suggestion to have trash bins, recycling bins at the base of the hill, and things along those lines. So I would like to think that if there was 4 sites, maybe one of them gets trashed and the other 3 people are considerate enough to help us pick that up on their way out. And I think that we see that a lot on hiking trails. Certainly, I know when I take my kids fishing, I walk out of the edge of the stream with a heck of a lot more stuff than we brought in. So I would like to think others do that. I don't know.
Yeah, and I guess my concern isn't necessarily just at the campsite. It's opening more access to the area. Right now, if you decide you want to vandalize something, you got to walk all the way up the hill to do it. When the gates open, a plan to include a gate, further up. So well thought out. Definitely worth looking further into.
Okay. Jean, your thoughts?
I would have to agree that maybe 6 or 8 sites is a little ambitious at first. If it happened, I'd like to see less and see how that works out, because the vandalism happens. It happens on my property only because, we find it because we're out there. We never even realized what was going on. So they find a way, and hate to encourage more of that activity, but I would go with maybe half as many sites just to see how it really worked out.
Well, that's perfect, because there's only funding secured for 2. So
there you go. There you go.
Michael, your thoughts?
I think it'd be great to have something to get people to come to Vernon. It's awesome that the citizens did all this work. I like the idea.
Sandy.
My question is, who would man it? Who would police it? And who would accept the money for it?
I would venture to guess that the system would include the rec department, as we are responsible for managing the town forest. The monies itself would go back into the town forest fund. That money wouldn't come to the rec department as income. The proposal would utilize using the funds that we receive for the sites. I believe the proposal has an $8 or a $15 charge, depending on which site, and that money could be used for annual cleanup or maintenance. Is how the proposal was written up.
So I look up on their website and I see it's a Black Gum Swamp, and I want to bring my kids there, and I live in Michigan. Who will I contact?
You would contact me. Is my understanding. It's early in the process, but I would venture to guess that is the process that would probably take place. It's not outlined in the proposal. I think that we're early in the discussions, but I would venture to guess that that's probably what would take place.
Right. It's a fragile area up there. You want it protected.
It is, and they're class 2 wetlands right now, so there's a 50-foot buffer around the 7 wetlands. So the town would be responsible for any damages that took place inside that buffer. So, but at the same time, we're encouraging hiking and walking, and we're encouraging people to go up there now. So, we need to continue to have the discussion and think about what all it would entail.
Cool. Thanks.
So at this point, because this was an addition and received relatively late in the process and it was not properly warned, I think that this was a great discussion to have. We will await Art Miller's response on this. And then we will put this back on the agenda, hopefully at the last meeting of this month, so that we can continue to have this conversation. hopefully after we've gathered some more information. Any questions on what we've discussed about this so far this evening?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this is Mark Snow.
Yes.
I would like to be involved with the conversations about the camping sites in the town forest from
I
the
would
health
love
officer
for you to be
standpoint.
involved.
Okay. I do have some questions and comments and concerns. So I would like to meet with the individuals coordinating this to bring those to their attention.
Mark, I'm going to right now forward the email over to you so that you can have that proposal and reach out with your questions on that. Is that all right with you?
That's fine.
Okay.
Thanks.
What was that, Mark?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, where are we on this agenda anyway? Let's go to approval of minutes.
Oh, okay.
Good night, guys.
Thanks, Seth. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
on May 19th minutes, we need to get a last name for Natalia and Greg.
Yes, and they are both different names as well. I thought that I had it here and I do not. Okay.
And then on page 2, under Seth Dio, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the 7th line down, there's, I don't think Seth is a the in front of Seth's name.
Okay.
But the Seth, oh, okay.
And on page 3, Martin's referred to, but I think for posterity's use, we should include his last name. And did you get to check into the terms for the fire warden? For some terms hadn't gone out yet.
I did not, Sandy. There was something that I had tried to figure out all week what that was. Where are you, Tom? We at our last meeting we discussed the fire warden, and Sandy had questioned that. I'm sorry, only 2 of them should be renewed, not 3. Right. Is that correct?
Let's see if I can pull my paper up.
I got him here. John Wielden.
Yep.
Jim, Jesse Jobin.
Okay, his term didn't end until 2021.
Okay.
So I wondered why we were appointing him again.
I will say what I didn't say on the road last time is that's because that's what the state sent to us. They only sent the state sent these 3 names, Jobin, Chapin, yeah, and Mr. Wielden.
Okay, that was just my question. That's all I have.
So I guess because I completely dropped the ball on that, what do we need to do about this? Because we've got to get that signed and off to them, don't we, Tom?
By the end of the month.
I think we could sign it, just put a letter in there asking why.
Okay.
We can put a note to that.
All right, Tom, if you could do that and have that with the clerk, I will stop and sign that.
Well, it's asking for at least the majority of the board on the signatures.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I forgot. That was the one that Gene, yes, okay.
So a note on Jobin. All right, so that that'll be available for your What's today? For the next warrants, I'll put them out with the next warrants. And you can sign them if you so choose when you review the warrants.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Does that
Sure.
work for the board?
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Okay. All right. Anything else on those minutes, Sandy?
That's all I had. Jean was-
Anybody else? Jean?
I think Jason O'Brien is also on the planning commission. Is that right? Is he on? Yeah. So I don't know where he should fall on this guest list, so.
Okay. Any other corrections? If not, I would accept a motion.
I move we accept the minutes as corrected.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Bills and warrants, please.
Okay, I lost him. There we go. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve payment of the following warrant. 24T, accounts payable, $28,431.06. 20S, payroll, $7,091.03. 21S, payroll, $7,853.71.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor of accepting the bills and warrants, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Perfect. All right. Smoking on town property discussion. I mean, there's, the only ordinance we have is that you cannot smoke inside of a building. That is a town ordinance, that is a state law. My personal opinion is that there should be an ordinance that states no smoking in town vehicles, and that there really does not need to be any smoking on town property. Highway department, town garage, the rec center, the school, fire department, any of that, I don't see. So, discussion.
So it's not a law that to prohibit smoking on town property? That's not a law then? Is that what you're saying? It's not a
No,
state.
I'm saying that currently the law states that you can't do it inside of a building.
Inside the buildings? I
Yeah,
thought it
but
was.
I did look at our town ordinances yesterday, and there is nothing, that is the only ordinance that we have in play, is the no smoking in a town building, but nothing about town-owned.
Property.
But yeah, well, I was thinking the vehicles, and then just the property in general. I mean, cigarettes, smoking of any, it generally leads to some type of littering or garbage, and I just don't think that it needs to be right out in front of town buildings. So that is my own personal thought. And for anybody that would like to, I did smoke for a very long time in my life, so I'm just grabbing to make sure that I didn't miss the ordinance, but.
I could say
Sandy,
from
your thoughts?
Sorry.
No, go ahead, Michael.
On the Air Force bases, they made it this way where you can't smoke unless you're designated smoking area, but they can't control you in your own personal vehicle, so that caused more people to smoke in their cars and litter their cigarettes outside of their car. So if we're gonna do something, I would set a set location for each building just for fire reasons, but other than that, you're not going to stop people, and you're going to have littering all over the parking lot instead.
Sandy?
I agree with Michael.
So if we did that, that would require us to
We'd have to amend our policy, wouldn't we?
well, I'm curious if that would mean that we would have to supply those smoking poles, the ashtrays that they would.
The butt receptacles, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't we have them outside the town office?
That I'm not sure of.
Used to.
I don't think it's still there, Sandy. It may be, but I haven't,
It
I
used to be one
remember
by
it
the
used to
police
be in
department
there.
door.
Yeah, it may have gone the way of the flower pots.
Yeah.
Linda, why didn't you speak up? I just found a more current ordinance that has your name on it.
Oh, Linda.
So this one was not in the ordinance book that I found at the town office yesterday, but this one says the town of Vernon, Vermont, in order to comply with provisions of 18 VSA 1421, has established this policy to protect workers by prohibiting smoking and use of smokeless tobacco products in the workplace, except for 30 feet away from town buildings and vehicles.
I think I did that when I was reviewing the town policy book. And at that time, that was what the Vermont statute was.
So, I mean, this says 30 feet or more.
Right.
So the statute says that, Linda?
It did at that time. I don't know what it does now, Sandy.
I mean, this is approved on 10/5 of '09. There is 4 signatures, and I apologize. The only one that I can make out is Linda's, and it looks like maybe Bob Miller's.
That's when I was first on the select board.
Okay.
Because I was elected to the select board.
So it sounds like this is in play, which would turn into more of an enforcement issue as opposed to having to make changes to this.
And I can tell you, I am a former smoker, and my husband is, who now has COPD really bad. So the only reason I stopped smoking was because my workplace said I couldn't smoke. And I think anything we can do to help people not smoke is a public service. And when they get to be our age, they'll wish they didn't smoke.
So I'm wondering if perhaps maybe we should just reiterate this policy to the department heads, and Tom, if I could task you with sending a friendly reminder with this attached that this is the rule of the town and that it needs to be followed.
I certainly would, Mr. Chairman. I'd be more than happy to. I might suggest to the board they might want to look at amending that policy only in as much as not allowing any smoking on recreation property where the kids are.
Right.
There is a state law on that. Hold on, I have it up.
Act 135?
School grounds and childcare, you're not allowed to smoke on their grounds. The school actually has a sign for that.
Right.
But workplaces, motor vehicles, public places, school grounds, and childcare settings. That's Act 135 and Act 108.
Right, but the playground, the rec center isn't a, well, it's a childcare setting in the summer, I guess. I just brought that up as a.
Like, makes sense, but I consider it a childcare facility. That's me.
Yeah, during the time that childcare is going, that they have the rec programs going.
I mean,
I'm
I understand
sorry.
what you're both saying. I was just looking at this as far as your idea to amend, and I'm wondering if that 30-foot should just come out of there, and that it is no smoking on town property. Period. Done. Hospitals, everybody around here does it. You can't smoke anywhere anymore, and I don't think that it needs to be on town property. And to that, I certainly understand what Michael is saying, because when I was smoking, we found those loopholes to make sure that we could sneak one. And I'm certain that we're still going to have those, but with the ordinance in place and potentially being town employees or town volunteers, we would have that to fall back on for those purposes. Brana, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think eliminating the 30-foot is good because 30 foot isn't much. I mean, you go, that means they can just drop their butts on the parking lot of the town, the town property, right? The other thing I would say, I have a question. Can you smoke in the town forest? I would say, I would hope not, but.
I don't know how you, that one sounds a little slippery to me. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's dangerous, it's town property. But anyhow.
Sandy, your thoughts on this?
I'm with you. I think we should find out what the state law says and utilize it.
Michael?
I am a smoker, and I still say designated area.
Yeah, they
You
should
tell
have.
me I can't smoke, I'm still going to smoke. You're not going to stop me.
But if you had a place to go to smoke, you would probably use that rather than every place, right?
As I am a very good person, I would respect that. Because you're respecting me and my choices.
Right. My sister's a smoker, and they have a special smoke shed they go to smoke.
So would that require us to purchase those butt cans, if you will, for each of those locations so that it is the ones that I can't say eliminate, but reduce the risk of fire because of they're in those contained. Should we
make anything do anything, you usually have to provide something.
Yeah, it's only right.
Okay.
And I try to find the ones we used to have.
So do we need to look at this policy again, Sandy, and revise that and then send that out after we have designated areas and given them the proper equipment to do so?
I think so. I think they should know before we do it, what we're planning.
Okay.
It should be looked at anyway.
That's right. So let's put that on the next agenda, and that will give us some time to Tom to research the state laws on that, make sure that that's still current. This is for
I'll call the Vermont Department of Health. They'll know straight up.
Okay.
As well as VLCT.
Okay, so let's put that on the next agenda. We will revisit it. Okay, perfect. Condition of town properties, appearance and upkeep. Some pictures around to the board. We've got a lot of chipping paint. We have cracks in the cinder blocks of the highway department. We have a highway department that is still a shining display of the 1970s as we drive down Route 142. And I think that we've got to do something. At some point that becomes preventative maintenance, making sure that everything is painted and we're not rotting out the eaves and things like that. But also, if we want our town to ever be taken seriously when our planning commission is seeking potential investors in our town, when we want other people to move to our town and bring their children to our school, I think that our town property has to kind of look the part, the same as we're replacing the stairs at the town offices for safety and for aesthetics. So that's why I brought this up. Again, I did send those pictures around, and I'm just curious the board's thoughts. Sandy?
I think we need to take care of our infrastructure.
Jean?
I've been fighting for this for years. And fallen on deaf ears, but I was thinking that our budget was built with a line item for an evaluation of this sort. I'm
All right.
trying to find it.
And-
Do you remember that discussion
And
about?
so that is actually under, we have that coming up under old business A,
Oh.
town facility inspection to
Oh, okay.
continue that movement. But yes, you're absolutely right that we do have that, and that did pass at town meeting, and that's why the discussion is here this evening, so that hopefully we can get back on track with that. COVID stalled an awful lot of things. Linda, I apologize. Were you a part of any of that discussion when we talked about having that firm come in and look at all of our buildings the same as Guilford did?
Well, yes, our whole committee was, because when, I think it was Tom, weren't you the one that you found that out when you went to Guilford and brought that information back to the committee, and the committee brought it to the select board?
Yes, I spoke to the town administrator, if that's his title, in Guilford, and he told me about having gone through the process very recently where they hired a consultant, and they were very pleased with the result. He not only went through and made an assessment of all of the town-owned properties, but he also recommended priorities for which things needed to be tackled immediately and which things could wait. And it wasn't necessarily what the select board in the town had in their minds in terms of the priorities. So they were very grateful to have an expert opinion on that aspect, as well as an estimate of the approximate cost. So he heartily recommended that as a way to approach the infrastructure problem.
So, and I don't know, Sandy, Jean, if anybody remembers, I believe that it was up to $15,000 that we voted on, or was it?
Yes.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so.
Yes.
Because I think that Guilford came in around $6,000 and they had fewer buildings than we did, so we went up to that 15,000.
Right.
So we've now combined two discussions, and I'm perfectly fine with that. I think they go hand in hand. So,
can I update the board on the company? So,
please.
Back on April 23rd, I received an email from Danielle Sweeney, who was with the engineering firm. It's Criterium Lalandset and Dudka engineers. They're the people that did Guilford. Wanting to know when they could get going on a field work, to get going on the field work for the project. At that point, we were in the middle of COVID, and I had been trying to find get that other company to take a look too, so you'd have two bids. If you go back to March, we had discussed Dude Solutions, a facility dude. Now I've had emails back and forth with them, but nothing to any fruit. So given that this particular firm was so highly recommended, I did reach back out to Danielle to let her know just recently that if she could contact me, and then I could come back to the board and we could perhaps start the field work on this project. Guilford was very pleased. I think they were $4,200 or $4,800 in Guilford at the end. But that's the name of the firm. They're out of Rutland and they're ready to go at your convenience.
Now, this is not something that we can do before July 1, is it?
We might be able to get the field work done, and it's in the capital plan, so wouldn't that carry over anyways?
It's not in the that's not in the capital plan. That was voted on in our budget, wasn't it? I think that was added to our budget.
Well, so what could happen, Mr. Chairman, if I could, if there's a contract signed for that amount, that money would be encumbered until the project was complete, if it got started before June 30th.
Yeah, we couldn't pay until then.
7/1.
Okay. I'm all for reaching back out to Danielle and asking them when we can get that scheduled.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that it's been voted on. We've all agreed on it. I think that we need to move forward on that.
I asked her to contact me next Monday when I'm back in the office for the day, so that's already been.
Unless anybody on the board objects, I would say that on Monday with your conversation, go ahead and give them the green light, please. Any objection to that?
No.
Could I have a vote on that, please?
I was voted on by the town of Vernon, so
They appropriated the money, but you're gonna approve the firm.
I believe we've already voted on that, didn't we? I'm not sure. I mean, we certainly can, but.
So moved.
Thank you, Sandra.
I have a motion, please. Could I get a second?
My question is, where is this in the budget? Is it in our budget or is it in our capital plan?
I believe that it is in the select board budget.
We're under what line item?
Well,
Yeah,
that's a
well,
great, hold on. Carol's raising her hand. Let me unmute Carol.
Good.
Maybe.
Looking for my town report.
I don't know. Carol, are you able to go up to your upper right by your picture? There you go. Hi, Carol.
Hi, I would just
Carol.
like, I need to know the motion. Not so moved. I need a
Oh, come
motion.
on, Carol.
Sorry.
Tom, could you repeat the name of that firm, please, for Carol? Carol, the motion would read to approve moving forward with, Tom, you're up on the company name.
I just got rid, it was, hold on. Yeah, that would be, Criterium, Criterium, the Lancet, Lancette, in Dudka, Dudka, engineers.
Okay,
I have
thank
to
you.
say, I'm not finding it in our budget.
So I think under general expenses, there's contracts, maintenance and repair,
Yeah.
because all of the groundkeeping, cleaning, snow removal, that's in buildings and grounds. So that's not those contracted services. But there's quite a chunk of money there. Right now, there's $15,000.
That must be it.
That ends June 30th.
Right.
And
But
then for next year is 26,400.
So that's got to be where we put it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we should, and I meant to ask Cindy to get a budget summary to know what has been spent out of these line items and what we have left, because maybe we want to get something cooking here
Yeah.
right off.
So this is to move forward with this firm to what?
Undertake a capital needs assessment.
To do a capital needs assessment?
Yes.
On town-owned buildings.
Oh, okay.
And it says 8 town buildings in their email to me.
Okay.
Eight. I thought we were up above 8. No, we have, because we were doing the town office, we were doing the North School.
Right. The DPW.
The rec, the pavilion.
The pavilion.
At the rec.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
The town office.
The shed across the street from the highway department.
Yeah, I'll call that the sand shed, which that is a building that I sent a picture of that desperately needs some attention.
Right.
We said the
historic
salt shed.
Museum.
Salt shed.
Oh, the museum is one.
South School. We did not do the chapel because the historians own that. Is that correct?
Right.
We don't own it.
So maybe any other buildings at the highway department besides the main garage?
We said the salt shed as well.
Okay.
Oh, and I
Fire
guess North
department?
School.
What about the fire department?
Oh, yes, yep, fire department. So that, I come up with 9 there, but.
Are you, the elementary school was part of that?
No.
No, the South School, I'm sorry, yep,
Yep. So I'm coming up with 9. I have the highway department, the rec, the pavilion, the town office building, the sand building. That's the one across 142, the salt shed, South School, North School, and the fire department.
I think we discussed not doing the sand shed because of its condition and age. But
So at what point do we make a decision on that building and what we're going to do? Are we going to look at that building and have it painted so that it looks better? Or are we going to have them go over and knock it down with the loader that we just bought them? I mean, this is where I'm at, Gene. I'm right there with you. We cannot continue to allow our town property to look this way and to expect anybody to take us seriously. Linda, please. This is where I needed you this evening, Linda. Go ahead.
That's the purpose of hiring this company. You can sit here and we all have our own little pet things. There's people want the cupola painted and all this kind of stuff. That company, that's their job. They will come in and they will look at your properties. They will tell you what's wrong with them, what needs to be fixed. And then you can decide, and they'll tell you in what order they think it should be done, but you're the ultimate decider. So I would have them look at all the buildings. They're coming here anyway. Look at all the buildings. Let them evaluate all the buildings, let you know what condition they're in, and then you can make the decision at that time when you have some information. Right now, it's just, I look at this building and it bothers me. Jean looks at that one and it's an eyesore to her. And, it's all, we aren't professional people. These people are building structure people. They're professionals.
Well, I think if his bid only included 8, we need to ask him to increase it to 9.
Yeah, I mean, the intent was to go over everything.
It was.
I thought
it was at first, but then when he said 9, we had discussed the other one, but.
Yeah. So Linda, I absolutely respect what you just said. And my concern is more about the fire department, for instance, if we look up at the eaves or that soffit area, the amount of paint that is peeling and the amount of water that is running over that peeled paint, and the same on the backside of the highway department, again, up in the soffit eave area, the paint is coming off from it and that water is just pouring down over what is raw wood at that point. So yes, we need them to come in and let us know where we're at with our capital plan as far as projections and where we really need to be focused more and maybe not look at this direction. But I would think that we could all agree that if one of our town buildings is in need of a facelift with some paint or some general maintenance, that we don't need to wait for this company to tell us that. I'm saying that as a question. I know it didn't sound like it, but
I think if you have water running over soffits, you have more than just a paint problem.
Yeah.
You have a building.
I don't know, Sandra. I'll have to, I just sent, reach out to them from April. So I'm going to have to follow up with them. They're to call me when I'm back in the office. And we're going to move forward from there. I will know better early next week.
So if this company comes out and says, I'll stay on the fire department. If this company comes out and says, wow, those soffits are in rough shape,
Any glasses?
I'll keep letting
My head.
people in as they show up.
Okay. I'm going to call to order the West River Modified Union Education District 2020 annual meeting. My name is David Lebo. I'm the Union Education District Moderator. I'm going to read the warning. The legal voters of the West River Modified Union Education District, comprising the voters of the towns of Brookline, Jamaica, Newfane, and Townsend for the pre-kindergarten through grade 12, and the town of Wyndham for grades 7 through 12, are hereby notified and warned to meet at the Leland and Gray High School in Townsend, Vermont on Tuesday, June 9th, 2020 at 7 p.m. to transact any of the following business not involved voting by Australian ballot. Upon the conclusion of the business not involving voting by Australian ballot, the meeting is to be adjourned and reconvened in the respective polling places hereinafter named for each of the above referenced towns on Wednesday, June 10th, 2020, beginning at 9 a.m. in Brookline, 9 a.m. in Jamaica, 9 a.m. in Newfane, 9 a.m. in Townsend, and 10 a.m. in Wyndham. Polls will close in such towns at 7 p.m. So the meeting is open. If there's no objection, I'll refrain from reading the rest of the warning. Put a little hand up. Does everybody need to put that little hand up if you have an objection? You're good? That's good? Okay, I won't read the rest of the warning. I'd like to introduce the board. Are there members of the public here, I assume? So let's
There are members of the public here.
Okay, so let's have the board introduce themselves one by one, please.
Okay, my name is Joe Winrick. I'm the chair of the board. I am a resident of Townsend and elected by the voters of Townsend. Lindsay, you're next in my thing.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, Al, go ahead. Al, you're Townsend.
Each one of you, why don't we do this? Each one of you pass it off to another.
Good idea. All right, Al Clausen, Vice Chair, Townsend, resident of Townsend. Lindsay.
I'm Lindsay Bertram. I'm from Newfane.
You have to give it to somebody, Lindsay.
I'm sorry, it's all exciting. I'll give it to Emily.
Thank you, Lindsay. I am Emily Long from Newfane, and happy to see everyone here, and I'll hand it off to Trish.
Thank you. I'm Trish Scott. I am a resident of Townsend, and I'm in one of the at-large positions. Leanne.
Hi, I'm Leanne Jolson. I am from Brookline, and I'll hand it off to Mike.
Mike, you're muted.
Hi, I'm Mike Foley. I'm from Townsend. I'm an at-large member. I will pass it off to Howie.
Hi, I'm Howie Iris. I'm the representative from Wyndham. Oh, I'll pass it off to Ken McFadden.
Hi, I'm Ken McFadden. I'm from Newfane, and I will pass it off to, let me see here, Dana. Did they get you yet?
No, not yet. I'm Dana West. I'm from representative from Jamaica. I'll pass it off to my partner, Keegan.
Hi, my name is Keegan Eaker. I'm a resident of Jamaica, and I think Al Clausen is still needing to be introduced.
Keegan, you are really quiet for me. Did anybody else have trouble hearing her?
No, I heard her.
Yeah, she's quiet though.
Okay.
Oh, no. Leanne did.
And Al already did introduce us.
I did. Thank you, though.
See, when I do Zoom meetings, I feel like I'm on a cell phone and I yell. So if you seem like I'm yelling, it's because I feel like I need to. All the board introduced? Yes?
Yes.
Yes? Excellent. Okay, let's move on to Article 1. To elect a moderator. I'll entertain nominations for the moderator position.
Nominate David Lebo.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. Seconds aren't needed for nominations, Mike, but thank you. Any other nominations? Hearing no further nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for David Lebo for moderator position for the year 2020 for the West River Modified Union Education District. All those in favor, please say aye. Or wait, you can't say aye. Raise your little hands.
We have to do a roll call vote.
Oh, you got for everybody here?
Well, that's for the
actually,
board.
that's for the board.
This is for the public. Does everybody have that little reaction thing down here on the right? You can put your little thumb up, or you can put your little hand up. All those in favor, thumbs up. All those not in favor, put your slap me. Thumbs up, thumbs up. I see thumbs up. Okay. No objections? Thank you very much. I appreciate the position. Article 2, to elect the following officers, clerk and treasurer. We'll start with clerk, which I believe right now is Anita Bean. Entertain motions for clerk.
This is Emily. I'll nominate Anita Bean for clerk.
Anita Bean's been nominated. There's the clerk. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Anita Bean for the clerk of the West River Modified Union Education District for the year 2020. All those in favor, give me a thumbs up. And no, give me a slap. Slap me if no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Anita Bean has been elected clerk. I'll now entertain nominations for treasurer.
Nominate Rick Hagee.
Rick Hagee's been, oh, Rick Hagee, right. He is the current treasurer. Thank you. Rick Hagee has been nominated. Any other nominations for clerk? Hearing no other nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Rick Hagee for treasurer of the West River Modified Union Education District for 2020. All those in favor, thumbs up. All those against, slap or wave hand. Okay. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Thank you. Rick Hagee has been elected treasurer. Article 3, to hear and act upon the reports of the school district officers. Do we have something to hear, school district officers?
We publish the annual report, and we could certainly answer questions about the annual report that we were published that was distributed months ago. There is no formal report.
So do we act upon that report? Are we voting approval of that report?
We do not.
So what do we do with Article 3?
Answer questions about it.
Okay.
If there are any.
I'll just say, I think we do have to approve the report, which I think is our annual report. It says act upon, and that usually requires our approval.
I was going to,
okay,
kind of an article.
Clarification.
Okay, so any question? I'll entertain a motion then for approval of the school district report.
So make a motion to approve the report.
Thank you. Second.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, there's a motion before us to approve the school district report. All those in favor, thumbs up. All those against, slap or hand.
Ken McFadden's abstaining.
Okay, can we register that? Ken McFadden abstains?
Sure.
I got it.
Thank you. I believe the ayes have it. The school district report is approved.
I am going to need to know who made the motion and who seconded, though.
Oh, sorry.
Keegan Eaker from Jamaica made the motion, I'm hoping I'm loud enough that you can hear me.
Say it again.
It was Keegan Eaker.
Thank you.
And
Okay.
Dana West seconded it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Dana. Okay, moving on to Article 4. To transact any other business that may legally come before this meeting. Any other non-binding business that you want to vote on? If not, and if there are questions, we're going to close this meeting, the official meeting, and then move on to kind of an informational meeting, more of an informational meeting. Hearing no other business to come. Yes, Keegan, go ahead.
Someone just posted in the chat box that they would like to share something. I don't know if that needs to be read by someone, but it looks like someone has some concerns that they would like to share. I don't know if this is the time to do that, though.
Yeah.
We've got a chat. Chat can't be recorded and put into the official part of the meeting. And we have someone who's come into the meeting with no ability to speak.
But it can be read, though.
What?
It can be read into record.
Yeah, it can be read. Although there are phone numbers that you can call into. You then can't watch the meeting, but you can hear and be heard.
Right.
So you don't have to have a computer with a microphone. Al?
Actually, you can do both. You can call in and actually watch as well.
Right, but if you didn't have a computer, Zoom doesn't exclude you from showing up because you can call in, was the point that I was making.
Right. Yep. But yeah, definitely call in and be heard.
Okay, so I can just read this in.
Joe, can you just give that number? Is it possible for you to just say the number? Do you have it in front of you?
I can get it. Hold on one second.
It might help for anyone who's unable to speak and is part of the meeting.
It looks like part of the problem is that it's a toll number and the person having the problem doesn't have long distance service.
The number is 646-876-9923.
Say it again, Joe.
646-876-9923. There are multiple numbers, but that's the closest one to our area.
Okay, do you want to read it, Joe? Do you want me to read it?
Sure.
Okay.
So this is in response to, hold on. This is in response to my saying that chat isn't an official part of the meeting. Wow, that is a real bummer that I can't even have my voice heard. I must say that this meeting is appearing to be somewhat of a sham. I was never told I had to have a mic, which I can't afford, and would not know how to set up. This meeting is pretty exclusionary, so there does not even seem to be a purpose to even listen to this. I have been a registered voter who has voted in every meeting since I moved down here 34 years ago, and I am saddened that I cannot even have my voice heard. This very greatly troubles me, and perhaps I should check in with the Secretary of State's office on how this meeting was conducted. Is it possible to have my comments noted? I do not have long distance service. It is a toll number. Well, your comment has been read into the record, so yes.
I believe there was another comment before that, Joe.
I'm sorry?
I believe there was another comment before that one.
Just the one that said I can't here and whatever. And I said, chats aren't part of the meeting.
The first message read, "Greetings, I'm low tech, have no camera on my desktop and no mic, but I can hear and see you and will use chat box to say something. I do wish that this meeting had been better publicized. There are only 24 people on this meeting. If you take out the board members and staff, I doubt there are 5 actual voters in the meeting. I really think there should have been a mailing sent out." I believe this meeting was warned in March and was moved and warned. It's been in the paper. It was properly warned and properly advertised. It was moved to Zoom. Unfortunately, in the new COVID environment with which we live, this is becoming the new norm. That's the way the global world is, is moving. We apologize for the fact that you might not be able to, but I don't know if libraries are open now, but there may be some other avenue to get in touch with us. You can continue to type and we'll keep a look at the chat box and we'll see if we can get your comments read into the record. Okay. So that's Article 4.
Scott has her hand up, David.
Oh, wait, I didn't see a hand. Who had a hand?
Trish Scott.
Trish, sorry.
No, that's okay, thanks. I just wanted to make note that there's nothing that a member of the public would be voting on in this meeting anyway. That's tomorrow. So if that was the concern, I just wanted to voice that his vote will still, he can still go and vote tomorrow. It's nothing, there isn't a vote happening this evening.
Actually, we just did quite a number of votes, and it wasn't the board that was voting, it was the members of the public and the board.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I was thinking that he was concerned about tomorrow's.
Well, it may be, but I just want to make sure that people understand that the voters of the district just voted on this, not the voters of the board.
Gotcha.
Right. So we did take a few votes for the moderator and the other positions and acted on the report. So we did register votes. But the main voting, like you said, Trish, on the budget is actually tomorrow. Right. Okay. So any other business to come before the meeting? Hearing none and seeing no other texts or chats? Okay, I'll entertain him. Yes.
Is that a hand,
Keegan? Yes, Keegan.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this would be the appropriate time, but I did want to raise the issue that I ran into today. There's 3 separate websites that are connected to this particular board, and only one of them is being updated. Can we make an effort to either update all websites at all times or get rid of the 2 that we haven't been using since 2017? That way there's less confusion for public access of information? Or would that not be an appropriate conversation for right now?
It's noted and we can have it taken care of.
Thanks.
There's another comment in the chat.
Okay.
I do not mean to cause trouble, but I wanted an avenue to be able to put something on the record. I still disagree, and there is a vote. Please follow what this is, a legal meeting.
Mm-hmm.
There's more. Joe, you want to read more?
Sure. I'm very disappointed in this whole process. There were votes cast tonight and I could not cast a vote. Now someone else has weighed in with, this is FYI, this is what was on the Town of Newfane website about this meeting. No mention of Zoom. It was just about the voting instructions for tomorrow with an annual meeting tonight. Okay. That was part of the one page how to vote tomorrow that everyone was concerned about getting out.
Okay, well, it's been read into the record. I do believe that meetings like this are taking place all over Vermont right now. And it was legally warned. Phone numbers were available and other avenues were published. So if there's no other business to come before the meeting.
There's another hand, David. Ken McFadden has his hand up and
Can't see him. You need to use that little reaction thing. Okay, Ken, go ahead. Is that who's hand?
Okay, sorry, had to unmute. Now, I think what is the main problem here is, and I really wish that he could physically weigh in, is that according to his chat log here, I don't want to read the whole thing out. It says, this is what he read on the website, that the West River Modified Unified Education District annual meeting is Tuesday, on the 9th at 7 p.m. at Leland and Gray. So we used to have somebody up at Leland and Gray in case a member of the public wanted to show up for the meeting, or a couple, because we can entertain up to 25 people now, or at least 10 in a room. So I don't know why somebody wasn't up there. Just saying. If it's advertised that the meeting was going to be held up at Leland and Gray, somebody should have been up at Leland and Gray to let members of the public in that couldn't get on in Zoom.
Is that the board that published that, or is that Newfane that published that?
That's the language from the original warning. And when we were rewarning and postponing the meeting because of COVID, the warning was never changed to read that it was only a Zoom meeting. We were never advised in consultation with the Secretary of State that should be updated. We did publicize that this was only a Zoom meeting on every school Facebook page, every school website, in the paper, everywhere we could, as much as we could, that this was still going to be a virtual meeting, because the governor lifted the restriction on the gathering to 25 recently enough, and the logistics of trying to hold the meeting over Zoom and in a person and in a place and do it all safely, we didn't work that out, and we felt that this was the best course of action to hold this meeting.
Okay, well, and that may be something that has to be, the Secretary of State has to look at later if somebody wants to push that issue.
And just for the record, so everybody knows, this is Billy Gunther, who does not have the camera, and he has shown up at every one of our informational meetings and every one of our votes and every one of our annual meetings since we started. So I'm just pointing that out to you.
The other chat participant, no one was at Leland and Gray, but they're saying that they didn't go. They heard about the Zoom call and joined. They're not upset. They're just sharing information about what was out there.
Okay, any other business? Hearing no other business, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. I'm looking for hands.
So moved.
That was
Ken
Kenneth.
McFadden.
Chris Scott seconded. I see a thumb. All those in favor, thumbs up, I guess. Thumbs up. Okay. The West River Modified Union Education 2020 annual meeting is now adjourned. And now I'm going to pass it over to Joe. Mr. Gunther, if you want to ask questions through the chat box too, you can go ahead and do that. And then I don't know if you want to just go down through the articles, Joe, or
Sure.
entertain questions.
We now come to the part that's an informational hearing on Articles 5 to 12. There's no action that's taken, but we're here to ask questions, hear thoughts, whatever. These are the ballot questions that will be voted on tomorrow. Article 5 is, shall the voters of the district authorize the Board of School Directors to borrow money by issuance of bonds or notes not in excess of anticipated revenues for the next fiscal year? Any questions regarding that specific article? Comments?
Joe, the other thing is no talk about elections tomorrow. We can't talk about the actual, right. I mean, the actual personal elections tomorrow.
Right. There will be an election for an at-large school director under Article 11, and there are multiple candidates, and you can write them in, but that's as much as we'll say about that.
Right. Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Yes.
Okay, I don't see any. You can also, rather than raise your hand, just unmute yourself and speak, members of the public. I'm looking for hands. Keegan, you have a question on Article 5?
I just think it would be helpful to clarify for anyone who doesn't know what a bond would be used for. And since it's something that the public is going to be voting on, and not everyone is a banker, just acknowledging that folks have an opportunity to apply for bonds that would not go beyond the expected amount of money that would come through. Would we have an example of what that would look like, just to make sure that all of our public friends are informed about what that actually means? Or am I making a false assumption that everybody knows, and it's my inner teacher of trying to just be informed?
This article is essentially, this article doesn't deal with a bond for a specific purpose, such as, you know, a project or something like that. That would be a separate vote. This is just operational. For instance, since tax revenue comes in, you know, later in the year, oftentimes the school districts then have a borrowing authority. You know, it's a note rather than a bond to just bridge the gap until the revenues start coming in. But this is different than, you know, the sort of traditional bond for a large project kind of thing.
Thanks, Joe.
That's what this is about.
He appreciates that.
Okay, I don't see any questions on that one or additional comments. The next article says, shall the voters of the district approve compensation to the current officers for their services during the fiscal year 2021 in the following amounts? The moderator is $250, the clerk is $2,000, and the treasurer is $2,000. Those are the same salaries that we've paid those positions since this last year. The clerk and the treasurer both have duties almost on a monthly basis. We've kept our clerk really hopping this year, and our treasurer reviews and signs checks every month. We're a little kinder to our moderator, hence the lower fee. He just does one meeting unless we get crazy. But if anyone has any questions or comments on that article, I'd be happy to address them. Seeing no little hands. Article 7, shall the voters of the district approve compensation to the school directors for their service during the fiscal year 2021, $1,000 per director and $1,200 to the chair. Again, same salaries as we got last year. Not much to say about them. Comments, questions?
I'd like to make the same motion I made last year that we get paid the same amount as the River Valleys Board, 2,000 apiece.
You can't make that motion now.
Joe?
Yes.
Tristram?
Got it. I just saw your hand go up.
Question, how much of that money was claimed in the last fiscal year? How much was not claimed in the last fiscal year?
I don't know. Do we have Lori on? Lori, are you on? Do you know the answer to that question?
Just to clarify, are you talking about when a person claims it on their taxes or when it was paid?
I'm asking about the amount that has been budgeted as compensation to members of the board and whether members of the board have used 100% of that budgeted amount or not. That's simply the question. Thank you.
The answer is the board members have been paid. And I believe that there were actually some board members that did not decided to donate back, so it's probably not 100% paid out on that line item. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands. The next item, the next article voted on is Article 8. Shall the voters of the district set the date of the 2021 annual meeting as the fourth Tuesday in March? That continues what has been our annual meeting. No comments, questions? I don't see any hands.
I've got a question, Joe. Would it be possible for us to have semi-annual meetings, or do we only ever host one a year in this style?
We just only have the one annual meeting. To take care of these specific things, it's a statutory piece. I mean, we hold board meetings every month. And those are public meetings and anyone can show up, and we add things to the agenda. So it's not like this is someone's only chance to do it. So we just hold the annual meeting as a statutory piece.
Thank you.
Okay, the next article is the elementary, or the pre-K 6 portion of the budget. Shall the voters of the West River Modified Union Education District approve the school board to expend $5,791,710 for grades pre-K 6, which is the amount the school board has determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year. It is estimated that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in education spending of $20,465 per equalized pupil. This projected spending per equalized pupil is 10.38% higher than spending for the current year. Leanne, you have a question?
Actually, it was just more of a notice. I still have my chat window open, so I noticed that Bill Gunther has another message he really wanted read in about the importance of voting to him. I don't know when you want to do that. I just want to make sure it was seen.
Sure. He says the multiple websites are very confusing to try to follow. I, unlike many of my fellow citizens, try to stay plugged into what's going on. Ken, thank you for your comments of my attendance. I don't have kids, but voting is so important to me, and having been stationed for some of my military time in West Berlin during the Cold War and seeing the absolute horrors of people being shot who simply wanted a right to vote. So voting is so important to me. I would very much like my above comment to be read so that folks understand what voting means to me. Thank you. So no other hands. Okay. The next, Ken.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Mr. Gunther for his military service. And I feel the same way he does about voting. So thank you very much.
Okay, Article 9, I'm just checking for hands again. Article 9 is the, I'm sorry, we just did Article 9. Article 10 is the 7 through 12 piece of the budget. Shall the voters of the West River Modified Union Education District approve the school board to expend $6,256,021 for grades 7 to 12, which is the amount the school board has determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year. It is estimated that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in education spending of $24,752 per equalized pupil. This projected spending per equalized pupil is 8.4% higher than the spending for the current year. Keegan, you have a question.
It's just a follow-up comment from the meeting that we had yesterday as a reminder, because it's a split budget, but it's one budget for the entire school system. I think Lori had mentioned the importance of recognizing that if you vote for one, you should really be voting for both, because if you split your vote, it doesn't really help either pass or not pass the budget. Lori, is that an accurate retelling of what you had mentioned yesterday? I think
yes, Keegan, thank you for bringing that up. It's important. I think that in the annual report, there's a page that really talks about how it is split for Article 17, but it really needs to be either vote yes all the way through or no all the way through, because the board will come back and look at the budget as a pre-K through 12 budget.
Thanks, Lori.
That's page 16 in the annual report, and that that document is also available on the West River website. Someone's asking if there's a copy of the ballot that we will receive tomorrow with the nominees somewhere online. I do not know if the ballot is posted or not. Bill? No, the ballot is not posted. There's one election with 2 nominees and a write-in available.
And you can pick up a copy of the ballot at your local town office. You just need to call ahead so that they know to expect you, or you can vote in person, at least in Jamaica, as long as you have a mask and you're 6 feet away from someone else.
Okay, so no hands on the, Emily.
I was just going to say, I do believe some town clerks do post ballots. I'm not sure if one of the 5 do here, but there are some towns that post ballots themselves on their websites as well. So you should check with your town clerks.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other hands on that article. Article 11, again, we've been talking a little bit about the ballot. There is an election for an at-large school director. There are 2 people who have their names on the ballot, and there is a write-in box. That'll be there. I guess we could entertain a procedural question. Okay, I don't see any hands. And the last article, Article 12, is shall the voters of the West River Modified Union School District authorize moving the operational surplus, if any, from fiscal year 20 to the reserve fund. That would just allow us, if there is an operational, if there is money left in the 2020 budget, to put it into a capital reserve fund rather than, put it on to the next year or return it. That's pretty standard language. We have in the past, rolled that money into the reserve fund, and we've also, used that reserve fund to take care of things that come up unexpectedly over the years. It's kind of a sound financial practice, wouldn't you say, Lori?
I would say that, yes. I wasn't sure if I was muted.
I'm sorry?
I thought I was muted, but I would say that, yes.
Any questions about that? Comments? Okay, that's all the articles. Does anyone, I can remind you, the polling places are the Brookline Town Hall, the Jamaica Town Office, the Newbrook Firehouse, the Townsend Town Hall, and the Wyndham Town Office. Polls open everywhere except Wyndham at 9 a.m. Wyndham opens at 10 and polls close at 7. I believe, actually, we could hear from our clerk. Does everyone, Anita, are you still here? Oh no, she left. I believe everyone has procedures in place, requesting that you socially distance vote. They're going to have hand sanitizer around. They'd like you to wear a mask. Some of it is going to be drive up. Some of it is going to be walk up. But just go, be safe, and vote. Anything further tonight? Okay, board, I need you for 2 minutes. We've been asked to do a rather silly favor that is not in any way, well, board related, but we need to plan it a bit. Ken, you have a question?
Yeah, I do. Just for our next agenda for a regular meeting, can we put on the topic of the West River website? Just so we can discuss it at our next meeting, so we can see exactly what's going on with it.
It's come up before because it hasn't been updated.
Right. I'm just asking if we can put that on the next agenda.
Sure.
You being the board chair, I figured I'd ask you. Thank you.
Sure. David, you want to say something?
I was just saying goodbye, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for for attending the West River District Informational and Annual 2020 meeting. I'm going to go.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
My pleasure. Everybody, please be safe, be smart, and vote tomorrow. Very important. Okay.
Thanks, David.
Thank you,
pleasure.
David.
My pleasure. Next year, we will see each other in person.
Hello all, I think that's my cue. I'm never actually quite sure when everybody's with us. But welcome, I have 6:15 on Apple time anyway, or maybe 6:16. So I'd like to call the meeting to order of the Brattleboro Select Board for June 2nd, 2020, let's say. And our first official business, which is traditional, is to approve the minutes of May 19th.
Excuse me for interrupting, Tim, just to say that the meeting has been officially warned.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
As you know, I always remember to do that, except right now. Thanks for that, Peter. Having everyone has, of course, studied the minutes of May 19th, do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes of May 19th, 2020.
Thank you. Ian has made a motion to approve May 19th minutes. All those in favor, say aye. Raise your hand as well.
Aye.
Yeah, thank you.
Aye.
5-0. And I just want to, let's see, I'm going to try to sneak in our administrative stuff a little bit here and there so that everybody knows the deal. If it's your first time watching, we do ask that if you want to comment during public participation, which is sort of the open forum early in our meeting, so that you can speak about whatever you'd like or ask any questions you'd like for anything that's not on the agenda. Or pretty much after every item, I'll be opening it up for public comment. Feel free to raise your hand, so to speak, in the chat window just by typing in, I'd like to say something, or I have a question and your name. That helps your chair out in sort of lining you up and figuring out what kind of interest we have for people to speak. Otherwise, when we get to the public participation part, I'm kind of like just waiting. And it's great to know in advance that some folks want to talk. Thank you. And yes, I think that's all I'll say there. And so chair's remarks is usually first. I really don't have too many remarks. We have a very full meeting. I did want to just say that, gosh, on the national basis, we are all experiencing quite a bit of emotion. There is so much going on. And I want to just bring it down to the local level and say that I continue to be incredibly impressed with the community here in Brattleboro. We've had 2 major protests now featuring a lot of people who are justifiably upset by some things happening on the national level. And I just want to say that our town staff, everybody I've been encountering in our community, our police, everyone, our fire department, everyone has been coming together in support of free speech and the justice that everybody is seeking in these increasingly crazy times. And we're dealing with so much on top of our normal crazy, which is COVID-19. And now we have all kinds of unrest in our country. So anyway, that's my remarks. I'll pass it over to manager's comments, please.
I didn't have any prepared for this evening. I'd like to just add one thing to what you just said, Tim, which is in both cases, the organizers of the event coordinated directly with our police department. And we really appreciate that partnership. We're seeing many examples across the country of even some of the larger cities and lots of smaller towns where police departments and people in the community are working in partnership around these issues. And we're fortunate to have that be true here, that there has been communication that has enabled everyone to be able to have these major events and have them remain safe for the whole community, for the participants and for the rest of the community. So we're hopeful that people who may organize additional events would continue to view our police department as a partner and as folks that they can work together with around these kinds of major gatherings. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Absolutely. And I'll just remind people once again that if you're interested in the upcoming public participation part, which is to speak to anything that's not on our agenda currently, it's a busy meeting. We are going to be holding it to 2 minutes or so, if we can. because there's so much to do tonight. And thank you. And the next order of business is just to hear from my 4 fellow board members, any kind of committee reports or comments that you might have. And I have almost split-second raising of hands. Daniel first, if you'd like.
I just wanted to publicly state my gratitude for Chief Fitzgerald's op-ed in the Reformer the other day. You know, I appreciated its honesty. And I also think that at a moment like this, you know, we can't stay silent, even when what we have to say is complicated. And, you know, as white people in a 99 or whatever it is % white state, our role as allies is sometimes hard to navigate, and it's not always clear what the best path is. But I think that honest public reflection, especially those of us that have positions of you know, public trust and public power, is really, really important. And I just want to commend Chief Fitzgerald on that. And I think that, you know, continuing to have an open, honest dialogue in the community is the way that, you know, is the way I've seen us do business, and I hope it's the way that we continue to do business.
Thank you. Brandy?
I just wanted to say thank you to Brattleboro Solidarity for being one of the organizers of Saturday's rally. I was unable to attend that one. I did attend the one today that was organized by students from our high school, and it was passionate and it was well attended. And I'm very grateful for the amount of people that showed up to protest the murder of George Floyd. Yeah. And yeah, good job on both fronts. I have to say I was really, really proud of the high school students today, because it's a big undertaking and there was a lot of people there. I have no idea what the final count was, but it was huge.
Thanks, Brandy. Ian, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to also show some gratitude towards the organizers and also the town for Sunday's demonstration or protest. My partner and I participated, and you know, it just reminded me again why I'm so happy I live in Brattleboro, and I want to just encourage that kind of discourse and respect to continue as we move forward and show solidarity and support for people across this country during this really trying time.
Thank you, Ian. And Liz, I think you're the only one left if you have anything to say. No pressure.
I was at Sundays, and I thought it was really very well organized, and you know, I appreciated you know, the sidewalk chalk with the names of all the, you know, fallen. There was a lot of interesting details and a lot to learn from being at the march. And again, I'm also happy to be in Brattleboro.
Thank you. Next, we have public participation. I don't see anybody who's contacted us via chat.
I'm not hearing you.
Is everyone else hearing me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Liz? Oh. I've done that before, where you plug your and you don't know why you don't. So that's easy to do. Thank you. I thought it was. And as you were killing time, thank you, Liz. Someone does want to speak, and that's Andrea Watkins. If you don't mind me using your name, it now appears on the screen too. But,
yes, that's fine to use my name. I just
wanted to follow on about the comments about Chief Fitzgerald's letter to the reformer, which I was very appreciative of. But I feel like there's still questions unanswered that citizens of every municipality that hires a police force need to be asking right now. Needed to be asking years ago, but we should definitely be asking now. I would like to ask Brattleboro to set up a more inclusive dialogue with him, some sort of forum. In particular, my question was about what we're doing to make sure that we're only even hiring in people to the police force that have the right characteristics, the right morals to be a police officer, because his letter addresses ongoing training, but the absolute brutality and callousness that we've seen over the past few weeks, I don't think can be trained out of anyone. So I would like to understand, since, you know, as a taxpayer, I'm paying these people's salary too, as we all are. What are we doing to hire the right people in the first place? And I realize you have a full agenda and this is not a one evening conversation, but I would like the select board as our representatives to carry on this dialogue.
Thank you, Andrea. Yeah, and I mean, I happen to know some details about Chief Fitzgerald's very proactive hiring practices, but I don't think we can go into too much details here. I don't know if Peter, you want to chime in at all, but I just wanted to remind people that there is a citizens police committee that we actually often look for people to participate in, and often there are slots. And that committee is sort of a direct dialogue, ongoing way to communicate with the police department and have sort of a two-way dialogue with them. Certainly not ruling out a forum or a discussion with Chief Fitzgerald. Peter, did you want to say anything?
The chief is probably on the line, and we could ask him to come in and speak to this in more detail if you'd like that. What I could say on his behalf in summary is the hiring process is rigorous, and the values of the department as expressed by the chief in the piece that was in the paper are what guide that process. And we haven't been at full staffing for quite a few years now, and the reason why is because we don't just hire police officers to fill slots. We make sure that we're hiring police officers that are prepared to be engaged with the community and positively engaged with the community. Not we don't. The piece that the chief referred to parlance in police training about the difference between a guardian role of a police officer and the warrior role of a police officer when things get disrupted. And all of the emphasis of the hiring and the training in the Brattleboro Police Department is as guardians, and all of the interaction that we have with the community is geared towards that, in the hopes that we never, and it's true that we almost never, have to have the police act in that more restoring order kind of manner. So, you know, some of the drug interdiction work that they do, for instance, and so there's certain other times in their work that's very challenging in that regard. But here's the chief coming on to speak for himself about the hiring process. But the emphasis is always on that mission statement and the values. Chief.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you. That was a great question. And obviously we never know what truly is in someone's heart, but that is not lack of trying. The town manager was absolutely correct. our background investigation is very, very lengthy and very in-depth. And some of the questions we ask, like at our boards, are, what have you done for your community without asking for anything in return? And you can tell what a person thinks about their community if they start rattling off all these volunteer programs that they took part in and things of that nature. And if you get stunned silence, then you know you have someone that hopefully is not just telling you what you want to hear to get a job. And that's what we try to weed out. And it is absolutely correct. We're short-staffed, not because of lack of applicants, but because of lack of applicants that we want on our team and to police the town of Brattleboro. And I understand your time is really short and you do have a very full agenda, but I'd be more than happy to sit down with the community and a forum and just basically talk about what we look for in the moral character and values of our officers, how we ensure that they maintain the standards we are looking for, and how we work with the community to keep that dialogue and partnership going strong.
Thank you very much, Chief. Oh, sorry. Andrea, I don't think we can hear you at the moment. I think Andrea might be, actually, I can't hear Andrea.
I can't either.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, we still can't hear you. I'm not sure. It looks like your microphone is on from what I can tell, but unfortunately we can't hear you. But at least from your facial expressions, I can kind of tell you were trying to communicate a positive response. I don't know if that's something that Patrick can help us with, but I do see your microphone is green. In the meantime, if you're working on that, let me just ask if there is a phone caller, I think, on the line. And oh, Andrea says, thank you, and I will follow up with the chief directly. Thanks. I like to repeat those and it's in chat because it doesn't reach the record if not. And I was just told the caller is off, so I don't have to be concerned about the caller. So thanks, Andrea and everybody. I think since I don't have anybody else raising their hand, we will move on because we do have a pretty packed agenda. One thing I neglected to do is sort of give a agenda adjustment announcement. Our next in line is to become liquor commissioners to address a second-class liquor license request from Retreat Farm. That request, at least for the moment, has been withdrawn. So we don't have to become liquor commissioners, folks. And we will see what happens with them in the future. And next on the agenda is water and sewer commissioners. We have some business to attend to here. So do I have a motion to become water and sewer commissioners? From anyone?
So moved.
Thank you.
We got stuff to do. Come on, let's get to it.
Daniel has made a motion to become water and sewer commissioners. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you, 5-0. Peter, do you want to tee us up here?
Sure, thank you. So this is follow-up to the discussion last week regarding both the proposed rate increase and the proposed budget. So the rate ordinance that's before you this evening for first reading is proposed by staff to be a 5-year ordinance. And the reason for it being a 5-year ordinance is so that it indicates the funding that will be necessary for the early years of paying the debt that we will need to incur in order to build the water treatment plant. So The first year, both for water and for sewer, is proposed to be a 2% increase, which is basically just carrying costs of the utility. And then for each of the 4 following years, we recommend 2% increases for sewer and 6% increases for water. You asked during the discussion last week for some additional information, three different types of additional information. One was to run a different alternative rate increase. And so we did that. I'll present that information in a moment. Another was you requested information that we have recommended. Let me say the calibration of the recommendation staff has made regarding the rates is based on a 2-part test where we believe that in addition to paying for the anticipated costs of operating the utility and paying the debt, that it's important to maintain at least a positive balance in the water part of this water and sewer utility fund. So even $1, but at least just into positive direction for water, not going into the red where it would be subsidized by the sewer operation. And then for the overall water and sewer together, we think the fund balance should be maintained at a minimum of $1 million. And so we used those 2 tests and ran cash flow analyses against those in order to determine how much of increased rates would be necessary in order to carry this through this 5-year period. And so you asked for some information about why the $1 million is the threshold that we recommend, about what kinds of, we advised you at that time that it's because there are major, there is major infrastructure within the utility system that can need to be repaired suddenly without notice and the opportunity for advanced planning. And when that happens, it's often either some very expensive pumping or filtration function, or pipes in the ground, which are expensive construction to do. And so either way, it tends to be more expensive than just say a roadway repair that might suddenly need to be done or something like that in other parts of town infrastructure. The utilities work is expensive. And so the Public Works Department provided for the backup for this meeting a memorandum that summarizes the kinds of things that can go wrong in the system and actually have gone wrong in the system over the last several years. We would be happy to go further into any further detail you'd like to go into related to that item. But that memorandum was responsive to that particular request. There was also a request for information about the impact to individual households, how the recommended amount of increase would affect consumers in Brattleboro households. And so Public Works again did an analysis and presented it in a memorandum that's part of the backup for tonight that showed the 3 different types of households and then how they'd be affected by the 2% magnitude increase and how they'd be affected by the 6% magnitude increase. So the range, the full report has information for each of those different permutations, but the range is from the 2% increase for a single person household, and these are actually real households in our system and real bills, but with the names and addresses withheld for privacy. The level of increase would be $10 for the year for that smaller household and the smaller amount of increase. And with a household of 5 people and a 6% increase, the level of increase would be about $34 for the year. So that gives you a feel for how the order of magnitude that would be felt by these increases for different types of Brattleboro households. And finally, you asked us to run a scenario where instead of, so the sewer side would still be 2s, but on the water side, instead of a 2 and 4 6s, you asked us to do 3, 4, 5. Actually, the 5 years worth would be 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 instead of 2, 6, 6, 6, 6. When we ran that through the same analysis that we had done with several other alternatives that we discussed last week, it didn't pass both tests. It passed the $1 million test, but it didn't pass the water component test, and actually ended up with the water falling in the worst case year in about $200,000 in the red. So we worked some alternatives off of that, working our way back towards the 2 and 6s to see if there was a sweet spot where there might be something other than the 2 and 6s that would still pass both tests. And we found that there was. At 35666, the water balance would stay just barely in the black at about $2,200 in the black and in the lowest year. And at 45666, it stays $150,000 in the black. But of course, either one of those requires a larger amount of increase in the first year, and the 45666 requires more overall increase over the 5-year period than what we had proposed. So we didn't think that you would be interested in that. We thought it was important to share the information, the outcome of the analysis with you. Of what we've analyzed, and if you agree with applying the $1 million test and the water positive test, then the 35666 would be an alternative to the 2666. So that's our staff report for this evening. I guess I should also note that for the benefit of the public, I think the select board's well aware of this, but last week we discussed the budget for next year first and then the rates. We're doing that in reverse this evening because if the select board is comfortable moving forward with this ordinance and knows what numbers you want included in it for the annual increases, if that is the 2 and 4 6s on the water side and the 2s on the sewer side, then the ordinance as it's before you tonight is ready to go forward for second reading, and the budget that's before you tonight is ready for adoption or to be put up with that ordinance for adoption next time. If you decide that you want to change the ordinance, we can do that. You can do that tonight so that it can be read and adopted on second reading in the same form as you indicate tonight as your preference. But that also will change the revenue side of the budget if the first year numbers are changed. So if the first year numbers aren't 2 2s, then it'll change the revenue for the FY21 budget. And so we would make the necessary adjustments in that and bring that budget back to you next time for approval. And that's why we're asking you tonight to talk about rates first and the budget second.
Thank you, Peter. It makes perfect sense, I think, to speak to rates again. But we did talk it out pretty good. I'm wondering if I should just kick it over to Daniel, because I think you were the one who requested to see some direct rate information. So how are you feeling? Do you want to make a comment on that? Or?
I did actually want to say something, but it wasn't about that. It was helpful to get the information on previous large unplanned expenses, and it was helpful to see how it would look on a household's bills. In the memo dated May 13th, on the bottom of page 3 and the top of page 4, there is an alternative rate proposal where it's 6s for water, but 1 for sewer, and that leads to a slightly lower than $1 million fund balance, but not so low that it's reckless. And I noticed that that's not really kind of highlighted in the most recent memo, but I was wondering if we would like to kick that around a little bit. I like the the kind of 3, 4, 5, 6 just seems like a bit all over the place. I like the it's this for this amount of time. So 6 and 1 seems okay to me.
Daniel, just for me and probably others, you said that was on a different backup materials, right?
So it's in the packet, but it's not the most recent memo. It's the one that we looked at last time.
And what were the numbers? Can you give me the numbers again? Because I was.
Yeah. So if you're looking at it, it's like page 24 of 4E, and then it's the.
I meant the year number. Sorry, the increase numbers.
Gotcha. Let me just get it right in front of me.
May I?
So, yes, Peter, thank you.
If it's okay with you, I'd like to speak to it because I'd like to also speak to your comment about it being not recklessly below. Staff agrees. And so I'd like to just advise the select board that what Daniel has suggested is considering the the 2 and 4 sixes for water, but 1s for sewer. Correct, Daniel?
Yes, if that's how I understand the memo, right? So it says the one that included fiscal year 22 to 25 increases of 6% for water and 1% for sewer failed test number 2, but by a small margin, dropping the fund balance to 975.
Yes, and what I would say about that is I think there's enough play in this model. You know, when we do the modeling, we are doing reasonable estimates, but the reality is always going to turn out somewhat different. 975 is $25,000 from being $1 million. If the select board were comfortable with that, I think you've actually, you could approve that and feel like you've met the standard.
I like it.
I'll go ahead. I'll ask my question after. Ian, do you want to?
Oh, yeah. Thank you for bringing that up, Daniel. I feel a similar way. And I was the one who was kind of caught on the second part of the test. And I really appreciate the work that went into providing us with all of those unexpected expenses in the past. I found that very helpful, and now can see why it is pretty important that we keep a substantial amount of money in there. But yeah, I think if it's close enough and we can reduce it a little bit for the sewage, why not? And if the town feels like it's sufficient and meets it almost, why not pass that and have that instead?
Does anyone else have a comment? Liz or Brandy?
I've been nodding.
I'm nodding.
It sounds reasonable.
Well, I just, for clarification, I thought that the purpose of the 2s was to kind of maintain a basic level of increase required to keep the system running efficiently. So does this fall into the the anti-recommendation of keeping parity between those 2 accounts?
This variation flows out of the fact that the sewer fund is more solvent throughout this period than the water, because water is where the major expense is being borne. So those 2 roles were reversed when the town was looking at this same kind of a question 6 years ago. And there was a 5-year ordinance that was 2s for water and 6s for sewer because of all the work that was being done in the sewer system. Now we're into a period that's relatively more stable for sewer, and we're going to incur some significant costs for water, which is why that has reversed.
Okay. Personally, my reason I threw out the 3, 4, 5 was to sort of ramp up the, to ease any ratepayer into the idea of getting up to 6s eventually, and it would be a little less painful, I thought. But I'm not sure, given that this is a 5-year plan that I think is very likely to be looked at before 5 years goes by, especially with, just as background, anybody tuning in now needs to know that we are preparing for what could be an $11 million water plant upgrade. I'm not sure Peter mentioned that this time, but it actually should be top of the fold, so to speak, as far as like, why are we considering these large upgrades? I mean, large increases. And these 6s we have done before on the other side when we were upgrading our sewer treatment plant. So there's a little bit of history there. Anyway, I just wanted to say that I'm very confident that this board or a future board would be happy to revisit, because a lot of this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, is under the assumption, a sort of a conservative assumption that we may have to have a debt service of 3% per year on the bond. And currently we are crossing our fingers and hoping that we're going to have a 0% bond.
Right.
So
that's That's correct. So there's 3 different ways in which this could turn out better for the town than sort of the worst case scenario. So we anticipate that the price might come in, the overall cost of this project might come in as much as 25% under $11 million. Somewhere in between the $9 and $11 million is where we expect to land, because right now it is an engineer's estimate rather than a fully designed plan. We're moving into final design right now. So we could have some savings there. And then there's a possibility that through the very advantageous funding program that is administered by the state using federal money, that the state might grant to the town 25% of that final cost, whatever it may be. So let's hypothetically say it might be $10 million. Then there might be as much as $2.5 million then that would be a grant rather than a loan, and we'd only be borrowing 7.5. And then that money might be at below a 3% interest rate, perhaps as low as 0%. We've seen that at different times in this fund where the money's actually been interest free. So there are several different ways in which this might turn out better. We thought it was important for projecting the cash flow of the system to be a little conservative. So what we did is we only took the benefit of one of those two 25%, discounted off of the 11 million by 25%, but not further, and then expected that the interest rate would be 3%, so as to come up with these numbers. And we totally agree that you and future select boards ought to look at these rates every single year, especially next year when we have good firm numbers for the water plant project. But even beyond that, in case things change going forward and you have an opportunity to reduce the out year, the amount of increase in the out years.
All right, thank you for that explanation and further background. I did see Ian's hand first, and then Liz had a hand up.
Liz, I've spoken after you.
I was just going to bring up all those caveats that Peter just explained, and I think that they could be very real, and we should be prepared to be nimble.
Ian?
Yeah, I'm just, and maybe this is my first newbie question of the night. Why are we planning out 5 fiscal years of rates if the plan is to have the select board next year look at it again and maybe every year? Why are we torturing ourselves on it when maybe we should just be setting it for 1 year and then say, we're gonna have a lot more information next year to look at this, and whoever is on the board will look at it then?
It's probably Peter's fault.
Yeah, so we meant no torture.
Oh, I know. I mean, it's all in good jest.
A couple of things. So the intent is because we know this major expense is coming, right? We don't know exactly the details of it, but we know it's coming. And so we think it is prudent and proper for the board to see what the expected impact of that is and demonstrate that we're looking to protect the integrity of the fund in the manner that we've been having a conversation about in these different ways, running these different tests against it, and being able to demonstrate that our cash flow analysis out 5 years meets those standards. Having said that, we have demonstrated that there's a plan here that we know is subject to change. If it is uncertain enough to be uncomfortable enough for the board that you'd rather do a 1-year ordinance and adopt the 2s, and a year from now be looking at a longer term ordinance using the real numbers that we've come to at that time, that's a responsible way to move forward. It means that at the time that we'd be looking for town meeting approval to proceed with the project, there wouldn't be this sort of stable funding plan in place, right? But we would be doing, we could do the math on it and describe this process that you've gone through and show what 5 years going forward from there looks like. We would do that as part of presenting this to the community. So if your collective level of comfort is such that you'd rather do a 1-year ordinance and come back and do a longer term ordinance next year, that's perfectly fine.
And the benefit of that would be that we would come back next year and we would have the real numbers. So we could make a more effective plan on the rate changes based on those numbers, where now we're kind of just like making an educated guess on what it's going to be.
Right.
Is that, I'm asking if that's accurate.
Liz?
Yeah, we could do that, or we could vote on this now for the longer span, and then next year, if needs be, change it. But I think, you know, we're all about long-range planning, and this is part and parcel of long-range planning, would give everybody a level of confidence that we could go forward.
Agreed. So, so what does the board want to do? I'm feeling like I'm willing to, knowing that I'll be on the board next year and one of the main advocates for taking another look, at least, if not changing anything. I'm pretty confident that ratepayers can understand that we'll at least take a very good look at all of these numbers again. I'm willing to let go of my ramping up proposal and defer to Daniel's. But I guess the question is, do we want to adjust the number of years we're going out, or do we want to just go for it? Ian, how strongly do you feel about your 1 year?
I think Liz brings a really good point up, that it's probably just more responsible to show that we're looking out that far. I think it was just, I want to just have the conversation about why we're doing that. If we're just planning on, I guess, you know, sometimes it just doesn't sit well with me to make a plan without the information that we know we're going to have in the future. So I guess I just wanted to talk a little bit about it. But no, I think we should just defer to Daniel on it. I hate saying it. I hate saying it.
Yeah.
Daniel's over here on my screen.
I'm actually, no,
I'm deferring to
I'm
Daniel.
Everybody point to Daniel on their screen. That's where he is for
Oh,
me.
now he's moved. He's up here now.
Very good.
Yeah.
Steve has joined us.
Janet came on.
Steve has something to add.
Oh boy.
Really?
Yeah. Twos this year.
If I could just add,
oh, Steve.
if I could just add, that's the reason that we came up with the model. The model, that tool, that rate tool was developed when we did the wastewater to look out to do advanced planning. So that's the advantage of going to 5 years. To let people understand these are the rates that we're going to be looking at. And that's what's the money is necessary for the project. Now, if it comes in less, then it will also help the project. The board will look at this budget every year as you do. We go through line item by line item. So I would recommend sticking to the 5 year. That's the reason that we actually spent money to build this model and paid people to come up with this. And it proved to be quite nice as we did the rates before with the wastewater. And the projections were real close. And as Peter said, they're conservative. So that's beneficial to everybody, because that may also help in times of need and to level the rates off in the future.
Thanks, Steve. I knew when you popped up, we were in trouble. Yeah, I gotta
Now
get on.
Daniel's back to being over
I
here.
didn't see your finger wag at all.
I get on and straighten these people out.
Yeah.
That seems to make perfect sense to me. So,
Can I make it clear, one thing that might have gotten lost in the exchange when Daniel brought up about the ones is the first year in that particular example still is 2 for both parts of the utility. And then after that, it's 4 6s for water and 4 1s for sewer. I just want to make sure that that part was clear, because that's how that one's structured. If you do rally around that, if that's what you want to approve this evening, you could then move forward also and approve the budget, because it has those twos, the 2 2s in the first year.
Oh, good.
Sounds good.
yeah, I'm feeling like this is the way we're leaning. I don't see anybody who's typed in to make a comment, although talk this out a little bit so that someone can do that and raise their hand. But how's the rest of the board feel about moving forward with the, let's call it the Daniel amendment? And
Yes.
the Daniel counter proposal. And so that we can have some clarity going forward on this first reading. Got one thumbs up, a lot of nods. Okay. All right, so I don't see anybody else who wants to comment on utility rate ordinance. So what do we do now? We have a motion.
There must be a motion.
Actually, the rate ordinance doesn't require action this evening. We just needed to know what you want us to bring you for the public hearing and the adoption on second reading next time. It's clear to me that you want the Daniel Quip option. So, you know, the board has something else you want to specifically direct, we'll bring the ordinance back to you in that form, which will be 2% in water, 2% in sewer for the first year, 6 is after that for water, 1 after that for sewer.
Yes.
Sounds good.
And having landed there, we would recommend that unless you have any further questions or the public has any further questions about the budget was a pretty straightforward discussion last time. It's pretty level. It's actually slightly down in revenues and less than 1% up in expenditures. So unless you want to take a deeper dive back into that, we would just recommend that you adopt the motion that's in the administrative report for your approval, your formal final approval of the FY21 utility fund budget.
That's what I'm, as everybody thinking that too. I think that's the best course of action. Peter, we don't have to do anything official wise to make the first reading official, or?
No, it's it doesn't require a vote. It just requires that you have discussion that you've had and take public input and be indicating what you want to adopt next time.
Great. I should have said that earlier, that it was the first reading, possibly. Still figuring this thing out. So if anybody has a motion for us. Traditionally, the chair does not make motions, just anyone watching is probably wondering what's going on. Liz.
There.
Yes. I move to approve the FY21 utility fund budget as presented or modified. Are we modifying it for Daniel now, or are we just approving it?
No, it's as presented.
As presented. Thank you very much.
Not modifying the budget. Thanks, Liz. Liz has made a motion to approve the FY21 utility fund budget as presented. All those in favor, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. That's 5-0. All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks to Steve for popping in and straightening us out a little bit.
Thanks, Steve.
We are moving on to unfinished business, and we're going to have our traditional COVID-19 update from Peter first off.
Thank you.
Do we need to adjourn as water and sewer commissioners?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, Daniel, you're the whole package. Yeah.
I did my homework today.
Commissioners, so that we're not doing other business steeped in water and sewer. That would be uncomfortable. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'm laughing at Brandy's face. Sometimes the screens are good because you can actually see everybody's face at once, whereas when you're there in person, you're doing this to try to see people's faces. That was 5-0 to adjourn as water sewer commissioners. Now, Peter, please.
Thank you. So the COVID-19 report, I've got just 3 things to highlight tonight. Everything else is steady as we go, but there's 3 pieces of good news, actually. The police department is back to responding to every call in person unless the caller asks that they follow up not in person, because of the potential risk of spreading the virus. So for about a month or so, about 5 weeks, we had been following a protocol where it was only certain types of very urgent matters that resulted in a police officer actually going to the door. And there was a lot of interaction between the police and the community that was occurring either over the phone or by email or other means. So it's a good thing for all of us. It's a good thing for the department. It's certainly a good thing for the community that the police now are, we're at a place as part of the reopening where we feel like it's safe. They're following all the special protocols that are already in place, that already were in place. They're wearing masks, all the cleaning regimen and everything that's involved, and standing 6 feet apart or more. So all of that is still in place, but now if you need a police officer, they will come to you unless you ask that they don't. So we were glad to reach that threshold moment yesterday. Likewise, we were able to announce at the end of last week that the swimming pool at Memorial Park will open this year. As of right now, it's with very limited, there are some special restrictions for this particular summer that are very restrictive compared to the amount of use that often gets, particularly in hotter weather. So, but we also, we're feeling like it's a good thing to be able to open it all. We were concerned that there might not be a safe way to do that. But the advice from the public health professionals and the standards out through the recreation and parks community are such that municipal swimming pools are going to open. And basically there's a lot more to this, and I would suggest that people who want to learn the details of it and learn how they can access this and come and use the pool this summer, go and look on the town's website, either under the recreation and parks website or under a daily update, which contains half a page of details and some links for how to access certain forms that give more information about using the pool this summer. But in its barest essence, what's going to happen is there'll be schedules of certain windows of time where 25 people will pre-register. You'll sign up ahead of time so that you can come in at your appointed time and enjoy the pool. And then when that time is up, when that window's up and ththose folks leave, there'll be a 15-minute interval where the staff cleans everything. And then a new group of up to 25 people will be allowed in for the next interval. And that'll go on every day for all summer long, as far as we can tell at this time. If the situation becomes such that we can safely have more access or less regimented access, then we'll announce that to the community. And the third item just gelled this morning. So we've been discussing this for the last week or 10 days, and it looked like it was coming together, but I wasn't sure that it would, and that's why it wasn't any part of the backup for this. But going all the way back to a year ago, the select board supported the creation of the Work Today program by Youth Services, so as to provide some day labor opportunities for folks who are not employed in an ongoing manner and need employment and need the money. And so as to provide some public services through that program. So a nice kind of combination of providing opportunities for individuals who are struggling, and then also a benefit to the broader community. Because of the unique challenges we all face with COVID-19 and the increased importance of cleanliness in our public spaces, we've been working on a plan for how we can emphasize that in the work that the participants in the Work Today program will be doing, and collaborating with Emily Kornheiser, who in her role as an employee at Youth Services has been organizing this program and communicating with me and with the town around how to make it work. We believe that particularly in the maintenance of the porta potties, because we think it's important for the same public health reasons that we had last year, that we need to bring the porta potties out. We just haven't done it yet because we haven't been able to be sure that we could keep them adequately cleaned. And so what we have been talking about as town staff is if the Work Today program wasn't able to move forward, because we weren't sure until just very recently that it could, that we should add some additional employees who would be able to perform this function of maintaining the wiping down the porta potties several times a day, and also do some other cleanliness work in downtown. So wiping the buttons at the intersections for the pedestrian signals, the parking meters, other things that are part of our public infrastructure downtown that get touched a lot throughout the day by lots of different people. We want to set up a program where we are keeping those things cleaner this summer when we all need that. And so what we think we have come upon kind of inadvertently as we were working on these two different things is a combination, because the other factor here is the Work Today program was intended to be 3 days a week. And of course, 3 days a week isn't going to be sufficient for maintaining the cleanliness of these areas that need attention throughout the day. We need that going on 7 days a week. So we think a combination of these two approaches, where this is a good focus for the Work Today program for this particular summer as we do the pilot project, but we will also, for the majority of the work that would be done related to these disinfecting cleanup efforts, would be done by seasonal town staff. And so our intent, unless the select board directs otherwise this evening, is to move forward with both pieces and to integrate them as best we can. We expect that we're going to be able to do that very completely. We'll set up a schedule where there's certain times when the Work Today slots are performing this function, and other times either overlapping or on separate days when it's town staff, all supervised by the same folks on the town staff so that we have continuity to this effort. And the funding, I believe, is an issue because it's not going to be an expensive investment in this these temporary employees who would do the part for the town. So while it's an unbudgeted expense, we think it will be readily absorbed. I can't give you a number this evening because we're not sure exactly how the two pieces of this are going to fit together and how many people we'll have and how many hours they'll work. So, but it won't be a large expense, and it'll be able to be easily absorbed in the overall general fund budget. And the funding for the Work Today pilot project has already been approved by the select board. So we're ready to move forward as soon as we can. We think that as soon as we can is going to be about a month from now. We'd like it to be quicker, but we don't think we can actually do all the things necessary to set it up properly and make sure that it's actually, keeping the promise of, cleanliness on a regular basis throughout the day, every day, until sometime early in July. So we'll be working right away on putting the details together. We'll keep you informed about how that evolves. If we can start sooner, we will. But our expectation is it'll be early July, and then it would continue on through the warm weather months and end sometime in October or possibly early November.
Great, Peter. Yeah, I mean, I think, sorry to just jump in, but I think it's a terrific use of the program and would also let a lot of people, feel a little better about those high touch surfaces that are going to be, transitioning into back to normal life makes a lot of people nervous. So knowing that some folks are going to be on it is a nice peace of mind for some. Not everybody is going to respond that way, I guess. But and I think the timing probably coincides with, it's probably going to take another month to feel, assuming that everything goes as well as it's going now, we hope. It's going to take another month to feel like people are going to be comfortable going downtown, I think, on a regular basis. Liz?
I just want to mention that I always elbow the crosswalk button.
I saw someone this weekend use their toe, which was time.
I get my toddler to do it. So
I actually have a serious crosswalk question. Yep. My understanding is that the buttons are not actually necessary for you to cross the road. Is that correct or no?
The buttons?
So like if you were standing at the crosswalk and you don't press the button and nobody else is there and nobody presses the button, it's still going to cycle through and eventually
you only get a warning if you press the button.
No, in fact, it's happened to me many times that I've gotten there, assumed someone across the street has already pressed the button, and you know what, they haven't, so we don't get the
The nice thing about these ones is they have a little red light on when somebody presses it, so you can eyeball it.
That's exactly right. You show up and the red light is lit.
I've never noticed.
You don't have to touch the button.
I know, but if you're in a conversation,
I'm interested in these kinds of things.
I'm learning so many things.
Oh, me too, Ian.
Peter, you were
if you hit it
saying.
with your knee, go easy on it because those things can break eventually. So.
That's true.
Jesus.
We've had our ups and downs with them, but
yeah.
I still get people saying, why do they say walk like a dog at all crossings? And so that's all I can hear now when I hear
know,
it.
I don't remember what it originally says.
I think it says walk light is on.
Walk lights are on at all crossings.
At
But
all
frankly,
crossings.
if you just think about it the other way, it's a little bit of whimsy even on a tough day.
Oh shit. Shoot.
We're still in family hour here, Brandy. So
sorry.
We'll lose our rating.
Yeah.
So does any other board members have a comment on that part of the update?
Porta potties are going to be in the same places as last year?
Oh, good question.
That's our intent, yes.
And those places are?
And those places are in the Preston parking lot, at the High Grove parking lot, on the Grove Street side, and at the Brattleboro Common.
Thank you.
I'm curious, was there any feedback of like the next spot? Like if after those ones where the next spot would be?
I didn't hear that. There was some discussion early in the summer about whether they were in the right locations. And as time went on, everybody kind of seemed to gel around, yeah, this seems to work, was our feedback. I don't know whether I missed something out there that maybe we need to pay attention to. I never actually heard people saying we ought to have a fourth and it ought to go here.
No. Okay. I think some people wish the one on Preston was handicap accessible, but I think we did a good job of explaining why it can't be, even though that's really unfortunate, but the way that it's placed up on a curb. I remember that coming up, but.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Peter. And do you have a second? You don't have a second item
yeah,
under?
So that's the general update, and then we have a substantive issue to address regarding the parklets.
Right. I'm sorry. I thought you were going to flow right in. But,
sorry, I can. Happy to. So the parklet plan is coming together. It also isn't quite final, but it's pretty close now. I want to thank Stephanie Bonin, who's been a good partner in this. So we've been working with each other sort of at the connecting point between what the town can do to make this successful and what the merchants need to do to be our partners in it. And so she's been working to gauge, which of the restaurants and in two cases, purveyors of alcohol that are, I'm stumbling because one of them is Hermit Thrush. So, I mean, I wouldn't call that a bar and I wouldn't call it a restaurant. But anyway, Hermit Thrush and Arkham are in this plan. And then there are others that are restaurants, full service restaurants. And so we've been working together to identify where they could safely be placed. What would be the maximum that would get placed if all the potentially participating businesses chose to be involved, and then working to determine, basically at the end of the day, we only want to put in a parklet where we only should put in a parklet where a particular business is going to operate its business in that parklet. The sort of shared coming and going doesn't work from a health and safety point of view, and it also doesn't work from an alcohol licensing point of view. So it's important that we only construct a parklet at a place where a restaurant wants it there and is going to take on the responsibility of operating it. And so as of right now, we have 7 that are confirmed. We had 6 as of the time of the backup last Friday. We have a 7th now that's signed on. There's a pretty good chance there'll probably be an 8th or a 9th. I don't think we're going to get all the way up to 12. I'm pretty confident we aren't. But there's still a few maybes that are just, things are being looked at both from a safety perspective and from a restaurant deciding whether or not they feel like they have the capacity to operate a parklet and have that additional tables and additional table service that would require. So what we're asking for this evening is that you authorize staff to go forward with the implementation of this plan, that you authorize the expenditure of up to $30,000 from the program income fund as an economic development investment to help keep these businesses alive through COVID. It may or may not be recoverable as a COVID-related expense. We don't think it will be, but as we pay attention to the ever-evolving rules around the state and federal funding for COVID, if there becomes an opportunity for the town to recover these monies, then we'll certainly seek that. But we're recommending that it come from program income rather than from the general fund, because we think as an economic development investment, it qualifies, and we shouldn't count on getting the money back. And then the $30,000 is calculated because the town will buy and install the Jersey barriers that will define the boundaries of each of these parklets. And we estimate that it's going to cost about that each one will be 2 parking spaces in size. And the number of barriers necessary to do that 12 times around the downtown at $2,500 per parklet would be $30,000. So I believe we're going to spend less in the end, but we're asking for the authority to spend up to $30,000 for this project. There might also be some related incidental expenses that we'd like to be able to, if we don't spend the $30,000 fully on the Jersey barriers, it would be helpful to be able to have, a little bit of money that we could spend on things that would help the DBA to, get installed and get these businesses occupying in them. And those would be small expenses. I don't know exactly what they would be at this moment, but we wouldn't fill the gap if we ended up doing $25,000 worth of barriers. We wouldn't be looking to spend $5,000 more on other things, but it would be helpful to be able to spend a little bit of incidental money if there's incidental money available. So with that understanding, we're hoping that you'll authorize the funding. We need you, if you're in favor of moving forward with this, to, in order for us to be able to move quickly and not have to come back to future select board meetings for action that it actually enables it to be successful, we would need for you to provide some additional authority to me and some additional authority to Hillary Francis, the town clerk. The additional authority you would provide to me, and we've provided, for those who are paying attention to the administrative report that was online, this came up over the last couple of days in discussions with town attorney Bob Fisher. So I have provided motion language to the board this afternoon that was not part of the backup for this meeting. But what those motions intend to accomplish is you authorizing me to implement this plan and to actually sign a document with each of the different participating restaurants where they obligate themselves to maintaining that space, and we permit them, the town permits them to occupy the parklet area that is otherwise public space. We allow them to have it as their private space just for this summer. We expect that these would be installed as soon as possible, perhaps within a week, perhaps a little longer, and then would stay there until, again, like with the prior conversation, at least into October and possibly into the early part of November. We would make a decision about them based on the weather conditions in the fall and making sure that they're all removed in time before we get the first major snowstorm of the season.
Which could happen in October.
Hillary, I'm sorry?
It could snow in October.
It could, so we'll pay attention to that and govern ourselves accordingly. I didn't mention, I'm sorry, the details for Hillary. So there's the funding, there's the authority for me to actually implement the program, and then we'd ask that you delegate your authority. The select board, of course, as liquor commissioners, has authority over liquor licenses and outdoor consumption permits in town. There is a special program the state has initiated that is more nimble than the usual processes to try to get businesses that are going to go outside into areas that they don't normally provide outside service, but where they normally provide alcohol along with the meals indoors, for them to be able to get a quick provisional permit to provide full service outdoors. At the outdoor tables, they'd be able to provide whatever they're licensed to do. So it might be just beer or wine, or it might be beer, wine, and mixed drinks. But whatever they're usually licensed to do inside, they'd be eligible to do outside, either in the cases of the restaurants that have their own parking lot. This might be in their own property, where there would also be a permitting requirement through the planning services department of the town. Or for those that don't have their own private space to do this, it would be those that are participating in the parklet program. And in either case, whether it's on the private property or in the parklets, we'd like you to authorize that Hillary Francis is empowered by you on your behalf to issue the outdoor consumption permits that will be in line with what the state is issuing to these businesses.
Okay, great. Thank you, Peter. Who has questions, comments? I have a couple quick ones. Daniel and Brandon.
Insurance question. This was like public space, and now we're giving it over to private entities. Who is responsible for what happens in that space?
That's the purpose of the document. So we, up until yesterday, hadn't incorporated that piece, but we knew we needed to get Bob's blessing on how we were moving forward, and he called that out. He thought both from a just being legally proper about it, to have private entities occupying these public spaces and selling alcohol in them, which is prohibited by ordinance, that it was important that there be a legal approval from the town and an acceptance of responsibility by the restaurant. And so he's going to fashion up this simple agreement that we're going to use for each of them.
Okay, a quick follow-up on that. The responsibility for any kind of like trash or recycling cleanup in those spaces will fall on the businesses?
Absolutely.
And that's very much understood by them?
Yes. The reason why some of them are choosing not to participate is a combination of, proximity to their kitchens, number of wait staff that they normally have versus the number they think they need to have to be able to handle the outdoor space, and the obligation of the outdoor space. This comes free, and it comes very visible, and hopefully with some something that's going to be beneficial to the business in terms of the enjoyment of the customers. But it comes with responsibility as well. And so each potentially participating business needed to weigh those things and decide whether to be.
And then just like a question that I don't even think I really need to ask, but I just want to double check. Smoking is prohibited in these spaces, and that will be enforced by people responsible for these spaces?
That's a really good point. And the answer, I'm going to say yes, because we get to decide. And while smoking on the sidewalk is allowed, it is offensive to some. And more importantly, smoking in a restaurant is not allowed. And right. So since this will be an extension of the restaurant in the outdoor area, I think we should say no smoking.
Okay.
Me too.
Me three.
Brandy, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
I have a question that may have been answered 100 times by serves.
They can be for either.
Okay.
They also can be for businesses that serve food and not alcohol.
Sure.
And they also can be for businesses that are not in the food business at all.
Ooh.
In our case, the way it has evolved, it looks as though all the participants are going to be food and beverage operators.
Okay.
But when I was first discussing this with Stephanie, and I believe when she was first discussing it with the business community, we weren't strictly limiting it just to restaurants and bars.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Daniel, thank you for the smoking question, because I hadn't even thought of that nuance.
Yeah, we hadn't either. Thank you.
My question is, when you were talking, you said that each parklet is going to take up 2 parking spaces. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I hadn't really absorbed that. For some reason, I was thinking 1 space per parklet, but that would be kind of small. Next question, though, is, are they going to be together to any extent as far as they've been approved or not approved, but at least sort of fleshed out so far?
Yep.
I'm wondering how much parking we'll lose and how much pushback people will give us on that, because if there's a long stretch of parklets, that's a lot of parking.
We'll find out about the pushback. I don't know what to expect with that. Our assessment of the situation is in the balancing act, particularly this summer. The economic need, the need to have people spaced and not tight in indoor spaces, and the fact that we've got the Harmony lot is going to be almost completely available. There'll be just a very small parklet over in the one corner for Arkham. The transportation center will be completely available, and there'll still be a lot of on-street parking. We feel like a problem. If we find out that we've given over too much of the street to parklets, we hear about it from people, then that'll be one of the lessons learned from this that we'll have to think about. But for implementing this in the time of COVID, relatively on the fly, we think it's calibrated appropriately.
Okay, and just, of course, another question. Sorry, Liz, I'll just get done with mine. Of course, it's not going to be in any handicap spots, correct?
That's correct. We would not put in a handicap spot.
Thank you. And my last is a suggestion on, I'm feeling personally that it would be nice if we just limit it to calendar year 2020, because I don't want to kind of give anybody who does have a problem with this idea, the idea that we're not going to lift it at some point. I think we should revisit this for the next summertime season and not just have people assume that they're just going to be permanent structures. Obviously, they're going to go away in October or November, but I don't want to give any of the restaurants the idea that it's a done deal for the rest of time. What does everybody think about that?
I don't know. It might be cool. But then again, I'm not going to, it could be cool.
Well, no, I think it's good to limit it to this 1 year and see how it goes.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's impossible that we won't want to continue it, but I think out of fairness to the different interests downtown, we might just want to limit it to the experiment, the definite experiment, and then see how people feel about it.
Sort of a bit like the 1 year ordinance versus the 5 year. And I mean, I would love to leave the door open, fully open for like a discussion next spring. I think like it'll take time for people to adjust, and habits take a while to change. And I don't know, I've always been excited about the idea of parklets, so it's nice that we get to have this little experiment, even though it's because of this terrible situation.
So just for clarity, does that keeping the door open, does that mean don't limit it to this year or do limit it to this year?
Well, I think we can say we'll revisit this in the spring, rather than this will end and we will have a conversation about it and, we'll revisit in the spring. We'll see how it goes.
Well, the reason I put it that way is because a potential motion we were kicking around is that for the creation of up to 12 parklets in downtown Brattleboro, I was just suggesting, for 2020. But
may I offer a clarification? Because I think it may help you. We omitted a limitation on it that way, so it was a good catch that it's not explicit. But I don't believe any of the folks participating, I don't believe that any of the restaurants who are signing up, I don't believe that Stephanie, and certainly not staff, we didn't expect that if you approve this tonight that the parklets would be permanent. What we do anticipate, I think there's a fair amount of excitement around this, both from some people within town government and from people in the business community, that once we try this, maybe it'll need to be tweaked. Maybe it'll just, we'll get lucky and it'll go great the first way we try it. But I think there is a fair amount of at least optimism that it will go well enough that people will want to do it again. The select board will want to approve it again. But no, I don't believe anybody has any expectation that would just automatically happen without further review.
Imagine not.
So we could certainly make the document say 2020, and that'll be really clear.
Okay. Liz?
I just wanted to mention from a town planning perspective that parklets are all this rage, and that we've also heard from our own Brattleboro Planning Commission supporting this idea. They wrote us a letter identifying several economic development planning initiatives, and this is one of them. So it's just nice to know that we have their support in principle.
Indeed. Ian, and then I might go to a member of the public, but then Daniel's raising his hand too. Go ahead, Ian.
Yeah, this just seems like a great thing. I don't know. I think it might be clunky. We may need to change it around a little bit. We may not be able to refund the 30K, but we're making strong, definitive action during a pandemic to support local businesses. And it's also might make downtown even cooler than it already is. And, you know, I ran on trying to make Brattleboro a place young people want to be. And
Yeah.
I am so excited about this, and walking downtown and drinking a beer on a parklet. I'm super excited. So that's all I have to say.
Older people might like it too.
I was not excluding older people.
I wanted to just kind of make sure that we're going to do all that we can, and the DBA is going to partner fully in this to make these Jersey barriers look a little prettier than a Jersey barrier would usually look.
Yeah, so
right?
That actually overlaps with the kind of otherwise mysterious comment I made about incidental expenses. You know, we might get into some contracting that we need some help with. We don't expect that. We think we're going to be able to do all of the heavy lifting ourselves. But beyond that, the DBA is working on a couple of different ways in which these might be beautified, and might need some help with that. And it won't be expensive, but you know, being able to spend a little bit of that leftover money, if there is leftover money, to help them implement that part of this, we think would be part of making it successful. So we insisted on concrete Jersey barriers so that these would be safe. There was a fair amount of difference of opinion about different styles of parklets. But the counterbalance to that is we said, look, we're going to buy these things and we don't know whether they're going to be used again for parklets. Maybe they're going to be used for construction jobs in the future, but you can make them pretty. If you want to paint them all kinds of bright colors, you can do that. Yeah. And there's been also some discussion about how this might interact with the flower program. And so on all those levels, as we refine the details, we'll try to help the DBA make these pretty.
Just want to be really clear. These Jersey barriers will be the property of the town of Brattleboro.
Yes.
So beautifying
the property of the town of Brattleboro.
So beautifying cannot have like the name of a business on them.
That's correct. This is not advertising. This is beautifying. Right. Good point. Yes. Right.
Yeah. I just, you know, and like
go ahead.
No.
I was going to get too deep in the weeds. I was going to tell you that. What's that?
I love the weeds. Go.
Okay. I was just going to say that, you know, if it turned out that some of these don't get used for parklets again in the future, you know, we might throw a coat of Battleship Gray on them or something in order to trot them out to a construction site. But so what, right? So initially the idea is, you know, we put out something there that we know is durable enough to protect people, and let artists and others enjoy themselves and express themselves. But it needs to be just about beauty and whimsy and not about advertising.
I happen to know that Daniel is a fan of chalk, so you know, you could always use chalk on that surface. Yeah. That was a reference to your social media page. Sorry.
There was really good use of chalk at Sunday's presentation.
And I'm a fan of my toddler son out front here. Ian, I'd love to go to Wendy has a question.
No, I actually wasn't raising my hand. Sorry.
Oh. Yeah.
I was just sort of, yeah.
Wendy, do you want to appear on screen, or do you want to just chime in with audio? Are you still awake?
Yeah, here I am. Yeah. Oh wait, I can do the camera myself. Here I am. Thank you.
Hey.
Hey.
Welcome.
So, I have two questions and they're separate about the parklets. The first, which was, I think, kind of answered as the conversation progressed, is what is a parklet? So I want to make sure that I understand this. So it's going to be an area that a business will use that's outdoors near the business. It'll probably be public space unless they have their own, like it's their own parking lot, like, or something like maybe like what Whetstone Station has. And it'll be, there'll be some sort of deck on it, like a different surface, and then it'll be protected and it'll be for outdoor use of that business and their patrons, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe something like this.
Oh, okay. And it's something that won't get taken down like at night or on days when
No, it's going to stay there all summer long.
Okay.
There's only one thing, Wendy, you nailed it. I would say one thing differently than that, which is when you spread this all the way to a place like Whetstone or any other restaurant that has its own private property. We did mention that in the conversation, but those won't get parklets. Those will be doing their own sort of cordoning off of areas in their parking lot with the approval of the planning services department. So that's safe as well, but that's safe in their own private space to set up some outdoor tables. What the parklets are explicitly going to be on public property. They're going to be all but two of them in the street, picking up on-street parking spaces, and one will be in the High Grove lot and one will be in the Harmony lot. Otherwise, what you described is exactly right. And one detail that I didn't speak to, and you kind of did, but I think is worth just being a little more explicit about is the platform that'll be constructed within the parklet is an important part of this, both for safety and accessibility. And it is an understanding between us and the business community that the town will provide the perimeter with the Jersey barriers and otherwise, do all of the assisting and facilitating that we've been talking about. But the individual restaurant, one of the responsibilities of each individual business that sort of adopts one of these and signs on for the responsibility of it will be to put in a proper deck. They can be very simple, some framing and some plywood, but it needs to provide a flat, safe surface that's at the same level as the sidewalk.
Oh, great. So that will make it so that folks who use wheelchairs, walkers, canes will have equal access to everybody else. Okay, that's great. So thank you for explaining. My second question is about the hours of operation of the parklets, because on one hand, well, actually on the one hand that I'm about to speak is the bigger hand. The other one is the smaller hand. So in the bigger hand, I'm really excited for this. I've lived in places that since I moved, well, Jersey City specifically had turned one of its busier streets in the downtown area near Grove Street, it's called Newark Avenue, into no cars at all. And it's made that area, since I've gone back to visit, so much nicer just to be in and walk around. And I know we can't close Main Street because it's a state highway, but promoting more outdoors and walkability and reasons to be out and not just be in cars, I think is wonderful. But the noise complaint, that's where the small hand is coming from. I know it's a really weird analogy to use, but my concern is about noise complaints, because especially with alcohol establishments and because those are in mixed use neighborhoods, where people live, what are the orders or ordinances or regulations, et cetera, going to be around that?
We hadn't anticipated imposing anything that is particular to the parklet, but rather that whatever the business's normal operating hours are would be allowed out in the parklet. I would suggest that given the degree of uncertainty that we have about all the various details of this and how we're working our way through it very quickly to just get the stuff in place and give it a try, that we start there. And if that becomes a problem, then we can work together. The town possesses the authority to modify the liquor licenses, and also because it's our parklets to determine some behavioral boundaries in addition to the physical boundaries of it. So I would say we all want it to succeed. The restaurants don't want to alienate the neighbors, but if we bump into some issues where that does emerge as a problem, I think we could just address it together as a community.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Wendy.
Hi, Wendy.
Actually, when you said noise, I thought you were going to say something about motorcycles and logging
Oh,
trucks.
God.
That'll be
That's
a
a whole
first.
nother, that's a whole nother conversation.
Exactly. There's someone else who wanted to ask a question concerning decorating the barriers, and that was Felicity. If you are
Yep,
up
I turned my microphone on. Liz, thanks for mentioning our planning commission letter. Glad you read it. And we've been, at least in another couple of groups I've been in, talking about public service announcements vis-a-vis safe behavior. I'm just wondering if you guys would consider using the barriers as artistic opportunities to inform the public about safe behaviors, demonstrating what 6 feet is, sort of things like that, or no, just pretty pictures on the barriers.
I don't have strong feelings either way, I guess. Who does?
Don't smoke.
I mean,
Things being pretty and inspiring are very important. And, you know, like there's that lovely mural that sort of just recently got finished on Elliott Street, right? And those things lift your spirits, and boy, do we need some lifting of spirits right now.
And I think probably each business that knows they're getting one, I would imagine, has been having their excited wheels spinning about what they want represented outside of their business, and I'm excited to see those ideas.
Liz?
I have a question for Peter. Your negotiations with Stephanie on the beautification, are individual artists being contacted, or does each restaurant and business have free reign to do it themselves or contact artists or whatever?
I don't know. I believe they plan some kind of a coordinated partnership between the DBA and the community of artists in some fashion, but you know exactly how they'll tie into that community, how the artists will be identified is something I don't know. My understanding with Stephanie has been that the town would allow them to be decorated, and the DBA and the businesses would make arrangements with artists.
So that Felicity could give her a suggestion to Stephanie.
Certainly, yeah. And I know that Amanda Whitman, who works with Stephanie, is Stephanie wasn't able to be on the meeting tonight, but Amanda is, so she's hearing all of this and can certainly take that idea back to Stephanie and to the businesses.
Great. Thanks, Felicity. So we have a little bit of business to do if we want to move forward with the parklets. And should we start with the more boring legal motions there, or should we group everything together?
Ooh, I'll do the boring legal ones.
No offense.
Yeah.
When you're ready for the Hillary Francis boring legal motion, I have one change I need to ask you to make, which I'll explain at the appropriate time.
Do my fellow board members have that in front of them?
Yes.
Excellent.
Shall I go ahead?
Please.
Oh, yeah, please.
Okay. So the wording of the motion includes the word provisional. Says to authorize the town clerk to approve provisional outdoor consumption permits. I had a misunderstanding that Hillary corrected for me late this afternoon. The provisional permits are the ones that are being issued by the state just for this very short window of time to keep people, get them into business outdoors as quickly as possible. The follow along permit will be a regular outdoor consumption permit issued both by the town and by the state. And so when you adopt this motion this evening, you should just drop the word provisional from it, please. Thank you.
Great. So would anybody like to make should we
Wait.
do that motion now?
Yeah, I move to authorize the town clerk to approve outdoor consumption permits in conjunction with the outdoor restaurant use during COVID-19.
Cool.
Excellent, thank you. Ian has moved to authorize the town clerk to approve outdoor consumption permits in conjunction with outdoor restaurant uses during COVID-19. All those in favor, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, thank you. There is another motion.
Is it the parklet motion?
There's a couple.
Yes,
Okay.
well, there's the authorizing the town manager to assign parklets.
I'll do that one.
Why do I have this?
It's in your email.
Oh, thank you. I'm like, look, all I see is one motion here, and I'm getting
It came late
confused.
today. Okay, so I move to authorize the town manager to assign particular parklets to particular businesses and to take any other actions necessary to implement the parklet program.
Thank you. Daniel has made a motion to authorize our town manager to assign particular parklets to particular businesses and to take any other actions necessary to implement the program. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And that also passes 5-0, Jan. And there is one last very important motion to make. And have I been bullied out of my 2020 addition to this one? Or? That's fine.
Yeah, bullied. I'm sure that's the correct
Ian is
term.
nodding. That's what I was looking for.
Jesus.
A democratic process
Perfectly
has allowed us to get to the point where we don't need to put that in there.
Bullied.
Absolutely. Who wants to
Okay.
make that motion?
I lost it. What's happening to me?
Oh, no, sorry. Liz is raising her hand, so.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I move to authorize the expenditure of an amount not to exceed $30,000 for the creation of up to 12 parklets in downtown Brattleboro.
Thank you, Liz. Liz has made a motion to authorize the expenditure of an amount not to exceed $30,000 from program income.
Yes.
For the creation of up to 12 parklets in downtown Brattleboro. All those in favor, say aye.
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 And that's 5-0.
Thank you.
I'm saying a lot. It's driving me crazy. I hope you're not driven as crazy as I am by it. Here I go again. So it's approaching 8 p.m. and I think maybe a break might be in order. Who agrees? Good, lots of nods.
Aye.
Would everyone be comfortable coming back fairly quickly at 8 p.m.?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll take a break until 8 p.m. or 8:01, something like that. So I'll call the select board meeting of June 2nd, 2020 back to order, if you don't mind. Do we have everybody? Yes. Everybody's in different windows. Perfect. Confusing. Next up on our agenda, we're still in unfinished business, but we're making some pretty good time, I think. I shouldn't have said that. So we have a FY20 general fund budget that Peter's going to tell us about.
Thank you, Tim. Yeah, so the news here is really good. We've lost Ian's picture on our screen. Hopefully we haven't lost Ian.
Yeah. Okay. Ian, you still with us? Oh, there you are.
The news is really good about the current year's budget. So, we've done projections for each meeting over the last couple of months out of concern that the COVID situation might cause revenues not to come in as normal, might cause us to incur some extraordinary expenses. The early estimate was very cautious about that, particularly on the revenue side, but we have had far better than expected performance of the property taxes, rooms and meals, local option tax, and sales local option tax. And so I can go into the details if you'd like, but given the length of the agenda and the fact that this report doesn't need action tonight and it exists online, people can see it, it might be best just to summarize by saying until about a month ago, or less than a month ago, we were cautious. We didn't think we would have a deficit, but we didn't think we'd have much of a surplus. And we thought that, you know, it could go a little bit either way. Because of all three revenue sources coming in far better than expected during the fourth quarter of this fiscal year, or during the May period, I should say, because it was actually fourth quarter property tax collections, but third quarter deferred sales tax and rooms and meals tax collections. So there's one more quarter to come. But based on the performance of those three sources of revenue and everything else being about as we expected, we now expect that the outcome for the year will be potentially as much as $500,000 to the good. We were currently estimating $480,000. Now there will be some additional expense going against that isn't necessarily in the forecast, but the revenues are still being forecast on a relatively conservative manner. We're not being overly optimistic either. So I think we're in a pretty safe space where we certainly are going to come in with a favorable experience, and it looks like it might be as much as $400,000 or $500,000 to the good. There's a nuance to this I just want to be careful about for the record, which is when we say to the good compared to the budget always presumes a certain amount of use of fund balance, which we roll over and have made a good practice of in recent years of rolling that from the general fund balance out into the capital fund to help us accomplish more capital work than we would otherwise be able to afford. And this year that number was $337,000. So if we had a break-even outcome, we would use $337,000 of the fund balance. The way we currently forecast how we think the year will end is that compared to budget will be $400,000 to $500,000 to the good. What it means is we'll have a small surplus and not have to use any of that fund balance. We'll actually roll some new money into the fund balance. So a really good outcome for us, especially in COVID. One of the reasons why, but not the only reason why, but it was a huge, unexpected, pleasant surprise, was the under statutes for how property taxes are collected for both municipal operations and schools. The town is obligated, the municipal government is obligated to collect all of the taxes and then to pay 100% of what is owed to the schools. So in a year where anything gets adjusted related to the state education taxes, and there's usually some adjustment, usually it is smaller than it was this year, but whenever that kind of adjustment occurs, or whenever we see a decline in the rate of payment of property taxes, the town is obligated to keep the school system whole, and then any benefit or cost of that, any under collection or over collection of that particular revenue accrues to the town. And so there have been years when we incurred a little bit of a loss, if you will, a little bit of an under collection in order to honor our obligation to the school system. There's been some years when we had a little bit of a benefit from that relationship and that structure under state law. This year, the adjustment for the fourth quarter was $234,000 to the benefit of the town. The amount of money that we were expecting to pay to the schools was reduced because of the state. You know, I can't explain exactly what caused this, but it's a factor that's caused by the state's funding formula for education statewide. And it happened that this year, the figure that we got, basically like a household getting an invoice, you know, our fourth quarter invoice to make our payment for the education portion was $234,000 reduced from what it had been in the earlier quarters of the year. And so that accrues to our benefit, and it's a big reason why we are so confident that we're going to end the year in a really good, strong financial position.
Good news.
Yeah, amazing. Especially this year.
Yeah.
Discussion.
Newbie question.
Did you
And
get
this is
those?
sort of like in advance. I think I still get to use this a little bit. In advance, really, of like the parking fund discussion.
Yes.
Is there any way that like the general fund can transfer some money to the parking fund to pay for some of that capital work?
Yes, as a matter of fact. Thank you. Daniel and I have not discussed this matter, but when we got to parking, I was actually just going to mention that if you feel inclined to do that, that is something that would be within your authority. There's enough. We would still end the year to the good against the budget, and you could transfer some funds within the discretion of the 5 of you to the parking fund, which is your responsibility. That's one that the parking fund budget is one that is within your authority. You could do that in order to be able to proceed with some of that capital work that we otherwise won't be able to afford. Absolutely.
That's my only question.
You would need to do that before June 30th. After June 30th, that money will fall into fund balance and it'll become part of a future year's budget discussion.
Okay.
I would like to do that if we can.
Yeah, if you indicate tonight as a group that you'd like to do that, we'll bring you an item for June 16th that would make that easy for you.
Great.
I'd like to give that indication.
Yeah. Would you be looking for details of exactly what we're talking about? Because
I think we should either talk about that now or maybe more appropriately under the parking. And then we can prepare an item for you for next time.
Makes sense. Now, part of this being having this good news is about people paying their taxes, right?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry I left that out. So we mentioned back when we were only at about 97% collected weeks ago that was not abnormal, that there's a lot of money that still comes in after the deadline for people who, for whatever reason, are able to pay but don't quite pay on time. And so the money that comes in at the end of May and into June usually brings us up to the figure we expect to get to for the year. Sometimes it's later in the summer when people get tax sale notices that's sort of a motivating factor for folks who needed a little more time but realize now they're facing a deadline, they want to stay out of the tax sale. So in any event, it can vary a little bit from year to year, but we usually do get to that eventually through delinquent tax collections to 100% collection. But in the fiscal year before these books close at the end of the summer, we expect to get to 98.75. We already are at 98% as of tonight. As of the additional monies that we've received, we received another couple of $100,000, $300,000 of payments since May 19th. And on May 19th, we were a little over $400,000 shy of that 98.75 marker that is sort of the expected collections for the real-time fiscal year. So we're getting very close to that now. We've only got about $100,000 to go, and based on past rates of payment, we would expect to hit that mark for the fiscal year. Another indication that people have found a way to pay taxes is the applications for abatement. This is not to say necessarily that there won't be more that come in later in the summer. That's another item that often the publication of the properties that are subject to tax sale will sometimes trigger a few more applications for abatement. But as of right now, we only have 3. And the reasons cited for those 3, only one of those is inability to pay. There's one that is believes there's been a mistake made in the assessment process that they're asking for correction, and one that is related to an uninhabitable structure. So it's a really normal looking year for tax abatements as well so far.
Yeah, and thank you, Peter. You saw that I sort of fished for that extra comment because it kind of blows me away that in this very difficult year, I mean, it's been difficult on our family, and I know it's been even more difficult on many families. with jobs disappearing and unemployment benefits being uneven, I'll just say, that people are prioritizing or at least valuing paying their taxes. And I just want to thank everybody for doing that. And I hope it means that there's a confidence in how the town is run and the value of the services that the town provides. So I just want to call that out and say thank you for everybody who pays taxes, and that includes renters and landlords doing the right thing. So thank you. Anybody else want to comment on the general fund budget for FY20? Okay. Well, we don't need to take any action on this. I didn't get anybody on chat wanting to chime in, and just want to check if I have any phone people, and I don't believe I do. So do we want to move on, everyone? Or okay, lots of nods. Our next item coming up is the fiscal year 21 general fund budget, which is not an ordinary year for this.
No, it's a very extraordinary moment.
Yeah.
So in a normal year, the select board would receive a proposed budget from staff about the 1st of November, spend 3 intense months working through November, December, and January to come to the place where you're comfortable with what you're ready to recommend to representative town meeting. That budget, the recommended, select board's recommended budget, goes into the town report. Town meeting addresses that as part of the warning for town meeting in mid-March. We then have a budget approved by town meeting of one form or another, and are ready well in advance of July 1st to go into the new fiscal year. This year, of course, all those other things happened right up to the select board recommending a budget and it going into the town report. But you know, when we almost had a town meeting, and we'll be talking later this evening about alternatives to try to still do that under these difficult circumstances. You know, got up to having the information meeting 10 days before the town meeting, trying to squeeze in, you know, this business before the COVID restrictions became too strict to be able to have 180 people in a room. And we didn't quite make it by a few days. And so the March 21st representative town meeting was canceled. We don't yet have an adopted budget. As time went on and it became really clear that, you know, some of our early optimism that maybe the COVID curve would be a quicker experience, and you know, perhaps in June we could have a representative town meeting to adopt the budget and do the other business of representative town meeting. That early optimism faded quickly. We came to realize that we would need some special permission, and State Representative Emily Kornheiser and State Senator Jeanette White and the others locally, as well as, you know, good strong support across the state. I think it ended up being unanimous in the Senate and the House. I know it was at least unanimous in committees of government operations. So there was a really good recognition that in Brattleboro and in a handful of other communities that had not yet held an annual meeting, we needed another way to move forward and have a budget before July 1st so that we could continue to provide government services. And so the action of the legislature has made it possible in this 1 year, due to the COVID emergency, for the select board to adopt the budget. You do have a representative town meeting. You will publish a warning for that representative town meeting once we have figured out how to move forward towards that. And you know, you could place a ratification question before town meeting to follow something that is, you know, sort of consistent with the normal processes, but you're not obligated to do that. You are empowered by the state this year to adopt the budget, and we need you to do that. We need you to exercise that authority, at least in this first instance, so that on July 1st we can keep providing government services. And so the question for you tonight, staff is recommending to you that the budget that is before you, and we put it so that you and the public would have ready access to the entire document. So it is everything that appeared in the town report related to the budget. It's the budget message that describes the major major aspects budget, it's the entire line item budget, it's the summary document, and it's the pie charts that we were asked to prepare for this year to give a little bit more accessible visible impact of the different aspects of the budget. All of that is in your backup for tonight. And if you, having had a chance to take another look at that, feel as though you're ready to move forward and adopt the budget that you recommended to representative town meeting, you just need to tell us that. We think it's appropriate that you do that. You vetted this very thoroughly and you had a lot of public input back in the winter. If, on the other hand, you have any level of concern in this review that has caused you to think that any of this needs to be looked at some more, then we need to know that tonight, because I believe then you should schedule a special meeting during June for that purpose, to make sure that you can do that additional vetting and then still adopt a budget by the end of the month. But if you're ready to move forward to adoption, then we will bring the budget back to you with a motion for adoption on June 16th.
Thank you for that summary. It was excellent. Can't think of anything you left out there. My feeling, if no one else wants to jump in, is that we sure did go over this pretty well. The one exception, of course, is Ian. Does not have to feel like this is his budget. Oh, you go ahead.
Yeah, well, no, I'll let you finish, please.
Oh, I was just going to say it's a very unique circumstance, whereas we all feel like, wow, we know the ins and outs of everything, and you're playing catch up basically. So I don't know. I was just going to make a joke about if you vote against it, you know, go ahead. Or whatever.
Go ahead.
You get a free pass to go to
I
Texas, but
dare you. Yeah.
There's only one of you.
Yeah, that's true. I was actually going to say, I have been thinking a lot about it, and I was thinking about maybe abstaining, because I was not part of the rigorous 3 months that Peter was describing. And while I did my due diligence in preparing and reviewing it really very thoroughly for tonight and for next week, yeah, I think I would inform the board and the public who's watching that I intend to abstain unless someone gives me a really good reason why I shouldn't, because it's not mine, and I recognize that and the unique situation that COVID-19 put us in. So.
Oh, hands. Liz.
Well, I would just suggest to Ian that he's a select board member and he's reviewed it and he can have his opinions and judgments and he can vote. He doesn't have to abstain. He can certainly choose to, but you know, you're a voting member of this board and you have the full authority to vote on the budget as you see fit.
Brandy?
Yep. I had something different to say, but since this is fresh, I will say Liz is absolutely right. And I probably would have, I also get where you're coming from. I would probably abstain too, but Liz is absolutely correct that if you feel like you dove into that sucker and when the vote comes up, you feel confident, you shouldn't in any way think that you don't have that right to vote as you want to, which includes abstention. I want to say that this makes me so uncomfortable. This is not the way that our town is meant to do business. I have thought long and hard about it, and I think it's what we need to do this year. But it makes me feel kind of sick to adopt a budget that hasn't hit the representative floor. I have to be honest. It hasn't sat well with me. I also think there's enough inconsistency just in life right now where we don't need to be halting the services that the town provides. We need consistency. We need things to run smoothly. And as you said, Peter, we can offer a ratification option when we can finally meet. And so I'm going to vote in favor of this, but it definitely on a moral level doesn't sit well with me.
Yeah, it certainly is a disruption, not only a technical disruption, but sort of the spiritual disruption, if you will, of how we run things here. Daniel.
I'm in favor of adopting the budget that we spent all those months, reviewing and working on. I guess I have a question about like, what does town meeting look like after this, right? So like the budget is only ever one article in the warning anyway, right? And like in some ways, you spend more time talking about the other articles than you do about the budget. So town meeting will still have the authority to vote. Well, I guess we haven't decided on the warning, but were the warning exactly as it is right now, they would still be voting on all those things that are in there. And then the question would be ratifying this adopted budget as opposed to like approving it. Something like that. Is that accurate?
I believe you described that well. At the appropriate time, we need to go through the warning for town meeting that you previously issued carefully, because there will be some changes in addition to just the daytime and place change, obviously up front, that needs to be changed. There'll be also some substantive changes to it based on just the passage of time. So one example, for instance, is town meeting ratifies the select board's appointment of a town treasurer. And at the time that we issued the warning, you had appointed at that point an interim town treasurer, Debbie DeRosiers. We now have Andre Yeager, so as the town's finance director and treasurer because of the passage of time. So it'll be appropriate to change that article so that we're asking town meeting, you are asking town meeting to ratify the appointment of Andre as the town treasurer. There'll be a few other things like that. We'll go through it with a fine-tooth comb, and you'll, in the end, decide what is the final warning to publish for the meeting.
Great. Thank you. Here, Liz.
There's one thing that I want to bring up about, I'm fully in favor of authorizing this budget. But there's one thing that I think we will miss in terms of town meeting. And, since our world has upside down from COVID, I'm concerned about the human resource budget. And, the representative town meeting committee for human resources reviews the charitable giving of our budget. And there's a benchmark that it's 1%. But I would think it would be a good idea for us to ask Lauren Crisp, the town moderator, to ask the Human Resource Committee to check in with those agencies to see if how they're doing under COVID, and have their responsibilities changed dramatically. And does there need to be some sort of a minor adjustments to those calculations? And, I know that the Human Resource Committee does a tremendous amount of work. And this year they had this great matrix model that they used. But if they could be asked to revisit that, if only just to report at town meeting that the assumptions that were made pre-COVID remain valid post-COVID, I think that would be the responsible thing to do.
Or a suggestion to representative town meeting committee, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I agree.
Great. Let me bring in Wendy from the Commons, who has a question or a comment, perhaps. Are you with us? Are you on the line?
I am with you, but I'm not with the comments.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tim, you got to read the news.
No, that was a brain,
That's okay. I'm not opposed to being affiliated with the newspaper. Anyway, I'm speaking as a voter and as a resident and also as a town meeting rep from my district. So I have a couple comments. I appreciate Ian's cautious stance and also the response to it, to him. I also appreciate Brandy's expression of hesitation and discomfort with the way that, this is kind of all turned out. As a town meeting rep, that's something that's really important to me, is this process for approving the budget. And I get why it's happening now. And I also understand that without a budget, it would be really disruptive to, to running the town in the coming fiscal year. So I would caution that we never use this as a precedent, except for the most extraordinary circumstances, such as we're having now. And I think, to go back a couple months ago, well, I don't know what day it is. It's probably more than a couple months ago. The vote on whether Brattleboro should have a mayor, in my opinion, affirmed that voters in this town want to keep the form of government that we have. And so, again, just let's not use this as a precedent. And, from where I'm sitting now, I support kind of the consolation prize that you all have to do this. And I understand why the legislature approved it. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thank
Wendy.
Thank you.
Well put, and I'm sure well heard. Peter.
Yeah, just to the degree that it might provide some reassurance to Wendy and others, I think that we probably all hold that opinion of the importance of, recognizing that this is a deviation in our form of government only because of the circumstances. And so the reassurance to provide, regardless of whether that comment was accurate or not about how we all feel about it, it is in fact the law that it can only happen this one time. The act of the legislature was very specific to this COVID emergency, and it cannot ever happen again unless there is some other extreme circumstance that is dealt with on its own merits at that time. Otherwise, this happens one time, and forever after we go back to normal processes and representative town meeting.
Good.
Well said. And I'll remind representatives out there that usually select board members start out as representatives, and often they go back to being representatives. So the last thing I would want to do is give more power to a select board that someday I'll be on the other side at representative town meeting trying to hold them to task. So that's my attitude too. So I think we don't really have an action unless anyone has any final comments, or if we have a phone caller. What was that, Peter?
Oscar Heller has asked to be recognized.
Oh, he must have just done that. I missed it. Oscar, yeah, chime in if you can, or if
I'm trying to turn it on.
Perfect. We hear you.
Okay. Hello. So I have a comment and a question. My comment is regarding the idea of looking at the human services budget again, stuff like that. I feel like this all gets a lot weirder if anything happens besides passing the budget exactly as it sort of went around in the last couple of months. Obviously, I think the intention is good and I agree with it, but I think the sort of democratic town meeting concerns get weirder if it's not the exact same budget. That's just my thought. And then my question is, if the board wants to leave as much power in the hands of RTM as possible, this is probably a question for Peter, or what options does it have to approve the budget in a way that makes it clear that it's temporary and conditional on eventual approval? Is there any mechanism for that, or once the budget passes, does any meeting vote on it just become a formality because it's happening anyway, et cetera?
Oh yeah, sorry, Peter.
So this is my advice rather than a requirement of law. My advice would be that the board adopt the budget and not attach to it any conditions. And the reason why is there has been so much that has happened this year that we would have said that'll never happen. And then it did. And so, you know, we are all very committed to having a representative town meeting. We're going to have a conversation here shortly about how to make that possible. But I don't know how that's going to unfold. I don't know when and how we're going to be able to hold a representative town meeting. And so I think making the adoption of the budget contingent upon an expectation that it'll flow a certain way with representative town meeting is very risky. And we don't want to have to go back to the legislature to ask for more special permission. So I think that what the board should do is adopt the budget straight out. And then at the board's discretion, but I think the board is probably inclined to do it, and staff would certainly recommend it as the right thing to do. When the representative town meeting is able to be warned, you know, warn it in a way that gives representative town meeting an opportunity to address the budget. It's a statutory matter that the representative town meeting has the authority to make the decision about the human services allocations. So that isn't going to be the funding to support the recommendation that the committee has made is going to be in this budget, but the actual dispersing of the funds will have to happen after representative town meeting has authorized that the funds be dispersed. So that's kind of a nuance to this that is a particular part of the budget. But in terms of the overall budget, you know, the warning of town meeting, when we are able to warn a town meeting, would be where the board would say whatever it chooses to say about the question that is being posed, whether it's, you know, straight up ratification or something that offers an opportunity for more review or potential modification. And that we would want further advice from Bob Fisher about that at the time of preparing the warning.
Thanks, Peter. Brandy?
So during the ratification process, isn't there the ability, or is there not, for full discussion, modification, very similar? Like when you come to us and you ask us to ratify your actions,
right,
we can tell you no, right?
Right.
Technically, yep. Or we can say only you can do this or only you can do that. So that still would exist, correct?
That is correct. And the implications of that, if it wasn't a straight up and down ratification question, if it was more of a, you know, do you approve the budget as it was approved, or do you choose to modify it question, or something more complicated like that, the implications of modifying it are that very likely, unless there's some other change in the revenue streams that we learn of between now and then, that we would have to issue modified tax bills. But that's a big deal. You know, we would issue the bills for the first quarter, and then depending on what happened at town meeting, if it was different from what the select board decides, you know, we would be collecting a different amount of property taxes, and we would issue modified tax bills for the final 3 quarters. That's a really normal process. It's not an annual process by any means, but it's a really normal thing that is provided for in the statutes already as just part of operating town government. So that could certainly, it could certainly unfold that way. I know this is a very serious topic, but a little bit of levity. When we were, I testified before both committees in the Senate and the House regarding the special legislation that made this possible for the select board to adopt this budget. And they were concerned, because it's so much more normal across the state and has often been normal in Brattleboro, that town meetings scrutinize a select board's recommended budget and chip away at it. They were concerned about what this would do to disrupt the democratic process, and mostly from the point in their debate in the legislature, mostly from the perspective of whether it would inhibit town meeting from reducing a recommended budget or an adopted budget by the select board. And I told them, you know, I related to them the facts of the most recent 2 years of Brattleboro town government, where the select board has recommended a budget and representative town meeting has increased that budget, has found ways in which they thought more should be done, and was willing to tax themselves, tax all of us a little higher in order to do more service and more good in the community. So I can tell you that brought more than a few chuckles from the members of the legislature, and I think actually probably put their mind at ease somewhat in terms of the process, at least as it would likely play out in Brattleboro.
Oscar?
Yeah, just to follow up, that all makes sense, and it might be the way I would do it if it were my decision, and I think it's totally responsible and reasonable line of thought. I would just, I'd love to, I'm going to get off the line and mute my video in a minute, but to hear some discussion on the board, if there's interest and concern in sort of making sure that town meeting gets to have its say, because the text of the bill is pretty straightforward. It gives the select board the temporary authority to approve the budget. There's really, from what I've read, there isn't a ton of mechanism in there to make sure that town meeting has a say. So I don't know. I think it's a discussion that people would be interested to see the select board have. So that's all. But thank you.
Thanks, Oscar. And I'll assume you mean beyond what we've already had, with a lot of reassuring comments. But Daniel had his hand up.
Oh, I was just kind of pointing out that we get this ability to do this once and once only, right? This is not like we can do this for future years. You know, this is just a one-off. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've already kind of said what I want to say about this budget. I feel like we worked really hard on it for a number of months. You know, I asked my question about what the warning will look like. Beyond that, I don't really have any additional comments.
And it's got pie charts for the first time.
It has pie charts. Some of those were in color briefly in the library for about 2 weeks, and then
Maybe we can bring that back.
They're in color in our packets.
Yeah.
Yes, Liz.
While Oscar is nearby, I just wanted to thank him for the mask tree in Plenty Park. It's so useful, so helpful, and so charming. And I want to thank him and all the sewers who made all the masks. It just turned kind of an onerous thing into a really sweet thing. And I thank him for his creativity and his hard work.
Thanks, Oscar.
Yeah. Brandy.
I just wanted to say that I definitely am going to be, as we're drafting the warning and making our plans and understanding how and if, which I don't even have a grasp on how we're going to do this, but we're a team and we'll figure it out. I'm definitely going to be making it clear that I want representative town meeting to have their say, to look at it, to scrutinize it, to talk it up and down. You know, we're doing this because we have to, but that doesn't mean I want to take away what we usually do. And so I'm definitely going to be vocal, and I think you're going to have support from this board, Oscar, and the reps are going to have support from this board to do what you do best.
Thank you. And I'll just point out that this is why we're talking about it first meeting in June and not the second meeting in June. Want to be able to kick it around a little bit before actual adoption. Liz?
In summarizing everyone's comments, I would just say this is a time for more democracy, not less.
Absolutely. Always messy, but always the right way to go. So do folks want to move on to the next item?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you'd like to have this warned for 2 weeks from tonight as adoption 21, as you had previously recommended it.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yeah, because we do have to move it in within June, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, it's got to be done before the end of June. So it's in effect by July 1st.
That is our unanimous consensus. Sorry, I'm losing my words. Must be getting a little late.
Yep.
So next, we have parking fund budget to discuss.
Yes.
That'll be our last bit of unfinished business. hopefully.
So the parking fund budget is really straightforward. The main issue related to the parking fund is the fact that it has had no operating revenue for the last few months. We talked about that a good bit last time. The budget itself is, a break-even budget, very, very similar to the budget of the utility fund, where there's a small decline in the revenues and an even smaller increase in the expenses, an increase of just 0.4% in the expenses. But where the major concern going forward in the parking fund, well, at first I should note for the record that we expressed to you a week ago tonight the intention of resuming parking enforcement operations by July 1st. And I feel as though while there wasn't an action of the board, and there didn't need to be an action of the board in that regard, but that we had a consensus among us about that. I'd like you to make clear to me if you have any different opinion, but otherwise we're moving in that direction. That's an important part of this particular piece of business, because if we waited any longer than July 1st, then we're going to have even a longer period without revenue, and this FY21 budget anticipates that there'll be 12 months of operation of the parking enforcement activity. So we're moving in the direction towards July 1st. We have presented you with a budget that is approximately break even, and that we believe going forward, based on what we've seen in the change of the revenue stream, because we're writing so many fewer tickets, which is a really great thing, that the more digital system that is more modern and more flexible is, as Patrick described last week, allowing users of the system to have more successful outcomes. So people are paying for their parking instead of struggling to pay for their parking and ending up with tickets. But as there's an impact of that on the revenue of the fund, where in our current rate structure, we no longer make more money than we spend. And so we no longer have some money that's accumulating to be able to reinvest in the infrastructure of the parking system. We certainly aren't recommending at this time a rate increase in parking, but it begs the question that Daniel brought up earlier and some of the rest of you spoke to, of given that the general fund is coming in so much better off for the closure of FY20 than what we had expected, and given that we know there are some substantial capital needs, one in particular that has an impact not just on the parking facility, but on the rented retail area below, because of the leaking that happens from the transportation center down into the retail space. We have these significant capital needs, and we don't have the funds in the parking fund to address them. So if you decide that you'd like to move money from the general fund to the parking fund, then it's certainly within your authority to do that, and it might be best to postpone final action on the parking fund budget until the meeting on the 16th, so that we can bring you an item that would cause that transfer. We can do some research about what an appropriate amount of transfer would look like, bring you a regular good, a piece of staff work that would put the decision in context with a recommendation that you could either adopt or adjust, but would position you well so that you could make that transfer, and so that that could be reflected in the parking fund budget that you would adopt for the new fiscal year.
Okay.
Absolutely. Liz.
I agree with Daniel's suggestion and Peter's words, because one of the reasons is that we ask other landlords to be responsible landlords and repair things on a timely basis, and we should be modeling that behavior for ourselves.
Absolutely.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question. Oh, sorry, my bad. Good.
No, I was making a bad joke. Daniel, did you have something?
Yeah, I had a question actually. Before we move out of parking, I was thinking about the parklets, and I was thinking about the upcoming fiscal year. So we're saying 12 parklets. Each parklet takes up 2 spaces. Those spaces are presumably the sort of higher rate spaces. Do we have a projection for like
I believe that the system is that specific. You know, can be, the data can be looked at in that granular a form. We could bring Patrick on to take that dive right now if you'd like. What I could say generally in answer to that question is there will be some reduction in revenue, but I think it's going to be more marginal than just losing the revenue that would otherwise have been collected in those parklet spaces. Because given the capacity of parking downtown, I think what we should expect is people who would have parked in that higher cost space on street will go into the parking lot or into the transportation center and a little more cost effectively, but still pay into the system.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming as well. I was just wondering whether the difference between those two scenarios would have a meaningful impact.
Yeah, it's something that we could analyze and bring back as part of the information for next time, if that's helpful to you. I mean, you've already authorized the parklet, so the impact's going to happen, but you'd at least know what that cost estimate is when you're adopting the parking fund budget.
I think it's reasonable to see if we can get some of that info. Yeah, there'll certainly be some impact. Liz?
If that impact becomes significant, is that something that can be accounted for with program income to reimburse the parking fund?
That's a trickier proposition, since I'd be an interfund transfer rather than a purchase to support the economic development activity. But we can look into that as well.
Yeah, because we are offering up this lack of parking funds for the benefit of economic development.
Yep. We'll look at both. We'll look at quantifying the impact and then whether or not it can be covered by program income.
Great. So it seemed like we're all in favor of having staff come back next time with some proposals. I mean, I think just throwing it out there, we were talking about the roof repair. There was also some lot resurfacing that was pushed off. Am I correct in that?
You are correct, at the Preston lot.
I mean, it may be something
to include both. Why don't we itemize them?
A la carte, yeah.
Pick off a menu.
That'd be great.
Everybody okay with it? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yes.
So trying to move us along a little bit here. I trust that someone would have chimed in, but I haven't reminded folks in a while. But I think it'd be appropriate to move on to new business, if that's okay with everyone.
Yes.
And so our next item is the fiscal year 21 solid waste budget.
So that one you're seeing for the first time this evening, but it is both really straightforward and limited in scope and relatively fixed. There's not much in here that you can work with. We are asking that you consider adopting it this evening, even though it'll be on the first review of it. If you have any concerns about what's in front of you, or you have any questions you want us to bring back, then obviously we're happy to do that. If you think that it's just a better practice to discuss it tonight and not adopt it until 2 weeks from tonight so the public knows what you're going to adopt, we can also handle it that way. What we would say is it is a budget that continues to be strained by the success of the operation. So, you know, it's really remarkable the amount of garbage that has been diverted into the recycling and compost waste streams in Brattleboro over the last several years. And as a result, because we raise the operating revenue, you know, the one variable source of revenue for this operation has been the sale of bags, and the sale of bags has been far less than what we expected. And simultaneously, the cost per ton of processing recycling materials has gone, you know, several times higher. You know, it is several times higher than it was just 2 or 3 years ago. The combination of those two has put us in the red every year in recent history in this operation. And so, again, this year, we are asking you to make a transfer of $40,000 from the general fund to the solid waste fund. Solid waste fund is a bit of a misnomer for it because it doesn't stand alone as an enterprise fund the way the utility fund and the parking fund do. It has just had its own budget since the advent of pay-as-you-throw so that it could be shown what the solid waste revenue stream is compared to the solid waste expenditures. But it doesn't actually exist as a separate fund in town accounting. And increasingly, because it has been so dependent on this general fund transfer each year, it was over $100,000 a couple of years ago, and then it was $40,000 last year, $40,000 again this year. We have been coming to believe, staff has, and it is now an official recommendation of Representative Town Meeting's Finance Committee, that this just be reincorporated into the general fund budget. The solid waste expenditures and revenues used to be part of the general fund budget as you would adopt a general fund budget, as you would recommend it. Representative Town Meeting would adopt it. And it's been for the last 5 or 6 years that it's been separated out in this way. We don't think that serves a useful public purpose. The Finance Committee doesn't think that serves a useful public purpose. We actually think that town operations would be more transparent if it was embedded in the general fund budget so that it could be seen there as part of the overall operations of town government. Would be then again, it would be part of the budget that Representative Town Meeting would have authority over instead of being dealt with separately by the town, by the select board. And so for all those reasons, we would recommend to you that you authorize the necessary $40,000 transfer for this year, that you approve the budget as it's presented tonight for FY21, and that you direct staff in accordance with our recommendation and the Finance Committee's recommendation to not separately do a solid waste budget next year, but rather when we bring you, the select board, a proposed FY22 budget in approximately the 1st of November, that it include these solid waste related revenues and expenditures.
Great. Thank you, Peter. I have strong feelings about all three ideas, but I'm going to let everybody else speak first. Anybody have an opinion? That was just a sigh, right, Brandy? Or...
Yeah, I just always have just feelings about this budget. I'm not ready to talk about them yet.
Did I say what I was thinking? I'm not seeing everybody else.
I think Ian wanted to chime in.
Ian, I think. Ian keeps waving his hand by.
Gotta wave it higher up.
Yeah.
I'm too low. Yeah, I'm voicing my opinion only to see if maybe Tim and I will disagree. I feel like we should totally put it into the general fund. And I'm kind of feeling the same way about the parking fund. I don't know. I understand we talked a lot about that last week and about the parking fund. But yeah, for this one, it just makes absolutely no sense why, if we're just continually putting money from the general fund into it. But I would say because we're thinking about doing that, we should wait and do it next week. We should talk about it now, and then we should do it next week because there may be people who want to talk about it more.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you were wrong. I actually feel very strongly we should incorporate it into the general fund budget. And I think when Brandy was chair and I was vice chair, we used to joke that budget brain doesn't kick in until October.
Yeah.
and it's really more appropriate to talk about budgets altogether, I think. No way I want to talk about parking fund budget since we just talked about it.
Yeah, I shouldn't have brought it up.
No, it's okay. And I looked through it, and that's what we don't agree on is that I looked through it. I couldn't find anything that I thought needed to be talked out, and I think members of the public will want to just tell us that they don't like pay as you throw. That's what they'll tell us. So, but I'm totally happy to defer to waiting if that makes the other board members more comfortable. But I'm all for pushing forward with whatever everybody wants to do, because I don't see a problem with picking up all three. Daniel?
I'm good to go tonight. This is a big agenda. If we kick some things onto the next one, it's another big agenda. Let's, it is a fine budget. It makes sense. Put it in the general fund.
Yeah, let's kick it in that fund. Kick it in there. Tired of looking at it.
Ian, did you just get steamrollered, or what happened?
I just got steamrollered. I gracefully retract that.
I was bullied earlier, so it's just.
Oh my God, bullied.
These fragile men.
Right.
Am I correct
It's
that
getting late, I think.
Ian thought if we moved it to next week, a lot more people would chime in? Ian, is that your thought?
Oh, no. I just, I can say that the select board has received some information from people since I've been on that about the waste management, and so it's clearly there are people in the public who care about this, and that's all. But no, I have no idea, Liz.
I just thought you had, inside information that we should all be informed of.
I'm just gathering up a huge group of people to.
All right. Well, I did earlier ask for comments for budget-related items, and I don't see any more chiming in, and I don't see a caller. I think whoever's moved to make some motions could do so, unless I'm forgetting something, Peter.
No, we're ready for the three motions, please.
Okay.
All right.
All together, or?
You could merge them, or you could deal with them separately. It sounds as though there's a consensus that you want to approve all three, so the maker of the motion could just say and include the other language.
Indeed.
I'll do it because I feel like I've been slacking because I didn't have stuff in front of me earlier. I'll do all three of them. So exciting.
Brave, thank you.
Here we go. I move to authorize a transfer in the amount of $40,000 from the general fund to the solid waste fund, and I move to approve the FY21 solid waste budget as presented, and move to approve incorporating all solid waste revenues and expenditures into the annual general fund budget beginning in FY22. Hallelujah. Let's do it.
Thank you, Brandy. Brandy has made a motion, a three-part motion to authorize a transfer in the amount of $40,000 from the general fund to the solid waste fund, to approve the fiscal year 21 solid waste budget as presented, and to approve incorporating all solid waste revenues and expenditures into the annual general fund budget beginning in fiscal year 22. All those in favor say aye, please.
Aye.
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 Wonderful. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, everybody.
Can I make a quick request that there's nothing to do with the money side of things? Last year, we inquired with Casella, hey, what's up with recycling? And they gave us this really wonderful, detailed response. I'm going to ask it again. What's up with recycling in COVID times? Like, I know people in the community are just really interested in it, and it would be nice if they can provide an update to get that.
And they've been home throwing things out.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Liz.
They've been home throwing things out.
Yeah, lots of things.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll ask for that information and circulate it when we get it. Certainly.
That's a good idea. I still think that this whole recycling thing, the problem with it costing us so much, is going to come back. But I'm not sure I base that on any kind of evidence other than hopeless optimism at this point. So our next on our agenda is a Wyndham Solid Waste Management District payment in lieu of taxes, otherwise known as pilot. This one sounds easy and fun, Peter.
I believe it is. Easy. We've received a pilot in the amount of 5.5% of the town's assessment. The actual value of this has gone down over the years because the amount of the assessment has gone down. That's actually a good thing in the overall operation of the solid waste program and the solid waste district. They have become more able to and more sustainable on the revenues from the compost operation and the solar array that's up there and a few other ventures that they have there on the property. So they now collect less money from the members of the district. So that's a good thing in the big picture. The rebate that we get as a result of the fact that we are the host community for the solid waste district has gone down because it is a factor of the 5.5%. The way the pilot is determined is it's 5.5% of whatever we pay in the assessment. And so with that acknowledgement, I would say that there have been some of the other member towns who wonder whether, as this payment becomes smaller and smaller, whether it's really necessary to make it at all, and whether there's really any special burden to the town to be the host community, especially because it is acknowledged, we have acknowledged publicly and are happy about the fact that we get a fair amount of property tax revenue now from that operation because of the solar array, where it used to be not a generator of property taxes. So in any event, the point is there's a balancing act here, and there's been some occasionally lively debate in that setting about whether the town ought to receive a pilot at all. And the board of the solid waste district has agreed to continue the current arrangement for 2 more years.
Great.
So we think from the town of Brattleboro's perspective, that's an easy yes to continue the current arrangement for 2 more years, and hopefully beyond that, but we'll see based on future consideration.
Terrific. Liz?
I wanted to congratulate town staff for those negotiations. That was really good.
And that's Patrick entirely. Patrick Moreland is both the staff person who deals the most of any other town staff person with the solid waste district staff, and he's your appointed representative to the solid waste district board. So in both capacities, he carried this ball really well.
Yes, thank you, Patrick. And Ian, in case you don't know, or anyone watching, it was for a while a member of the board that was served in that capacity, and then we got lazy, I don't know, last year or something, and asked Patrick to take up some slack because he's so good at it, basically.
I'd be happy to explain that to Ian offline.
So it depends on how far down the rabbit hole you want to go on that one there. But fascinating stories. And thank you also to the WSWMD board for that as well. So I shouldn't talk about it as if it's already done. Who wants to make a motion?
I'll do it. I move to approve a 2-year pilot agreement with the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District as presented.
Thanks, Daniel. Daniel has moved to approve a 2-year pilot agreement with the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District as presented. All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
That's 5-0. Thank you. Yeah, now we're moving. Okay. Here's one.
Yeah.
That's never happened.
Turn your feet up.
Item C.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Tee us up there, Peter. Thank you.
So this is the discussion of options for representative town meeting. A couple of really broad points initially I'd like to make, and then I'll walk through the memorandum dated May 29th that I provided to you that's in the backup. The first really broad thing I want to say is this is very much a preliminary conversation. This is a fluid situation. It's a challenging situation. It's we at this time, given the constraints of how many people are allowed to gather in a single location in the state of Vermont, We don't think it is safe or prudent to warn a representative town meeting yet. We think it's going to be some time yet before it's possible to do that. So the purpose of tonight's discussion is to have that first bite at, looking at some options staff has considered based on things we've thought of ourselves and based on things we've heard in some cases from some of you and in some cases from people in the community, where we've tried to look at, the best way that a representative town meeting can be held that will be most like the way it happens when we all are in one large room together. That's the intent. We